think I whichever special seed you want. Right? I'm sorry. If I could take back all the bits of them, they, please. You did not give me anything to present you as. Okay. 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 That functions again.
Doi 10, 2, 2, 2, 2, probă, 2, 10, 2, 10, 2, 10, probă, 2, 10. Dacă stau aici, nu... A, ba da. 2, 10, 2, 10, 2, 10, probă de microfon, 2, 10, 2, 10, 2, 10. 2, 10.
Ăsta era nivelul de ieri, când l-am dat jos.
Bun, dați-l mai încet un pic, că o să... Nu merge așa.
Acum?
Acum cred că e ok. 2, 10, 2, 10.
Ok, între
Probă.
ce a fost și ieri și pe urmă reglat.
Dar și dacă vorbesc așa încet, mă auziți?
Se aude.
Se aude?
Da, da,
Că mai înainte strigam.
se aude foarte bine.
Bun. Bine, mulțumesc. Rămâne așa.
Ok.
Aspetta, aspetta un po'. Non so che ancora cosa. Okay. Sorry, I'm still like the computer is still trying to figure out. Chrome is killing it, so it's like I have to kill Chrome. Now I'm able to start loading stuff. This is your part. Yeah, this is what I need to do. It's that. It just takes a bit for each one to load. So you might have to restore it. It's from the hard drive, but it's probably not to load. Okay, that's yours. This is Mickey. Just goes with the rest of the people. Here. Hey, good morning. Yes. For Leon, because he has it converted to micro HD.
I might.
Now I have goes to wherever you want it to project to.
Okay.
So this is where you.
Yeah. And then that's where's the up? Let's see if it works. So I turned it on by mistake, but
I thought it was just tough from piece of pro wire.
No. Two people have. 2 or 3 people have.
I misunderstood. I thought you were looking for notes. You were looking for
Cum?
how to
Da, acum vedem.
I misunderstood. I thought you were asked that
That's
several
why I shared
times.
the notes to you yesterday. Because like, oh,
So,
Okay, wait. I'm not transmitting there yet. So.
yep.
Sorry.
do you have the Apple converter?
Yeah. You need it right now?
Very same.
This one?
Let's make sure.
Yep. This should be the one.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Mini display port. If I may ask, are you gonna take it to the room downstairs? Or?
No,
Oh no,
I'm part
here.
of this presentation.
Oh.
Yeah.
So then I'll leave it here. Then. So.
Yeah. So this presentation, we're going to be switching out laptops.
Some, not all.
How frequently?
Do you need me to share a PDF with you? Would that make it easier?
The first one doesn't. If you can send it, you send me the slides, right? I can just load them and you can have them.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Do you have a?
You can send me a fresh copy. I can load it. That would be you and Mickey.
No, non sto prendendo. No. That's the ports.
Aaron. Okay, I think everyone actually gave me the slides, so we're not switching. Alright, cool.
Stai scherzando?
So this is
Da, ai ok?
here.
Și încadrare și tot?
This is me over here. Should load.
Works.
New,
They're all
that's not good.
This is also. You can turn it on from here. The thing is that I'm not receiving any video signal on this cable. So I don't know.
Did I see a USB drive?
I am able to see. Do you want to try this directly?
Yeah, let's try it directly.
I got it.
Okay, now it works.
Worse?
Well, I have the signal, and then it should start. Yeah,
That's, you mean better?
I think so. I'm not sure yet because it takes a while for this to.
No, I do. Do you want it to you? Do you want
So okay. Can I unplug it? No, just this one. Yeah. And now these need to go there. Yeah. Okay. Ai semnal. Bine, am rezolvat sunetul și la tine. Unul dintre canalele alea două care intrau în cameră avea un bâzâit în plus. Și l-am rezolvat dimineața. O să te duci să vezi dacă tot ești cum trebuie acolo. Dacă e la nivelul cameră. Ar trebui să fie cam ecran, dar nu are, cum îi zice, bubble din aia.
a standing one. Okay. Okay.
Make sure that you're in the mic. I'm maybe audio.
Side pane. No problem. Happy to help. Seems to work. Okay.
Do you need any help?
No, I think I'm ready to start.
It's recording.
Oh. Wait. 1 sec. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I missing? Okay. All right, I think we're ready to start. Amalia, you should join us. Okay. I'm happy everyone made it home okay. So, hi everyone. Hi Todd. I'm Sawyer, and this is the state of the Velociraptor. Now, if you follow the YAPC in recent years, you probably noticed that the state of the Velociraptor has morphed and changed. Instead of one single person, me, giving a talk about various projects, we actually have people from different projects giving talks about them. And what I wanted to do in this one is to take it one step further. And instead of just projects, we also wanted to have people from different communities within the Perl community talking about their own communities. And, you know, we all talk about code all the time, and it's programming and it's fun, but eventually it's not just words and it's not just code, it's actually a lot of people. And, you know, Perlmonger is actually a social club after all. So I'd like to start by presenting our first speaker. And our first speaker is a longtime software developer who moved to the UK from Silicon Valley in the 90s and got into Perl and into the community in Europe in 2001. She has spent 2 years leading the London PM from July 2014 to 2016, and her name is Sue Spence.
Hello, I have been to so many of these. It's nice to see all your happy faces after last night's party. Who's hungover? Oh, you guys are better behaved than I thought. 2 years ago, after years of coming to meetings and just organizing the occasional social meet, Tom Hewkins, Tom, are you here? I had a feeling not. Tom said, I need a break. Would you please do this? So I said, great, I'll do this. Why not? London PM, for those who don't know, and I think probably about half of you already know, has been going since about 1998. And it has been meeting regularly since this time. It has, I don't think, ever missed a social meeting in all those years. And it's had anywhere from 1 to 4 or more technical meetings every year, and which is I actually think is quite amazing, considering, because most clubs don't manage that kind of thing. It also has infrastructure. It has a website. It has IRC bots. It has all sorts of crazy service level agreement expectations for all of these things, and I was amazed actually at how much work it was to be London PM leader. So how many people here consider themselves members of London PM, go to any kind of social meeting or technical meeting? That's pretty good. Dave Cross, stand up. This is all his fault. And that guy there was at the first meeting. I don't know if we have anybody else. Steve Minot. I think you two may be the only, probably the longest serving members. Anyway, it's been interesting, I'll just say that. But I did have to throw it back after 2 years. But I learned things from it too, even at my greatly advanced age. And so I'd like to actually thank everybody who's been encouraging, and that includes probably a lot of people in this room that ever go to meetings. It's been great. Thanks very much.
All right. Now, I'd like to invite someone that does not like me talking about him, and I'm going to do it anyway, mostly for spite. He's been involved in several projects kind of under the radar. One of them is Dancer 2, where he's been a core member and pissed off David Golden more than once by trying to immutabilize every possible thing, which is good. And he is now working on MetaCPAN, which some of you might know, and he is willing, and not a lot of convincing, but he's willing to give us a good update on what's going on in the project and how it works and what's happening behind the scenes in MetaCPAN, which is a lot. And I'd like to invite Mickey Nasriachi.
תחזור למשה.
That's what happens when you ask someone if they can do something with their computer. Things will move around.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My apologies for ignoring all your emails. So this is why it's not according to the format. But I came here to mostly give an update, but also tell you a little bit about MetaCPAN. Quick question. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what MetaCPAN is? I see at least one hand. So MetaCPAN, as most of you know it, is a search engine for CPAN distributions. It also contains a lot of extra information that we index internally. But what not everyone knows is that it basically it's built of two components, two major components, a lot of small ones. There is the web interface, the website, but there's also an API layer that the website is built on top of, and this one is what holds the entire data, the storage, and serving it as a REST API and by itself. And there are a lot of tools that use the API directly, don't even go to the website to fetch data and do other stuff. So what the API is built of is there is a Catalyst application that serves the REST API, and there is an Elasticsearch storage backend that holds all the data and indexes, and holds all the index and information for every distribution, every release that is being uploaded to PAWS or shows up on the mirror. To be more precise, there is a big set of tools that does that. So every release that goes into the mirror gets parsed, analyzed, and the data is being inserted into the Elasticsearch backend. Now, what you know as the MetaSeep in production is what we call version 0 of the API, and that one has a very old version of Elasticsearch. By very old, I mean at least 4 years, and this is one of the first releases, in fact, which is very buggy and very slow and missing a lot of features that we would like to have. So, in the last few months, I joined the team a couple of months back, and with incredible people that the group consists of, we worked intensively to get an upgrade of the Elasticsearch backend from 0.20 to 2.3, which is the latest stable Elasticsearch. Can anyone guess how many stable releases Elasticsearch had between those two? Any guess? So I counted. If you take out the beta releases, release candidates, and special version that they have for Apache, only stable releases on the normal releases numbering, there are 67 releases in between those two numbers. So you can imagine this was a big, big project. So what does it give us? First, the Elasticsearch backend is now clustered, which is a huge change for us. It means that it's much stabler than version 0, which is unfortunately not as stable as we would like it to be. It has a lot of new features. Just making sure that you're seeing the same slide as I am. A lot of new features that are coming from Elasticsearch 2 directly. There are many improvements, bug fixes I don't even have to mention, and re-indexing, which is something that we really needed and is there, and there are many more. For example, a search suggester, auto-completion suggester that we will use. We haven't used it yet, but it's something that comes with the latest versions of Elasticsearch, and we really want to make use of it because our suggester is customly built and it's not as great as we would like it to be. It is supposed to be faster. It's not yet because of the hardware that we're using for version 1, which is an experimental environment, but it will be because of the improvements in Elasticsearch. Also, to contribute to that, we use the Fastly services for better CDN routing around the world and also caching. There are breaking changes. Now, when you get from 0.20 in Elasticsearch, 67 releases later, you will get some breaking changes because every one of them introduce at least one breaking change. So we're talking about hundreds of breaking changes. For us, this is why it is still not 100% perfect, and of course, it means that if you are using the API directly and you're not going through our official client, then it will break for you, probably. It's very likely to break for you, and you can use our help if you want to fix those issues. It has stricter mappings. It will not support the get with a body, which makes sense. It will have syntax changes on the Elasticsearch syntax itself, and some features that were actually removed. So some things would just not be there anymore. And there are a lot of improvements, but at the same time, a lot of breaking changes. This is why we have, or in addition to that, we have the client, which is an official client which you can use in order to access the API. The client is now supporting version 1 by just passing it to the object as a parameter. Just tell it, I want version 1, and it will make sure that some of the things that it does internally will suit the version 1. One of them is supporting a new feature that was added recently, which is the download URL index. It's a small thing, but it already makes a change between version 0 and version 1. Version 0 is officially frozen. We're not adding any new features. We're not doing much there. Only critical bug fixes will be done, but at the moment we don't see anything that's supposed to go in there. All new features going to V0 to V1, and by the end of the year we hope to switch and make V1 the production and get rid of V0 altogether. At this point, I'm calling for your help. We need some help from the community, from everyone. First thing that everyone can do is change your bookmarks. If you're using metacpn.org, you are probably, use version 1. This is the temporary URL for it. Change it on your bookmark and use it. That's the one for the API, if you're using the API directly. Now, the reason I'm asking you for that is because we want you to report any issues to us. You can imagine, like, when you do something that big, how valuable is community help in that testing such an environment is. Ilmari, thank you very, very much for all your contribution on the channel. He's very active on our channel reporting issues, and this is tremendously helping. Thank you very much. I'll buy your beer later. So please do. IRC channel, GitHub, email, anyway. I'll present the channels of communication later. Just reach out to us and tell us about any issue that you find. We will do whatever we can to fix them as soon as we can. If you want to take it one step further and also get involved, we will be very glad if you submit patches. If you see a problem and you can also fix it, wow, that would be awesome. Please do. And if you want to take it one step further, yet again, join the team. We are always looking to bring in people with special skills and people who can contribute. Everyone can contribute if they want to. There are a lot of areas to deal with there. Elasticsearch knowledge is valuable, Catalyst, and anything that we have in our environment. Well, Perl, everyone's a Perl developer. You can contribute to this project. There is a lot of room for changes and a lot of things to solve, and we will be glad to onboard you and help you throughout the process if you want to join a high-profile open source project, which gets a lot of credit as well. So that would be awesome. If you want to reach out to us, these are the channels through GitHub, through IRC, even an email. We will respond to that. But the upper two are the better ways to import it. And that's basically what I have today. So I thank you very much for your time.
All right, so. Let me see if I can do this right. Beautiful. Wait, that's not it. There we go. Bam. Okay, seems to work. All right, so after learning Java at university, that's not the right person. What am I saying? No. Did you study Java in the university? You didn't. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong cue card. Okay. Whoever is, I'm sorry. I mean, for more than one. Okay, never mind. Okay, I remember now. I don't have anything special to say about Todd, so I'm going to embarrass him too. So there is another person. I get to invite a lot of people who I know from behind the scenes doing a lot of work that a lot of people don't get to see. And I'm actually very happy about this. And one of the people that I get to invite here is Todd. And Todd is one of the driving forces behind the Pearl Conference. He has been to, I don't know how many YAPCs, I honestly don't know. And he's one of the organizers, and he's in charge of so many other things. He's in core, and he contributes to a lot of projects. He's a solid person to talk to and to get ideas from, and on whatever topic it is. And I'm very happy that I've gotten to know him more and more in recent years. And now he's actually only going to talk about one thing, which is the Houston Pearlmongers. So I'd like to invite Todd Ronaldo, please.
Oh, that's confusing. Yeah. How do I do this? Oh, no. So, hi, I'm Todd Ronaldo. I am a kind of co-organizer of Houston Pearlmongers. We live way over there in Houston, about 15 hours by plane, that's about right. A little background on Pearlmongers. It was started by Brian DeFoy, he wanted to, when he traveled around the country and around the world, he wanted to be able to contact people and meet fellow Perl programmers when he was in different cities. I'm actually not sure if that's Brian Foy, but that's apparently his Twitter handle. I did some archaeology because I didn't actually know how long Houston Pearlmongers had been around, and was able to figure out that we've at least been around since 2002, but in truth, we probably formed when Wade, who's the primary organizer, came online in 2005. Wade is a recovering C, C++, and Java programmer, now programming Groovy, but still comes to all the Perl meetings, and it's still his first love. This is the best picture of Wade on the internet. He doesn't actually have any pictures of himself. What we decided early on, we actually tend to have maybe 10 technical talks per year. We tend to have a few other meetings, but we decided early on that, you know, I'm there to learn something interesting and hang out with other Perl programmers, but you know, anything is interesting. Anything that's interesting to me, I'd love to have somebody present on it. Very early on, we had YAPC in Houston, so we did some of our meetings about that. But we've also had multiple meetings where this module was actually developed almost entirely with a group of Houston Pearlmongers just sitting around hacking on device USB. I've also had more generic topics like DBI Catalyst, Moose, and DBIX class. We've tried to work on Perl 6 contributions. We've tried to do talks where we try to bring in new people that aren't maybe active Perl programmers with a, hey, come tell us what you're having trouble with, and we'll just sit around and talk and try to educate you on how to do better with Perl. We've had module talks where somebody will come in who's an expert with MYT Prof, or we've had talks on kind of off Perl topics. Everything's got a corresponding module, but these talks tended to be about these technologies like SVG, Bitcoin, RRD tool, We had an intro to Erlang, and I'm still recovering from that meeting because he basically threw us into the deep end of the pool, and some of us got out alive. It turns out one of the primary developers for Koha, which is a library system, moved to Houston, and she gave a talk on the Koha library system, which is entirely written in Perl. We've had people who've been in BioPerl come and talk to us about the project and the problems with it. We also have general Perl topics. Very often we try to do this every couple of years, where we will get new people to the mailing list, and we will try to bring them out to the meetings by talking to them about more introductory topics. Often when you have a meeting on a more advanced topic, you tend to scare people away who are scared they're going to be in over their head. And the secret truth is that usually when we go to these meetings, we're in over our head on some of the topics we talk about too. So we'll have intro to Perl classes, but we've also done classes like we'll do a class on Perl one-liners with Perl-E and all of the different forms of Perl Pi and NPE. We had a talk, I really liked this one. We tended to just sit around the room and talk about each slide as it came up, and we would talk about code smells, and when each of us saw that code, what our thought was about how this could go wrong. We have had multiple Perl security talks. I've very much enjoyed those, done by JD, who spoke earlier yesterday. And then recently we've actually started, we've had trouble getting people to volunteer for talks, and we started doing lightning talks where people will just come and talk for 5 minutes about whatever, and very often we can get 3 or 4 volunteers who will talk about something. Usually it is not 5 minutes, it's often much longer. So we don't always just have meetings where we sit around and talk. Sometimes we like to do social events. Well, it doesn't really look like that. It looks much more like this. And hopefully we don't have this guy as our waiter. And those talks tend to be good too, or those meetings tend to be good too, because we're just sitting around. We still tend to talk about technical topics. Sometimes we go, we'll talk about favorite books or whatever. It's just a good chance to, kind of get away from work, but still talk about stuff in your field, still expand your knowledge. Meeting is a big problem in Houston. So this is Houston, and you can get around Houston pretty easy. It's got good roadway systems, except the problem is that this is where everyone lives in Houston. And I live way up in the woodlands up top, but there are people who live way out. You see Sealy over on the left, and down in Pearland. And for instance, to get from the woodlands to the Pearland, it's about 90 kilometers, or sometimes, depending on traffic, especially when the meetings are, it can be 1 to 2 hours to get around. And the problem, It is too big. Texas is too big. And part of the problem is Houston, because of the traffic, people will actually shift their hours. So some people are working 7 to 4, some people are working 10 to 7. And so you'll have people who come in early and then go home, and they're home by 5 or 6. They've had dinner, they're hanging out, and the meeting's in an hour, and they really don't want to drive downtown to go back to the meeting. And even people around the city, some people work down in NASA, which is down in the south area of town. And even, they never drive into Houston. So we've tried to actually do remote meetings. We started a Perlmonger group where anybody can join around the world, and people will, we've mostly been doing Google Hangouts. Often they're recorded. and posted afterwards. There's a Google Groups link for it, which I don't have, but pretty easy to find. I think it's called hangouts.pm. I started the idea, but actually Dallas-Fort Worth does a lot of their meetings online that you can join. Utah's done a few in Salt Lake City. For us, we tend to meet in Central Houston. Our first meetings were at the Houston Area League of PC users. But they started charging us for the space, so different people who are employees tended to get a space in their own building, mostly around Central Houston. And, you know, we just have to live with some people not being able to make it. We are always looking for new people to join. Whenever we have new people, we talk to them, we find out about them. It's been very interesting. We get people who are retired and just looking for something new and interesting to learn. We get a lot of people who do Perl all day long, but they do it at their house and really don't interact with other people. Just a very wide variety of people, and we're always welcome to meet any of them and have them back. So that's about all I got to say about Houston. Thanks. I'm not going to type.
Okay. I'm going to close this off and over. Okay. Right. Hey, look at that. Okay. One of the nice things about organizing this, other than hopefully not screwing it up, is that I get to talk about whatever I want. One of the projects that I've been involved with the most, and the longest, is Dancer. Currently, I'm the project lead for Dancer 2, which is a rewrite of Dancer 1. It is now actually being released by Jason Chrome, and he's doing a really good job, and I couldn't be happier. I have a lot to say about Dancer 2. I really do. I have so much, but I'm not going to do that. I actually have only one specific thing I'd like to focus on, and I was thinking a lot about this, and this is one thing that I really want to share that we've been doing. The plugin architecture of Dancer 2, it was fairly half-baked. There was a good idea, but the implementation was not completed. And we released Dancer 2 with a lot of things pretty solid, except for the plugin system. So it sort of worked, but not fully, not completely. There were some things you couldn't do that you could do before, and that was a bit of a loss. One major issue for a lot of developers was plugins being able to use and utilize other plugins, and that wasn't there. And when developers, when developers complained and said, well, we actually do need this very much, we realized we had to fix it. But in order to fix it, we had to rewrite it completely from scratch. And it wasn't simple, but we got it done. It's now modeled after the Dancer, it's now modeled after Moose and role composition and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool, and it works. And it's really nice. There's a difference, though. The difference is that if you've ever used Dancer or Dancer 2, you know that everything is keywords. But with the new thing, the plugins are basically objects, full objects with instances. They have attributes, methods, the whole thing. The problem that we face, though, is that because of it, it is fundamentally different from the previous plugin architecture, which made it completely break and be incompatible with whatever plugins you currently have, which means that if we release this, your modules and all of your applications that are using modules completely break on the spot. So that was kind of a problem. We had two options on how to handle this. The first one was to release it the way it is. We release it the way it is, we basically break everything. So that wasn't such a good idea. But then we thought, okay, we have another idea. What we could do is release it under a different name. And for a while, the name that we had used for this was the answer to plugin 2. And I think this also presented a problem. I don't know what it is. People don't like change. It's something psychological. And we've already had this transition from the answer to the answer 2. And we've heard a lot of, I haven't tried this, and not, I tried this and it failed. See, the answer 1 and 2, they're almost completely the same, almost entirely the same, the syntax and behavior, but it's one character difference. And we've seen so many people who won't just add the 2, and that happens because people don't like change. It's very hard. I don't know why it is that way, but it's one character difference. I mean, it's hard. So we didn't want to do that either because we already suffered from this, and it didn't go well. So what we decided to eventually do is pick a third option. And our third option would be to introduce a compatibility layer that whenever you wrote the old code, it would translate that to the new code. And that was really hard to do. That was interesting. I learned a lot about how much I could twist and turn and move Perl around, which was awesome, but it's also really, really hard. But I mean, I think the trick with that was that we found a lot of edge cases when we did this. So you put in a compatibility layer and you say, when someone writes this function, I'm gonna do this thing. But then we realized people have done other stuff we haven't thought of and that we couldn't easily either know about or fix. So we had, I'm sorry, I'm a bit down. So we had a decision to make. And what we decided to do instead was to contact each and every plugin that we found. We basically searched all of CPAN, we searched all of GitHub, we found any Dancer plugin that we could find, and we ran all of our tests against that to see if it introduced any new edge cases that we didn't know about. And when we ran all of these tests, we found some tests that were, some plugins that didn't have any tests. So we added some tests. So a bunch of plugins received tests from us because we wanted to make sure that they work with us. And then we had situations in which either the compatibility layer needed fixing, like, oh, you're doing this and it makes a lot of sense. We didn't support that, we should. Or the module, the plugin itself needed fixing because you're doing something that, I'm sorry, we either couldn't support or there's no reason or we shouldn't. So we had to make all of these changes, but running the tests on all of the plugins we found, it was way more than I thought. Then we coordinated the releases with every single plugin author, basically making sure they can release a version that we know works. And once we submitted changes to the module to make them work, or submitted changes to our code that it will work, we make sure that all of the relevant plugins were released again. That allows us to make sure that CPAN is safe, that if you download the latest version of the plugin, before we release the Dancer 2, it will work the same, and after we release the new plugin architecture, it will still work the same, and it won't break on you, and that was very important. And after that, we finally released the new version of Dancer 2. This took from the moment, I think it was from the moment that we wrote and finished writing the new plugin architecture, it took a year, like an entire year of doing this. And that was, I mean, the majority of the work was to allow modules to move to the new syntax and to also allow them to work on this new syntax. Now, most of this work was done by, and of course coordinate the releases, sorry. One of this work was done by one person, Peter Mottram, who also goes by CSP. I think a lot of people don't know him. He joined Dancer quite recently, and he led this entire thing. He maintained tickets, he created all of the relevant pull requests, he contacted all of the authors, he emailed everyone, he kept track of everything, he wrote a lot of the tests, he ran a ton of them over and over and over again. He scoured all of GitHub to find any plugin that is not released. He scoured it to find any repo of any plugin that is not mentioned in MetaCPAN. So it was a lot of work. And that actually leads me to something I wanted to discuss briefly, which is how do we make the Dancer community a place where we can have amazing people like Peter or amazing people like Jason or Jason, It's very hard to switch from JSON to JSON. How do we make it a place that is welcoming enough to bring in these people and all of the things that they can contribute? And it's amazing because Jason, his contributions at first were not even code. I'm not even sure how many lines of code Jason actually committed. He mostly did documentation patches, which we found incredibly important. So the way that we do this is we make an effort to be aware of and to attend to broken stairs. And I would like to explain what broken stairs are. Now, have you ever lived in a building where there was something broken? There was a broken stair that you could trip in, fall in. There was a pool of water that you could slip on. And everyone knew it was broken, but nobody fixed it. And people came to the building, they moved in, and you don't want them to slip on it, you don't want them to fall, and you don't want them to hurt themselves. So you tell them, hey, there's this broken stair here, and there's this puddle of water here, just be careful. And everyone is always very careful, and they work around the broken stairs, they work around the pool, the puddle of water, and all of these different stuff. I know I've lived in buildings like that. And the interesting thing is that we will talk about it a lot, and we will tell everyone about it, and we will warn them because we don't want them to hurt themselves. But we don't fix it. Nobody fixes the stairs. Nobody checks that the puddle of water is actually not there anymore and attend to it. And I think that sometimes people are like that. I think sometimes people are like that broken stair. There are some people that they harm, they hurt, they offend, they make it difficult for others. Sometimes it's emotionally, sometimes it's even physically. And sometimes this problem, the way these people behave, or this issue doesn't get addressed. And it doesn't get addressed because there might be a lot of reasons. Usually it's just easier to avoid these people, to work around them, just like to work around the broken stair. Because, you know, it's easier to warn everyone about them than to talk to these people or to make sure that we address their behavior in whatever form we're in. And, you know, it might be that these people are very powerful, and that's why it's really hard to do, and it's really scary to do, and it's very intimidating. Or maybe we just don't feel like it's something that we can do. But in the dancer community, we don't want to have broken stairs. We don't want to have to warn people to be careful of someone or their behavior. And we try to create an atmosphere where broken stairs are not okay. And it's obvious, and it's everyone's place to notice it and to address it. So we try to be aware of it, we try to address it. We have a standard of conduct, and we know how we want to treat one another. We know how we want to be treated. We have simple rules that I know for a lot of people are very hard to grasp, that it is that simple, but these are our rules. Abuse is always bad, and it is never, ever, ever tolerated in any form. And people think that this means, oh, well, now I can't say what I want to say. Now I can't provide criticism. Now I can't be myself. I will say one thing. If you look at abuse or a policy of no abuse and you're thinking, I can't be myself, that's a good thing. That means that policy should be there, because you might be an abusive person and you shouldn't participate. But for a lot of other people who have criticism, who have comments, who would like to discuss topics and be honest, we found that being honest and being direct is the easiest thing that we can do without being offensive. It is easier to be honest and to say what you want without offending. I'll give a few examples. I've written several sentences that provide examples on things that you can say when you really want to say something but you're not sure how. And oftentimes you'll hear people say that, you know, it's a struggle, like, to always be nice, because I want to keep it technical. I don't want to have to mask what I want to say. But usually these are people who are really, really offensive, and they try to mask it as that I'm just being technical. So just to be clear, saying you're stupid is not keeping it technical. And I've seen several people who say, and it's not necessarily Perl, right? This is a problem in IT in general. This is a problem in a lot of spaces that we participate in. This is a problem in some places of work and in various groups. And people think that, you know, I'm going to tell you you're stupid, and I'm just keeping it technical here. You being offended, you're just putting feelings into this, as if me saying you're stupid has nothing to do with my state of mind and my emotions. Thank you. Additionally, this is dumb is not an actionable sentence. I've seen multiple places on IRC. It's not, again, it's not just Pearl. I'm in a lot of IRC channels and a lot of projects, and oftentimes you get to hear people say, oh, what you did is stupid. Well, stupid is not actionable. I cannot say, I can't unstupidify my code. Like, there is no metric for dumb. Like, it doesn't work that way. You can say a lot of things that are very accurate, and this is not one of them. I have examples. This is slow is very helpful. This will crash is incredibly helpful. This is buggy, and you can try and expand on why it's buggy, where it's buggy, how it's buggy. I think you're wrong is a very good point of criticism. It's fantastic. It is not offensive in any way to say, I think you're wrong. I get to hear a lot of people tell me that. And it's fine, because I am wrong a lot of the time. It's a sentence that we say in the dancer community quite often, because that's how we learn. One person says, okay, I think that's wrong. Or, I don't like this, and give a reason why you don't like this. I say that a lot. People give ideas, and I'll say, okay, I understand the idea. I don't know if I like this specific function implementation. I don't like it because this implementation has additional benefits. List them. It's very easy to do. If you have benefits, you can list them. You're forgetting about this is a very good way to say that there is another consideration here that is missed. It's not offensive to say that, and it's exactly what you want to say. It will break in some situations. I've had the person tell me that it's easier to tell someone that what they did is stupid than to say the sentence, it will break in some situations. And it's incredible that I had to say, but why can't you use those words? They can at least consider that even if you don't have time to expand. And the sentence, I don't have time to review this, is, you know, it might be a bit sucky to hear, but it's very honest, and it's much more honest than just ranting and moving on because you don't have time. It's easier to just say, I'm sorry, I don't have time to review this right now. And it's honest, and it's direct, and it's not offensive in any way. And we always mask these words, which is what we want to say, with really hurtful things instead, which is really weird. And it's very, very non-technical. So it's actually simple. In the dancer community, we treat each other with respect, and we expect to be treated with respect. That's our rule. That's how we roll, and we like it. We like it very, very much. Now, we try to create an environment at the same time that it's also fun to work in, and we also try to promote learning. So if you provide a patch to the dancer, we don't care how. You can send in an email, you can send a diff, you can send a pull request. If you don't know how to send a pull request, we will help you create a pull request. If you don't know how to work with Git, we will help you learn how to work with Git, because we want to promote learning, and that's how we learn. I learned a lot from working on the plugin architecture, and we've had several people that we worked with them, and that's why you participate in stuff like the Google Summer of Code or the Outreachy program, which was originally named the Outreach Program for Women. So if you're interested in joining us, we would be happy to have you here. We would have to have any contribution you might want to provide. And I think that's all I had to say about Dancer. Thank you. Now, after learning Java at university, which is their IQ card, Tina started with Perl 5.004, is that right? That's amazing. No, this is amazing, on Solaris. That is amazing. I'm sorry, it's not, okay. At a student job in 1998, and found out that programming can actually be fun. One anecdote that I can share is that we're sitting in a room, and it's hard to imagine two punks sitting and comparing music, and no one knows the bands that the other person is talking about. And it was a very interesting experience. And Tina tends to work on a lot of projects, and my deal with Tina was, I'd like you to come and talk about whichever one you want, whichever group you're in, whichever project you want to talk about, and I'm very happy that she agreed. So please accept and welcome Tina Mueller. Let me just see if, is it, it's not it. I think this is yours. right?
Good morning. So, oh, I don't see the same screen.
Yeah, you won't be able
So-
to because it's PDF. I'm sorry. So you're gonna have to use the space bar.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't see it here. It's over there because it's not climbing. So you're over there, you just don't see it. So you just press space, it will work in a sec. Press space and you'll see it. There we go. Here's the cursor over there. So you are here. You just don't see it on the screen. So you can press space.
Okay. So I'm just going to talk about three little things about the German Perl community. So I'm a member of Berlin PM. We have meetings since 2002, and I joined around that time also. We have 118 subscribers on our mailing list and about 8 to 10 people on every meeting. We usually only do social meetings. We are pretty lazy actually, so we are just meeting at restaurants, and we are actually trying to find another location for every meeting. So we learned, Berlin. Oh yeah, and we organized the German Perl workshop. So we don't do technical meetings usually, but we actually did the German Perl workshop. That was a really great experience. So if you have a Perl Monger group, and yeah, try it out and organize a Perl workshop. And the history of all of our meetings can be found on a Google map. That's very interesting to see where we tend to meet. Okay, yeah, that was Berlin Perm. And there's also a Perl Community.de. So that's a forum for Perl. It started around 2003. It was previously on Perl.de, but the owner just sold the domain because he wanted to get money, and the next owner wanted to earn some money with the domain, so we decided to move our whole community to a new domain. And yeah, it's going a little bit down, the number of threads, but I guess that's happening to other forums too. The board is running on Perl with a software we actually created in our community. I've been doing a lot of work on this, so it was kind of my long-term project where I try out new technologies. So the software, it has a couple of nice features. So you have threaded trees actually, like on Reddit or Perlmonks. You can immediately see which part of the thread are new. You cannot do this on Reddit or Perlmonks. The headlines are colored by age, and you can actually navigate through the thread very easily. It uses some JavaScript, but it is usable without JavaScript, which you cannot say about a lot of sites anymore. And it's fast. But it's a hell to install. I never wrote any documentation and helper script, so it never saw the light of the day actually, except for our site. Maybe I'll continue to work on this. And the community actually started an IRC channel on ircperl.org called Perl.de. So anyone who speaks German or wants to learn German can join us. So it's quite different from on-topic channels, because any topic is on topic on our channel. So we just hang around all the day. And if you're programming and have a problem, you just throw in your question or anything, and someone will just come up and help you, or yeah, anything. So that's really a good thing. I think there's also a Perl FR channel. And so you might start a channel for your country to hang around.
it's really nice because you also get maybe some updates, some news about new modules or anything. It's a good way to join the community. Yes. Not much traffic in our German channel, usually. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, okay. The next person is a long-time contributor to a lot of projects. He is joined P5P early on, or early on-ish. He's been contributing to a lot of other projects. I get to work with him on a few of my own. And I'm very happy that he was willing to give this. It took some convincing, mainly because it's something that no one really wanted to do. It was very hard to get someone to agree to represent it. And the project I asked him to represent is the Pro 5 porters. And I'd like to invite Aaron Crane, please.
Okay, hello everyone. As Soya said, I'm here to talk about P5P, Perl 5 Porters, which is the mailing list where we manage the development of the Perl 5 core, and that isn't working. Soya.
Press space and it will move.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So, just to be clear, if you want to hear about, I'm not talking about the technical aspects of the work we do in P5P, I'm not talking about the new things in Perl 5.24. If you do want to hear about that, Soya's giving a talk on it tomorrow in this very room, and you'll be able to hear about all juicy details there. Instead, I want to focus on P5P as a community. So the big change we've had in the last year in P5P is that we've had a change of Pumpkin. And Pumpkin is the person who's responsible for the paperwork, and if need be, they have to make decisions. And we've had Ricardo Signes serving as Pumpkin for quite some time. He stood down, and Soya has graciously agreed to take over. Oops, there we go, Soya. Rick has presided over an unprecedented 5 stable releases of Perl. His track record there, I think, speaks for itself. He's also introduced this really important policy for how we behave on P5P. So this is something he said in 2012. I will call out unreasonable behavior to improve P5P's culture. And our policy is very simple. We require that everyone treat everyone else with civility, and we aim to treat each other with kindness. And that last bit was from Tim Bunce. Very grateful to him for that. We do have a small team of moderators to enforce this, and in a largely volunteer organization, the only way we can actually enforce this, if need be, is to apply a ban. We do have this policy that if people persist in behaving unreasonably, we will ban them. And I do believe very strongly that this is a very important measure, which is why I agreed to serve as one of the moderators. But I'm delighted to report that there have only been a handful of times when the moderators have needed to take action. But I wanted to talk about the community, and I think I'm going to focus on, I'm going to highlight a few of the contributions that some of our contributors have made. We do have an awful lot of contributors, literally hundreds of contributors every year. And there's far too many to talk about individually. So I'm just going to pick out a few people and talk about some of the work they've done. And of course, there's more work than, each person has done a lot more than I'm talking about, and there are a lot of people I just don't have time to mention. So this is just an overview, not a slight on anyone's work. So let's start with Carl Williamson. He's the list's resident Unicode expert. He's landed support for Unicode 8 and in 524, Unicode 9 very recently. He has done a huge amount of work on the Redux engine. He works on locales, all that sort of thing. Really prolific contributor. Tony Cook works on a wide variety of parts of the core. He's done quite a lot of work on some security issues lately. And he also does a lot of applying people's patches that get submitted. And the thing I love about this is I think it's great to give new contributors the idea that if they see something they want to improve in Perl, they can submit a patch and it will get applied. Right? I think this is very important for convincing people that they can make a difference. Brian Carpenter, he's been running a fuzzing tool called American Fuzzy Lop on the Perl core, and he's been finding dozens of bugs that could cause Perl to crash. And of course, every time you find one, you have to minimize it to a smallest possible test case and check it's not a duplicate of anything else. And this takes a lot of work, and obviously it's really valuable. This is one of the ways we get to maintain Perl's reputation for robustness, for battle-testedness. Karen Etheridge, a lot of you will know that she does a lot of work cutting releases of CPAN modules, and of course this carries over into P5P. She submits lots of patches to upgrade the modules to bundled with core, including a lot of the all-important toolchain modules that allow you to install other modules. Dan Collins has recently started working on tackling our fairly long bug queue, joining long-term contributor Jim Keenan. So this is, it's amazing how many cases there are where we've got a bug in the database, bug in our RT queue, that's actually already been fixed, but it's not been marked as resolved. So having someone just go through and find these is a really valuable way of letting everyone else see what still needs to be worked on. Dave Mitchell, he's done an awful lot of wide-ranging work on really difficult things, whether that be performance, bugs, or new features, things that require seriously in-depth knowledge of the core. The thing he's been working on most recently is improving the performance and debuggability of core signatures. So this is a really valuable thing. That was originally based on a proposal by Peter Martini and implemented by Zephyr. Tux is, he is one of the people who does regular smoke testing of Perl as it's in development, including on some less widely used systems like HPUX. And he's also, for a very long time, been our expert on Configure, which is the heart of Perl 5's portability to Unix systems. Last but not least, Steve Hay. Again, he does a lot of wide-ranging contributions, but at the moment he seems to be our resident maint releaser. So he does point releases of stable versions of Perl. And at the moment he's in the middle of 2 parallel simultaneous releases of 522 and 524 to deal with some important security issues. But as I say, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are literally hundreds of contributors, and I obviously don't have time to thank them all individually, but I wish I did, and perhaps we could give them a hand. So, in the past, P5P has had a reputation as being a haven of ill-natured arguments, and this is why I think this astonishing roster of people who've contributed to P5P just in the last year is an indication that that's no longer deserved. And I think I'd like to thank Rick once again for making P5P a place where we can cooperate productively and with civility to make Perl as good as it can be and to make newcomers feel welcome. So if you are interested in working on Perl, if you see something you'd like to improve in Perl, in the documentation, if you'd want to report a bug, fix a bug, discuss a proposal, please come along. We will aim to make you feel welcome. Come and join us. Thank you.
All right, a quick update. We are, we kind of started late, so we're pushing everything a bit forward. So in about 10 minutes, the rest of the talks will start. So thank you for understanding. So the person I wanted to bring in last, unfortunately, ran out just to make sure that everyone's in sync, not to start the talks that you want to attend. I actually get to have some of my closing comments. And so I'll create a blank screen here because I just want to say a few words. And Vim won't clear it until I do this. Okay. So until the next person, which will be the last speaker, shows up, I just want to say a few more words, which I really wanted to end up with. I've recently become the pumpkin, and people think that it means that I'm making a lot of technical decisions about Pro 5 all day long, and I come in and say what will happen and all of that, which is just, it's actually not true. It's pretty ridiculous. Pro 5 is developed by a group of very bright individuals, which Aaron spoke about, which is the Pro 5 porters. I try to make it easier for them to do their job. So that means that I facilitate discussions, I mediate conversations. Sometimes there are conflicting ideas, and then I might have to come in and make a decision and decide on what direction to take. But most of the day, it's basically doing a lot of paperwork. One of the goals that I've had is to make the core developer community, which is what we refer to as P5P, a better place for working in the Pro 5 core. And to make it more welcoming, to grow it, to provide room for more hackers to participate in developing and improving the language. Now, the proper standards of conduct were already instituted by Ricardo Cygnus. There is moderation, some by Aaron Crane, and I'm very thankful for that. But there's another important aspect in a community, in my opinion, that is very important that we often miss, which is inclusiveness. And one easy thing that we tend to forget when we work on code is people and their experiences. The differences in experiences that people have is something we often neglect. And these different people have different backgrounds, which leads to different skills, different understandings. We don't all share the same experiences. We don't all have the same past. Even that broken stair analogy that I talked about earlier, it's somewhat flawed because, you know, I have friends that cannot walk upstairs, you know? And that's not always the right analogy and the right example. An example which I took also from an interesting blog called Provocracy, and I think it deserves some credit. So we assume that we all take the same path to reach to where we are, but that's not actually true. Some of us have clear advantages that others do not. I want to take me, for instance. I'm lucky enough that my parents had enough money to put me in high school. And even though it's hard to believe, I did graduate. And fairly well. But I always had access to a computer. I have a lot of friends who never did. I know people who still don't, and they get to use computers in certain situations, but they don't have one at home. And we assume that the fact that I'm here is because I'm just smart. And I know it's a shock to some of you, probably not to most. I'm not that smart. I'm not. I just had a lot of opportunities. I had a lot of advantages that other people who are brighter, smarter, more intelligent, more sophisticated, more capable, more able, they didn't have. So that's why I'm here. And I think those opportunities that I've had, and the opportunities that we all have, they tend to blind us. And we attribute who we are to how we are. Like it's just me. And it has nothing to do with the advantages that I've had in life and the opportunities that I've had. And I think that recognizing these advantages in life that brought us to where we are right now and to our current place, and understanding the differences in experiences that other people have, it helps us build a community that is open, that is welcoming, that is inclusive. And I think this results in the end in a bigger community, a stronger community, with people who are able to tackle more issues. And we can just make things better. We can avoid burnout, which is very, very common. It's very common to burn out in development, in community, in programming, in IT in general, in administration, in whatever field you have here. Burnout is very common, and we can avoid that if we are able to be more open and accepting of others. And I hope to take this lesson that I have learned myself and to try and apply it and embrace it in more and more communities and projects that I'm active in. Something that I really wanted to share. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to share this. Now, I would actually like to bring in the last speaker. She is the organizer, or the organizer's organizer of this conference. She has been leading Cluj PM for a very long time. It's probably one of the most awesome places I've been to because I've made a lot of friends here, and I was always greeted here with care, like actual love, like family. And that's why I got to come here so many times, and it's been a pleasure. And I hold Amalia as a dear, dear friend, and I'm very happy that she will come and talk to you for a few minutes about Cluj PM.
Okay, I'll try to be really brief, not to take away precious time for coffee. Who here doesn't recognize this fellow? Okay, it works. So who here doesn't recognize this little fellow? It's the mascot of Cluj PM. It's the symbol of Transylvania, legend says. I'll be brief, as I mentioned, not to take away precious time for coffee. I just wanted to let you know a few words about Cluj PM. We were formed back in 2012, 4 years. And in our 4th year, we get to organize YAPC Europe, which is a massive honor. And thank you all for being here. We all started thinking about forming a group when our technical people came back from YAPC Europe in Riga, I suppose. Horia, do you approve of this? He's the technical mastermind behind everything Cluj PM does. So huge thanks for doing this. During the 4 years, we had amazing guest speakers. Actually, I'm seeing Dave Cross now. He should have been the first guest speaker ever, so you still owe us one. FYI. Wendy and Liz, I'm seeing here. We had Larry Wall. We had Sawyer so many times. Curtis Poe, Riba Sushi, Matt Trout, Mark Keating, all wonderful people. And we're really looking forward to see everyone back at our meetings. A few things that probably were amazing to other members of other communities were the ratio between male-female programmers and Cluj PM members. It's basically close to 50-50 due to the we have amazing women programmers. I guess yes, applause, please. It's most probably due to women getting into computer science universities, which we have two technical universities which produce a large amount of programmers. Cluj is known to have a lot of programmers, about 10K, so a lot of them are women. Another thing that was particular was the large number of attendees. Other members told us. We have an average of around 80 attendees. The maximum was 155 when Larry Wall was here, so it was a peak. Thank you again for that. And basically we meet twice a year. We have all our meetings in English, so whenever you are around, feel free to pop in. We'll be welcoming you. Basically, that was it. For any other questions, I'm around all day. Find me. We'll talk more about Cluj PM, about communities, and I'm really looking forward to get some more ideas from you. Thank you.
All right, so that's it for the state of the Velociraptor. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank you for coming. I would like to thank you for listening. I would like to implore you to join a community, join a project, create your own. And I would like to implore you to come here next year on stage and share it with everyone else. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Sir, I'm staying until tomorrow night.
Yeah,
Ask if you can borrow this recorder.
of course. Of
So
course.
we can record a session and make sure because lots of people
Absolutely.
come with lots of different laptops.
Absolutely. So let me just check how much space there is on it, clear it out,
Does
and
it support USB or SD card or what's okay?
and it records everything on it. It can actually hold, I think, about 9 to 12 hours, but it depends, like if it's HDMI or if it's whatever. So let me check how much room it still has and clear it out for you. Do you need it now? Because you can already use it if you want. Yeah, of course. I think it has enough. I can check. Sorry for the delay.
No, this makes me feel not so bad that I'm not using the full 30 minutes. So,
Well, we wanted to move everything forward a bit.
Okay,
so we can still have
what
it.
kind of adapter do you have?
I have HDMI.
You have HDMI? Or is that HDMI? Micro and
It's mini display port 2
Yeah, yeah.
HDMI. It fits. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You get it.
Basically talking about what was supposed to be disclosed on
Take into account that, okay, it has like 56 gigs on it. Yeah, it's, what he recorded now,
Let's see.
everything that we
Well,
recorded now was 1.2 gigs, or 1 gig. So it's fairly,
56 hours, okay.
because yeah,
The power adapter, is it down here or where is it?
Oh, I haven't plugged my power adapter.
Is this the
in yet.
power,
handle
your
quite a
power
bit.
adapter?
This is mine, I'm sorry.
Right.
And just
That thing is still connected, so I leave it
connected to the
connected.
power.
Yeah.
And the power is there, so just pull it up. This one. Yeah. Yeah. It worked this time.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you know what? I actually, wait, let me double check.
I don't get any image.
Oh, I forgot to turn on, oh, I did. No, turn on the microphone. You have another audio track just in case. No, you have just one in case, just in case. But let me see.
Merge sandwich.
So this was,
Should I be seeing an image yet? Because
Not in just a second. There is no
okay,
power.
okay, no.
this is the entire thing, it's about an hour and 10, and it took about 1 gig. There's still 54 gigs left. Right?
Yeah.
Okay? Lasts for quite a while.
Do I have to power it on or just plugged in?
There we go.
It's on?
Yeah. So when you want, no, it doesn't show that it's beeping because it doesn't have connections. Are you transmitting?
Yeah, no, it recognizes
Once
something.
you will, you will see the
what?
HDMI light up. So
Okay,
it's basically saying, I have
Yeah, it switched the resolution. Wait, to let me. What are you?
here, like here, you can just press record.
Wait. Yeah.
German.
Okay.
Yeah,
see,
yeah, yeah.
It's not so good.
Yeah. you need to switch it to extend instead of duplicate.
Yeah, but it should. What's the? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the issue.
That's likely the issue.
That's it. You should be able to.
Do you want to? Okay. Oh, that's great. It works.
Yay!
This is so weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it a PowerPoint?
No, it's HTML in
Just
the
a
browser.
second. Start it. Oh, it's HTML. It's mirror. It's okay.
I hope it records.
Yeah.
Great.
No, yes,
Can I use this microphone or should I use this microphone?
or you can use that one.
No, because I have a quicker. It would be great if I can use.
I'm not sure how.
Lights up. Check. Yeah. Okay. This is.
Maybe higher.
Yeah. I think. Okay, yeah. Can everybody hear me like this? Cool.
You still have a minute on the new schedule. I just pushed all the 10:10s back to 10:30. Of course, they're now overlapping with the next function. I have to push them. Gotta love this. Oh, yes. Yeah. I push these back.
If I'm walking too much to the left and the right, you can wave at me and
You'll hear it.
Early next year,
okay, so I'll start now. I hope everybody is here and everybody enjoyed the talks. Is it too loud or? Not enough. I don't know how to make it. It is on, but not loud enough. Maybe I should wear it differently, or I'll just use the lectern.
better
Yeah,
either use this one or that one?
that one. Okay, so yeah, after that, my name is Max Maischein, and I'm very happy to tell you today a bit about a small project of mine, building a search engine in Perl. What do I want to show you today? Well, first of all, I want to tell you a bit about my motivation. Why did I try to write a search engine in Perl? And then I will show you a bit or tell you a bit about what I think makes up a search engine, and we'll also look at the actual ingredients that you need to build your own search engine. I will try to do a live demo. We'll see how that goes. And at the end, I will also tell you a bit about where I am at currently and what future improvements I hope to make in the next days or weeks or whatever. Yeah. A short bit about who I am. My name is Max Maischein. I am a member of the Frankfurt Perlmongers and program in Perl since 2000. For my employer, I work since 2013 on various financial regulatory regimes like EMIR, EINSIG, MiFID, weird regulatory stuff. Has little to do with Perl. And now since 2016, I moved into a group named Smart Data, and I mostly run now a data warehouse used for the reporting to the financial regulatory regimes. That's what I do. And this also brings me to my motivation already, because there's far too much information. Far too much different information, and I don't have the time to properly organize this information, like put it in categories or whatever. I get lots of mails at home and at work. Some are with PDFs and some are with Excel sheets at work, and I download maybe some files at home, which I think might be useful someday or might be useful now, but then I forget about them and they stay in my download folder. So I want the computer to help me and to do some information organizing for me, but I do want it done differently from Google, because I want my data to stay local to me. I don't want to upload everything to the cloud, into Google Drive or whatever, so that Google can index the data for me. I want to have my information for me, because I don't want to become part of a result set where somebody looks for all the people who have the anarchist cookbook and maybe some information about derivative trades, and I turn up. I don't like that. So I've looked into various existing approaches about local search, and there was a time, or maybe it's still available, Google used to sell you a computer that you could put in your rack. It had 1 unit of height, and you turn it on, it starts spidering your intranet and all your Windows shares and gives you a Google search except in your intranet, which I couldn't really find out if Google still sells it, but the last I remembered is that the price was like 20,000 euro, which is not that much for a company, but a little much for me at home, and I don't have a 19-inch rack, so no. There is Windows Desktop Search with Cortana, but it only indexes Windows shares and not really mail, because I don't use Outlook. And nowadays Cortana also shares all my searches back with the mothership, so I'm not happy with using the Windows Desktop Search either. For the Mac, there would be Siri, and I think Sherlock is also some kind of desktop search, but I don't use a Mac. And for Linux and Ubuntu, there was at one time a software named Beagle that seemed to be some kind of desktop search, but they stopped developing it in 2009, so I don't know why. I didn't find any big drama or cease and desist letters or whatever, so I don't know why they stopped doing a desktop search. So the thing that remained for me was to do it myself, and to be honest, I wouldn't be here and giving a talk about it if I didn't had to do it with something myself. So I've said it already. I'm somewhat strapped for time, so I wanted to implement a desktop search, but reuse as many components as possible while still not sharing all my data with Google. To me, a desktop search consists of basically 3 building blocks: the crawler that finds documents linked from other documents and extracts the text imports the text into some storage and also extracts some metadata like the text language, the URL where the document was found, and maybe the creation timestamp, or for mails the sender or recipient, or some stuff. And yes, all that information goes into the search index, which is not really a program, but more an optimized data structure that is optimized for quick retrieval. That is, I can give it some words and it finds as quickly as possible the documents that are relevant to those words. And ideally, it also does stemming. That is, it finds programs and programming when I search for program, for example. And it would also be great if it also supports synonyms. So if I search for MMSR, which is money market, statistics, regulatory, whatever, it also finds Geldmarktstatistik, which is the German word for MMSR. And to then query the search index, I need something like www.google.com, a simple search form where I can type in a query consisting of one or more words, and it gives me a quick response, maybe also ranked in some way, and ideally it also shows me directly a preview of the document, so that I can scan from the search results page already which document might be the one that I want. Now, which parts did I use? Well, the crawler is somewhat the most programming intensive, I think. And for crawling, I use Perl, more or less file find, together with Apache Tika, which is a Java program, Tika, that does extraction from PDF files and Excel files and Word files and, well, a lot of file formats, and gives me some more or less structured HTML for them. So that makes, indexing the text very easy to me. The search index is implemented simply by using Elasticsearch and the Elasticsearch module, which talks to Elasticsearch, and Elasticsearch itself does all the hard lifting of maintaining synonyms, doing the stemming. It could even be a cloud thing or a distributed engine, which I don't need because I only have one laptop. So I don't want to run it on a cluster of search of machines to maintain my search indices. But it does far more than I need, but it does what I need, so I will use it. And at the front end, the search form, it's not a really thin, dense application, but it's not rocket science either. A CGI script could do the same. You take in a query, you give it to Elasticsearch, Elasticsearch gives you the results back, you shove them in an HTML page, you give that HTML page to the user. And that's basically it, with some more nice links like downloading the document or visiting the document in the file system. So it's not really hard programming. Okay, so now I've told you about the structure and what I think it should do. So now I'm going to go to the local live demo. It's already here, and let me find the correct console. Ooh. And I'll start the importer. Well, for test data, I'm using the calendars of the YAPC, because that's conveniently available test data which I import. And I'll also start the file system import, which goes to some selected directories of my home directory and imports them into the search engine. And can everybody, it looks fairly readable from below here, behind in the back. Should I make it larger? No? Cool. So if I now search for MMSR, it's already showing me that it found one document with the title MMSR, and this is the highly unstyled search results. I'm not a designer and I haven't spent the time stripping the CSS from Google, so those are the results. And if I think this were an interesting document, I can click on it and get the HTML converted document. And I could also directly go to the original Klingon by clicking another link and looking at the PDF. Also, for example, if I search for test, we see the stemming in action, because it also finds words like tested, testing, and also make test in my documents. So it's nice to not need to be as exact when looking for the words or thinking of the words that I need or that I want to find. Also, for example, if I search for in the calendar, oops, sorry, go back, and somewhere down here there's also a mail that I indexed, and if I click on that, my browser asks me whether I want to directly open this mail in my mail client, which I haven't started. So this will need some time. There it is. So I can directly link from my browser to my mail client and open mails directly from my search results, which I find highly convenient. So that's what I can currently do. As long as I get enough documents into my search store, I can search them all and find them and open them in the relevant programs if the browser is not the program I want to use. And why? There is it. For some reason it doesn't want to go full screen, sorry. So now what do I index of the documents? I need to record the URL where I did find the document so I can update it later when I've improved my crawlers. So I can update it then in my search index. I'm recording the title of the document for auto-suggestion. And I'm trying to create an HTML document for every document I find. So for the PDFs, I convert them to HTML. For MP3 files, I make up some HTML with the artist title and stuff. And later for images, I think I will try to create a thumbnail. But I haven't done any image import yet. I also try to find the author of the document and record it, so I can filter, for example, mails by the author. And currently I'm also recording whether it is a file on disk or a mail or an iCalendar entry. These are the most important attributes I keep about all the documents I encounter. Yeah, that's basically the easy part of the search engine, and the part that takes up, well, the part that is trivial but takes up lots and lots of time is writing the crawlers that go through all my data that I have and push it into the search engine. So yeah, I want to crawl the file system, for PDF files, text files, Perl code, and whatever. And I'm using the Apache TCAR to get all this stuff into a nice format. I'm crawling my inboxes to also get search results for my emails. I'm crawling iCalendar feeds to maybe later do something like Google Now, so that my search box also tells me which upcoming dates I have, or maybe tells me relevant information like my flight number or something like that. And I've also started a bit of an HTTP crawler, mostly with the idea that it would be cool to directly crawl a Pleck application without even going through HTTP, so I can use my module to instantly add a search box powered by Elasticsearch to basically any Pleck application. But yeah, so far I'm content with having my own personal search bar and haven't added it to other applications yet. Okay, I started out by trying to be somewhat like Google, but not scary mothership, all-encompassing lifestyle like Google. Now, with Elasticsearch, I can return interesting documents, but Google does more. Google started out using the ranking algorithm, which also finds hub pages, that is, pages that don't contain interesting information themselves, but contain lots and lots of links to pages with interesting information. So Google might find a page about the best XML modules even if you search for XML Twig, for example. Even though that page itself the hub page only mentions XML Twig once, and the XML Twig documentation has much more mentions of XML Twig. So yeah, those hub pages are a blind spot of my approach, but I think that's not a problem, because on my computers, I'd like to think that every document on my computer is somewhat relevant to me. So I'm okay with not needing some pointer pages that show me all my relevant documents, because all my relevant documents are already somewhere on my machine. So I want to index all documents on my machine, and I am happy with not needing hub pages that have more information. The other work is in cleaning up the HTML and delivering it to the user. That is me. And I'm a bit better there than Google, at least in some parts. I can render the PDF as HTML. Google also does the preview rendering for PDFs. I can directly link my mail into Thunderbird. I think if you use Gmail, you can also have something like that, open Gmail from a browser link and directly go to the appropriate mail. But I don't really use Gmail except for my Android phone as the Play Store registration thing. So I don't know, but if you are using Gmail and know how to open a mail by its mail ID from the browser, I'm very happy to accept pull requests. And oh yeah, I didn't show you this one. I happen to have music on my computer, and the nice thing is it's local, and I can directly play music. I think, well, yeah, you could hear some CC licensed music maybe, but yeah, it should play, but it doesn't play, but I don't really care. Huh? No, it won't play, but you wouldn't hear it anyway. It's some CC licensed music, so I'm free to play it here. But yeah, that is the one real advantage to me. I can access all my local content, and I don't need to worry about it like Google does. Google could never show me images from a movie or parts of an MP3 stream because they don't have the licenses to this content. I have the license to this content on my machine, so I can do direct links to MP3s, MP3 playlists, and movies and movie quotes. So yeah, that makes me happy because I can access my content the way I like. Now, what do I hope to achieve in the next few releases? I want to improve the extraction from online content. Ideally, I want to spider and download my complete browser history from the web again and also import it into my search index so I can find old pages again if I remember, I don't know what, some keywords. And yeah, I think there must have been a page that was interesting. I want to be able to revisit that without going to the Internet Archive. I really want to write more extractors, like extractors that extract the subtitles from movies so I can search for a movie quote and directly link to the place in the movie where that quote is spoken. And I also want to do a meta search, that is my front end talks to multiple Elasticsearch backends. For example, when my notebook is in my home network, I have an Elasticsearch instance on my server at home, and I also want to query that server there, which indexes the documents on my server. And yeah, if you want to run your own search engine, it's fairly easy. You need to download and, well, copy Apache TCAR and Elasticsearch from these URLs and install, what's the name, Dancer Search app from CPAN. And yeah, that's basically it. And I'm already done. So thank you for your attention. Do you have remarks or questions? Yes? Do I miss not having did you mean, that is spelling correction? Yes, I do miss it, but Elasticsearch also has some kind of spelling correction in the sense that you can do a filter named, well, something like Levenstein distance, which can correct for mistyped or swapped letters, which is not as comfortable as Google, because Google can even complete really distant words because they are usually used together. But yeah, a tiny amount of spelling correction could be provided by Elasticsearch, and once I get around to this, I will also implement it. So yeah, I've not thought about it much because Elasticsearch provides something close enough, I think. More questions? Yes? Do I use the Elasticsearch attachments plugin? No, I don't use it yet because I haven't understood what it really is for. Because what I think it is for storing the original file one more time in Elasticsearch. And I have the original data already on disk or in my mail server or wherever, so I'm not using Elasticsearch as my primary data store. I'm happy with, well, not constantly, but currently I'm not really unhappy with wiping my Elasticsearch instance and creating all the data again from a fresh spidering. And yeah, personally, I don't feel safe in using Elasticsearch as a primary data store because I've read some articles on the internet, so it must be true. Yeah, but no, I don't use any Elasticsearch plugins, to be honest, because I found them to be more work to understand them, to compile the proper Java stuff, to pull in all the libraries that Java needs, instead of writing it in Perl, which is the same thing, but I know how Perl works and how to do things in Perl. Yeah, one more question, yes.
Can you also index the page of the PDF, and then can you skip to the actual page of the PDF where you found the...
Yeah, the question is, can it also index the pages of the PDF? And no, because I haven't found out how to make a browser skip to a specific page in the PDF. So yeah, either I convert the PDFs into a really faithful representation in HTML and then do some smart linking or JavaScript, or I find out how, I don't know, PDF.js handles deep linking into PDFs, but I think I spent a day of looking at it and I did not find a proper way to do deep linking into a PDF, which is sad because I'd really, really like to link into PDFs. Yeah, so one last question. Yes? How do I handle deleted or renamed documents? Currently, I store, at least for files, I use the file name as the unique identifier. So when crawling again, I either have a stale search result or I have to delete it. For updating, it's no problem. For renamed documents, that is delete and create as different name. For mails, I use the mail ID, so there I can move mails between different folders without problems. But yeah, exactly, duplicate detection and yeah, a more resilient way of identifying files would be nice, but yeah, there's so many things to do. I'm happy with my low-level approach of not thinking about it too much. Okay, thank you very much.
The next talks are in 5 minutes, shortening the break, so everybody move. Sorry, I missed your talk.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
You can just do a hashtag page dash number at the
Really?
end of the URL. On Adobe readers, at least it's supported. It's supposed to be supported across all of them.
Yeah,
I have a link on my laptop, so I'll send it to you.
That's great.
Hello. Okay, the HDMI adapter again. Not here it is. Here.
Sagen wir so, es ist zum Teil komisch, weil Elasticsearch gerne mal mehr als eine Ansatz hat, um dasselbe zu erreichen bei deiner Filter oder Soundindexdefinition.
So I didn't change the settings from yesterday, so hopefully it'll just pick up.
Sure, I hope so.
Hat natürlich immer den anderen Ansatz, als du gerade hast, so, dass du, solange du nicht weißt, dass es dieselben, also auf selbe Ziele ausläuft, ist es schwierig, finde ich, da dann zu finden. Ich das Stellrädchen, an dem ich jetzt gedreht habe,
Pardon? Yes.
aber ansonsten
Okay, here, let me.
Please.
erstaunlich
Thank you very much. I just hope the company won't sue me down to the skivvies for stealing that. So, where's
Please.
Thank you. Duh. There is a detect.
Okay, just a second, so we can see the second display.
Actually, I have to run the little boy's room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
understand German? No. Okay, so we should switch. I'm sorry.
Chip.
Ăsta Black Magic. N-are video. Și când are semnat se prinde ăsta de la back de la video.
Our software scans, most of the time it's premature optimization anyway.
S-ar putea să nu fie bun modul, știi?
A typical model will be a problem.
Rezoluție
Yeah, it's calculable, but only because it leaves out most
Bine, pe de altă parte, dacă nu merge semnalul acolo, putem să și excludem chestia asta.
project.
Nu era o chestie, e prinde de chestia aia albă și trage dincolo. Nu.
Upon like using this module as a
Aia. Nu, aia e numai meniul.
there you care about quickly reading.
Unde e footere? No mirroring options, no bar were available. System.
That's disappointing.
I know.
Hai să băgăm direct în asta, nu? So unfortunately, remember we talked yesterday and we said this would have been better, but it goes into feedback a lot.
Okay.
So you can either use this or that.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
Sure. Huh. Something's happening.
Have an idea. Yeah, I know. Yet. Not to be able to record your session. I want to record the session. Digital direct. That's why. Everything. Nice. Wallpaper. I like it very much.
Thank you very
much. Have you read The Martian?
Oh, yes. More than once. I love it. Also, Stanley Robinson's Mars series. And the classic Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars.
I haven't read it yet. I've read The Martian. And
Imagine if Martian that's more in peace. But it's wonderful. It's all about the colonization of Mars. And it's very well done.
Acolo, mic, în dreapta.
Vezi ceva? I was so impressed by the book and so disappointed by the movie.
And I'll read the book again, because that's what I do. Do you think we're good to go?
From my point of view,
Is this on? No? What's that? Okay, are we good now? Oh, yeah. In case anyone's wondering, our company all around, both for helping companies orient themselves to be more agile. So afterwards, if you or your company have any needs for training, come talk to me, or just talk to me about the talk in general to get a better sense of what's going on. But this talk is about when agile is not appropriate, because a number of years ago I was giving a short talk when agile companies go pop, and someone asked me, when would you not use agile? And I was talking about the concept of harm, when there is irreversible harm done to yourself or potentially to your customer. That would be a case where agile is not appropriate. But other people was talking about, well, there are times that you have these projects which could cause harm that people are using agile on, so I needed to do a better job of understanding this topic. And this is actually the culmination of a couple of years of digging in and understanding this better and doing some training. And by the time we're done, you'll have a fairly clear idea of exactly what's going on. But, first of all, question policy. The way I like to do this is, during the talk, if you do not understand something that I have said, it's because I have done a poor job as a speaker. So please go ahead and hold up your hand, ask the question, and I'll go ahead and try and answer that for you, because if you have the question, other people do. If you want to expand on something that I have said, to go a little bit beyond that, please hold that till the end of the talk to make sure that we can stay on time and keep things moving forward. Any questions? No questions from you. Sorry. You can also ask about the game that I gave the lightning talk on last night, because there are actually times in the game when I deviate from certain agile principles, and by the time you're done with this talk, if you ask me about it later, I can explain why. But this is inspired by the training I give. Agile companies go POP. POP stands for People, Organization, and Process. And what I do with this training is I try and help the companies do a better job of supporting their agile teams. This is not about how to do a better retrospective. This is not about how to write a story card. It's about supporting the teams that are already doing agile. And the reason for that is, if you go out and you read the annual agile surveys and they talk about the success of agile projects, when they succeed, when they fail, almost invariably you look up there and the top one up there is no projects failed, but you also have company philosophy not agile, waterfall pressure, organizational problems, lack of cultural transition. Over and over and over again, what you're getting is the companies aren't agile, even though the teams are supposed to be. And to give you an example of that, this is the go-to example I like to use. My first week when I was with the BBC, I was with them for years. A gentleman walked up to me, and I'm sitting at my desk. He's got a coffee mug in his hand, and he was this just distinguished British-looking gentleman, all prim and proper, and smiled at me, and I was like, hello? Hello? Who are you? And he smiled, I'm your boss. And I was, wait, hold on. That gentleman over there is the team lead. That lady back there is a project manager. That lady back there is a product owner. And that gentleman over there says he's my boss. And the gentleman just laughed. I completely understand. And I'll talk to you about it next week over coffee. I never saw him again. and he was my boss. So, and I actually talked to the rest of the team about this, and there was a little bit of confusion about exactly who we reported to, because even though the teams in BBC, they did Scrum, BBC itself is not agile. They do not understand how to orient themselves in an agile way, or perhaps more appropriately, they shouldn't always be agile. So my guilty little secret is that I teach companies how to be more agile, but should I? And so when I give my training, I try and do a little bit more work to explain what agile really is for, because this is one thing a lot of people are neglecting. They're talking about we should be agile, and they're forgetting to ask why. So I like to go back to the adage we keep hearing again and again, that agile is not a silver bullet. So you'll see there's no silver bullets up there. This is actually kind of curious. This is an advertisement for the field training week for the ground forces for the Israeli military, and I have no idea what message they are trying to convey. So if anyone can answer that for me, I'd really appreciate it. But yeah, this is their lovely little advertisement. And you'll notice, like I said, there's no silver bullets up there. And what is a silver bullet? What do they mean when they say there are no silver bullets? Silver bullets traditionally are for killing werewolves. If you have a werewolf, you have a gun with silver bullets, boom, werewolf's dead. Now, agile is not a silver bullet. This could mean that you can't just fire your agile gun and you're automatically going to slay the beast because you got to fine-tune agile. Or it could mean, and in a broader sense, and this is what I think is a more important question, when is agile appropriate? For example, if you're facing a horde of mindless zombies and you have a gun full of silver bullets, you know what happens? My apologies for any Trump supporters here. No. So first, let's talk about agile a little bit. Let's do a quick review. For those of you who don't have much of an agile background, first of all, Scrum is not agile. It's not agile either. Scrum is simply a project management system for delivering something while controlling costs. But almost all of my clients use Scrum, so I generally give a brief overview in terms of Scrum because it's what people are most familiar with. And Scrum talks about the team, which is a product owner, Scrum Master, and the development team. Actually, there's a typo on this slide. Trivia note, Scrum Master is supposed to be one word. The reason for that is they had Scrum Master trainings where people would have 2 days of training, and after that they were a master. And people would ask, how can you be a master after only 2 days of training? So the Scrum organization, in their infinite wisdom, said, we'll just make this one word and maybe the question will go away. I kind of like Scrum, but I have some issues with those people. So we have the product backlog, which is this blue stack here. The product owner maintains that, and that's full of stories from the customer standpoint. Given X, I want Y because of Z. And it's just a stack of tickets which the Scrum Master works with the product owner to curate and prioritize. And then you have a sprint backlog. At the beginning of every sprint, some of the stories are taken off and they're put in the sprint backlog, and then the team starts to spec those out a little bit. Sprints, incidentally, are generally about 2 weeks long, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. They're almost never a week long because of a structural flaw in Scrum, which just absolutely kills me, but that's another story right now I won't go into. You can ask me later. So you've got the sprint, where this is the stories. You've got an idea that you're going to work on for this particular sprint, and then every single day you have what your actual sprint. We're going to run for a little bit. We're going to have our daily stand-up we call a scrum, and that's the daily stuff there. Repeats every 24 hours, and at the end you have a release, you have a product demo, you have your navel gazing, talking about what worked, what didn't, and that's Scrum. It's much more than what you saw, though. There's a huge amount of stuff in Scrum, as the Scrum organization would be happy to sell you lots and lots of highly profitable training for, because they kind of lost the way in Agile, but that's another story. Scrum's just a framework. If someone talks about modified Scrum, that's a huge red flag that they don't understand quite what's going on. It's like saying, I've modified Catalyst because I wrote a controller method. No. It's just a framework, and you have to adapt it to your system. And it's not always Agile. That's an important thing to keep in mind. Scrum is not Agile. I just give this for a quick review of it. So this little quote, apparently Scrum now means breaking your development phase of your project into multiple 2-week deadlines of your waterfall project. Scrum is not Agile. It's simply a way of being Agile. But we give this background so you can kind of understand what we're coming from, and this is how people are traditionally getting taught Agile. There's no question of why going in there. So here's the question I want to know. If Agile's not a silver bullet, when should we not use it? That is the important question. Why? So I asked this on LinkedIn, and it was absolutely hilarious. I just asked the question on a Scrum group, and I never replied. I didn't try and encourage anything or discourage anything. I simply asked the question. Last I checked, there were 354 responses on the question. The debate raged for weeks over, these were trained professionals over whether or not you should use Agile in a particular situation. It was hilarious. So one of the very first responses by actually a Scrum professional I respect quite a bit. You shouldn't use it if it's not software or it's not development. Well, that to me, that's kind of interesting, because if it's not software, Toyota developed Kanban to deliver cars faster. That's not software. And if it's not development, what jobs aren't you developing something in some way, shape, or form? I couldn't understand what that meant. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made to me. So the very first response I had on that was just, by a very talented individual, it was just flat out wrong. Agile is a silver mirror, not a silver bullet. That's the Zen koan of Agile. What is the sound of one forehead slapping? So I will say this if you do find the thread, in the defense of the gentleman who wrote that, the rest of his response was fairly coherent, and he got fairly close to the right answer. He just started out very poorly. This one I really like. Agile fails when there's institutional resistance to it. This is the people suck argument. So when I find there's institutional resistance to Agile, what's going on? You have poor communication of Agile, or you have a lot of political infighting regarding what should and should not be done. And I'm sorry, if your argument against Agile is our people suck, I don't think Agile is actually your problem. Call it a hunch. Or there's this one, I'm sorry for the long amount of text on the slide. Agile is about building the correct process for your environment and goals. It's not one size fits all. It's about putting the correct sweater for your misshapen back end, blah, blah, blah. This is Deepak Chopra explains Agile. Anyone know what Mad Libs is? Okay, one person. Mad Libs is this old thing. I saw it a lot in the US. I don't know about outside the US, where you would take like parts of speech, like nouns, adverbs, whatever. You would simply have a blank there, and you could replace that with anything. You could take this particular phrase, Agile, or word Agile, replace that with any project management system, and this statement is true. Yes, this is Deepak Chopra explaining it, really. So this is what I have to deal with when I work with the Agile community about these issues. When I ask, when should you not use Agile, they're simply flat out wrong about their answers, or they say people suck, or they give me psychobabble. This is very common, and if you do find that LinkedIn thread, I'm not linking it because I don't want to try and embarrass anyone. There's a lot of interesting stuff there, but they were swamped in a sea of BS. It was so frustrating. It's really hard to get down to that. So this is the core of it. This is the part that people are forgetting. What is project management for? Project management is for delivering a product and controlling the costs. That's what it's all about. And if we think about Agile just by itself, no point in thinking about it that way. That's not how it actually works. Instead, we're delivering products. And when it's all about products, then we start thinking about the product a little bit more. And there's actually some very interesting research about products. I highly recommend the work of Simon Wardley, blog.guarddeviance.org. He's the one where I've drawn a lot of this information from. He uses different terminology, but products tend to go through 4 phases. And the market maturity of the products tends to go through 4 phases: novelty, stability, commodity, and utility. Remember those: novelty, stability, commodity, utility. I'm going to be getting back to that, so it'll be a little bit easier to remember what's going on. This is the key to understanding what's really going on. So we have this uncertainty versus maturity. So this is time, how the product or the market matures over time, and the vertical axis is your uncertainty. So over here, the novelty phase, when something's new, you have a lot of uncertainty. At the far end, you've got the utility phase. You have very little uncertainty. There's not actually numbers there because this is a conceptual graph, not something that is etched in stone. But let's go ahead and look at this a little bit closer so you can understand what's really going on. some of you might remember back in the 1990s when e-commerce was first beginning to flourish, and people were asking questions like, will people buy clothes online? Will they buy books online? How do we take money from them? Will they accept giving us their credit card information or their bank account information so we can make a transfer? We did not know what we could do. We had no idea what the public would accept. And what the public would accept then and how that would evolve over time, we had no idea. This was brand new. No one was certain what was going on. There was a lot of confusion. There were even articles in newspapers saying this is all a fad and it's going to go away. So what can we do? That was the key question that everyone asked at the novelty phase of a product. And that moves into a stability phase after a while. So instead of what can we do? Shortly after e-commerce started becoming popular and people were buying things on the web and you have the internet.com boom, you started getting articles about how to actually build a shopping cart, how to actually conduct the basics of e-commerce. And you start moving from what can we do to how can we do it? That is the key question that you ask in the stability phase. How can we actually get this thing done? Because you know what you can do at this point. That moves further into the commodity phase. Now, just to be clear, if you're thinking about commodities, we often think about commodities in terms of coal. Coal is coal is coal. You buy it for X amount per ton, period. It turns out if you need coal, there's tons of different types of coal, so it's not a pure commodity. When I say commodity, I mean in terms of the consumer. If I want to put up my CV on the web and all I need is a website, any web server is going to do. I really don't care. One is the same as the other. I'm pretty much going to be looking at, pricing and convenience. Features aren't really that big of a deal. So commodity means things are becoming more interchangeable. You now have off-the-shelf e-commerce products. Some of them were extremely expensive e-commerce products. Some of them were open source. They often had fewer features. It was a trade-off. Now the question is no longer, how can we do this? It's, when can we start? So your question is evolving over time. The business decisions you're making evolve over time until eventually you get to the utility. Now we have software as a service, platform as a service, Amazon Web Services. You need a new server, you go out to Amazon, you just spin it up, you consume it as needed. At this point for e-commerce, you've got Etsy, Cafe Press, a Game Crafter, etc. You have all sorts of these things that you just go out and you consume them as a utility. And now it's like when you plug in your computer. You use the electricity as you need it, you unplug it afterwards. This is the point in the market when it gets really fascinating. For example, Uber and Lyft and self-driving cars are turning cars into a utility. We are going to get to the point in the next 10 or 20 years when you go out there and you pop out your smartphone and you say, okay, send a car to my address because I'm going to drive down to this restaurant, and you hop in the car, you drive down there, the car goes away. You consume it as needed, it will become a utility, and when things transform into a utility, you tend to have lower margins, but entire industries are built on top of them, and someone is going to become a multi-billionaire by understanding how the personal transportation utility is going to revolutionize this market. Parking places are going to go away. You won't need a garage in your home. We don't know how that's going to transform, but this is a point where you don't think about the product anymore. Reliability is key. You don't want something which is, I order a car and maybe I get it, maybe I do not. This is why taxis aren't a utility, because you can't consume them necessarily on demand because sometimes they don't show up. So to recap, novelty, stability, commodity, utility. And looking at the graph, once again, uncertainty over here, lots of uncertainty in the novelty phase, very little uncertainty over in the utility phase. So let's get back to project management. Again, project management is about delivering something while controlling costs. And we have three primary types of project management: structured, lean, and agile. Structured, Prince2, CCPM, Six Sigma, etc. These are what we tend to think of as traditional project management. For people outside of software development, when they say project management, this is what they're talking about. And prior to the internet age, companies moved slowly. Businesses evolved very slowly. They didn't have the internet speed, obviously, business competition that they do today. This is why Agile really didn't take off until the internet was there. The internet was a necessary catalyst for Agile to become so incredibly popular. what structured methodologies do is they reduce the cost of divergence. They're there to say, I have this thing that I must develop, and I must not deviate from this thing, and I absolutely have to keep it there. Now we have Lean. Lean actually came about a bit after Agile. It was an evolution of the Agile concept. But Lean, you have Six Sigma, which is, I'm not sure how Lean Six Sigma is, but Six Sigma practitioners claim that they do Lean. But you have Six Sigma, the Deming cycle, Scrum, etc. They're all about a minimum viable product. I know exactly what I want to build. I don't need these other things. Let's see how fast we can build it. People talk about the lean startup. What is a lean startup? I know exactly what I want to build. How fast can I get it out there? Once I get it out there, see the response, then I can iterate on top of that. But don't waste your time building things you do not need. Lean is very, very closely related to Agile, but it's not, because the focus of Lean is reducing the cost of waste. And then we have Agile itself, which most of us are familiar with, which is Scrum, Kanban, Scrumban, extreme programming, etc. It is starting to get known better outside of software, but because people aren't doing a great job of communicating when you do and do not use Agile, there's confusion on the part of people outside of software when it's appropriate. For software, it's often extremely appropriate because of the speed in which we have to react to what our customers need. Agile is about reducing the cost of change and uncertainty. That's what Agile is optimized for. So here, we have Agile over on the left, the novelty phase. When you have a lot of uncertainty, Agile is extremely strong. And on the right, with utilities, Six Sigma and other structured methodologies are extremely strong. So here's a key question. Why would you optimize for reducing the cost of change and uncertainty if you don't have change and uncertainty? If you're building a nuclear reactor, do you want to fail fast? No, probably not. So this is the key concept that I really want to ram home. If you do not have change and uncertainty, do not pick a project management system which is there to optimize, to reduce the cost of something you do not have. But I want to talk about the cost of divergence a little bit more, just so I can really get this point home, because once you have some concrete examples, it starts to become a little bit more clear. So in the 2000s, you had a company called RSM Tenon, an accounting firm in the United Kingdom. They were getting a lot of public notice amongst those who were interested in stuff like that, and they were doing really well. And unfortunately, in 2012, they had a report that they didn't quite do their accounting quite as well as they had hoped, and their pre-tax profits were about £12 million less than what they thought. They eventually folded and were bought out by another company. This is the cost of divergence. In accounting, you don't want to fail fast. In accounting, you don't want to have a lot of change and uncertainty, unless you're Enron hiring Arthur Andersen. But that is part of the cost of divergence. Or Intel, when they released the chip with what was called the FDIV bug, that floating point error, that cost them $475 million to fix. $500 million. Not many companies can afford to survive a $500 million loss. That's part of the cost of divergence. Or this one. This was a construction firm had a problem that nut supporting that bolt through that particular beam, it turned out it was extremely hard for them to put that together. And so they went back to the architectural firm and they requested a tiny little change saying, we can actually do this design on the right. And the architect said, yeah, that's fine. We approved that, went all the way through the approval process. So the construction firm did the right thing. Architectural firm failed to notice, and they were now putting twice the pressure on that nut. 114 people died. The reason this photo has been reduced to black and white by myself is because I didn't want to show the massive amount of blood on that stage. This is part of the cost of divergence. Another slide that I decided to delete, but I'll mention it right now, was one of the space shuttle. There were two space shuttle disasters. One was because of the foam. Something broke off one of the main tanks, possibly some ice, chipped the foam on the bottom of the space shuttle. So when the space shuttle re-entered, the foam ablative heating shield was not there. Space shuttle exploded. There was another one, problem with the fragility in the O-rings. It turns out in both times for NASA, the engineers knew about the problems. NASA has done a great job of ensuring that their hardware is very reliable, but they haven't done a good job of ensuring that the processes for assessing and reporting on their reliability are reliable. And people died as a result. Most of us aren't going to have problems with the cost of divergence like this. Most of us won't have things quite as serious. We'll be more like the RSM-10 example where your accounting gets messed up. So mature products, they have less uncertainty. They have greater risk of divergence. You can't afford to diverge in those. And so Agile is probably not a good solution for those. But just to kind of ram this home a little bit, I've had people say, no, Agile's a perfect solution. But imagine you have 3 teams, experienced Agile teams are developing more or less the same product. You do not have them in communication with each other, and you tell them, develop this particular thing. What's going to happen? You're going to get 3 products at the end. They're going to diverge. They are not going to be the same at all. So it's about controlling costs. Structured reduces the cost of divergence, lean reduces the cost of waste, and agile reduces the cost of change. But if there's not much risk to divergence, maybe agile's okay. Maybe you don't want the overhead of the structured methodology. It does cost more, it does take more time. When you have a software product like that, or any sort of product where you're worried about divergence, this is one of the problems that we have when you talk to management and you say, well, can we afford to diverge? Management often is extremely reluctant to do this because they can't assess the risk of divergence. No, we absolutely have to have it this particular way because the sky is always falling to them. So that's the tough part, assessing what the risk of divergence is. So there's a little checklist you can ask yourself. Is it okay to fail fast? Obviously in the case of a nuclear reactor, no, you don't want to fail fast. Is there a lot of change and uncertainty in the market or in the product that you're developing for the market? Are you trying to alter the market to see what happens? Are you trying to push something further, moving it from the novelty to the stability phase? That's another question to ask. Also, do you have access to your stakeholders or the customers? This is a big one. If you do not have access to your customers, it's harder to iterate and respond to their needs because they can't tell you what they are. That may be a case where agile is less appropriate and you want to look closer to a lean solution because you can't get the feedback, so let's try and get a minimum viable solution out in front of them to see how that works. Or are there only parts of it which cannot afford to diverge? Maybe you need a structured methodology just for those parts that you cannot risk, and then apply agile or lean to the rest of it. And also, the entire company does not need to be agile. When someone asks, should our company be agile or not? And this is very awkward for me because I give training courses on how to align your company to be more agile. But the entire company should not be agile. Your HR department, there's a lot of work trying to get HR departments to be agile. No, I want my HR department to guarantee that they can give me the correct answer when I ask them questions about my insurance or about my, if I got a pension with a company. I don't want uncertainty there. I want reliability. HR is not something for which agile is a natural fit. Your accounting department is something for which agile is not a natural fit. Do not try and force the entire company to be something that just doesn't work for it. They want to optimize for reducing divergence. They want to be exactly what they are supposed to be, whereas the rest of it might want to optimize for reducing the cost of change and uncertainty. I highly, highly recommend blog, gardevians.org. Simon Wardley, he was, amongst other things, he was an ex-Perl developer. His company, Fotango, developed the world's first platform as a service, and it might have been great, but their parent company decided that 3D TVs were the way to go, so they killed platform as a service. Yeah, that was brilliant. He's also writing a book online at Medium at S. Wardley, which is, if you're a C-level executive, you want to be reading his blog. He was recently voted one of the 50 most influential IT people in the UK. He is absolutely brilliant. Strongly, strongly recommend him for business. I will say this though, he doesn't slow down too much so that if you just jump in the middle of his blog and you don't have the background, you will be lost. So I would recommend the medium.com, going through his book where he starts taking you step by step. I think he just released chapter 5 on there. Excellent, excellent stuff. And does anyone have any questions? Ilya. You're asking at what moment do we make the decision as to whether we should be agile or not? It's, well, I think it's perfectly okay to, so the question is, at which point should we make the decision about whether or not we should be agile? Preferably, you want to do that before the project starts, and you want to be able to do this based upon understanding what costs you need to optimize for. Because again, project management is delivering something while controlling costs. What are your greatest variable costs, though? Is it going to be waste? Is it going to be change and uncertainty? Is it going to be divergence? Which cost do you must control the most? Which means you have to understand what those cost risks are up front. If, after you start developing a particular thing, you realize that you have assessed those risks wrong, it's perfectly okay to go back in and say, did we make a mistake? So in terms of economics, you're dealing with something called sunk costs. We've already spent this money. Okay, that's water under the bridge. Let's go back and make sure that we haven't messed up. But you have to understand what the greatest risk in uncontrolled costs are. Does that make sense? Are there highlights as to when the team should make this decision? Well, part of this would be also management making this decision and not just the team. So that part of that is going back to the Agile checklist. One item I didn't mention on the checklist is, when there's serious harm to either the company or the consumer. So for example, if you're building a pacemaker, maybe diverting from standards on a pacemaker would be a bad idea. I would think that would be something you don't want to take a risk with, and that's something I wouldn't necessarily have a freewheeling agile style for. And I can also discuss, maybe another talk at some point, I can discuss how agile's gotten kind of messed up. Some of the original founders of the Agile Manifesto, in fact, are getting sick of what they're seeing in the agile world today because it's getting so structured, it's so big. There's something called the Scaled Agile Framework, which is for applying agile to enterprise-wide stuff, and people are losing track of what's actually going on. Agile should be lean, it should be quick and easy and able to iterate fast to deliver stuff, but this does mean you take risks and you're optimized simply for reducing the cost of change. If you cannot afford to do that, that's just the entire thing right there. What cost do you need to control? If you cannot take the risk of divergence, particularly if there's harm, then Agile is not an appropriate solution for that particular thing. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions? No? Either I did a great job or I bored you to tears. Or both. Thank you very much. By the way, do we have any time? Because I know the schedule got a little bit messed up and I forgot to turn the timer on for my talk. How are we doing? 15 minutes? Oh, awesome. So one thing people sometimes ask me about, that comment I made earlier about sprints for Scrum, they're almost always 2 weeks or longer because of a structural problem in Scrum. I need to give a talk about this later, but here's a slide that I wanted to include and decided it was a little bit too distracting. Scrum has a lot of meetings. It has a lot of structure to it. So at the beginning, you've got your sprint planning, which is time boxed at 8 hours. You've got your daily Scrum, which is an hour. It's an hour and 15 minutes, basically 15 minutes stand-up every day, time boxed. You have your sprint review and your demo, that's time boxed at 4 hours. You have your retrospective, that's 3 hours. If you fill out your entire time box and you had a 1 week sprint, 40% of your time is spent in meetings. Now people are saying, well, if you only had a 1 week sprint, you don't need to spend all that much time in your meetings, but the reality is people tend to fill up that meeting time. I mean, they tend to sit around because the meeting, we're sitting back at our retrospective, maybe we're at a pub, we're having a few beers, and, you blow your 3 hour time box for that retrospective. They do fill up that meeting time, so as a result, because Agile requires very fast, rapid feedback, you want the customers to tell you what's going on. This is why Scrum tends to be 2 weeks or longer, and it's not always the best fit for your Agile teams because you can't get that rapid feedback. You can't do that release quite as quickly as you want to because 3 days into your sprint, you find out that you're not delivering what they want, but we got another week and a half. Do we have a failed sprint and start over, or what do we do? This is one of the biggest problems I have with Scrum. It's just a little bit too much structure for so much of what people want. And if anyone has any questions about this, particularly if you'd like me to come in or one of my colleagues to handle some training for your company or to explain more, feel free to stop me and ask me questions afterwards, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Oh, wait. Do I know any failures with Scrum and or Agile? You mean project failures? Generally speaking, when I work on projects like that, the failures are coming from systemic company things where the company kind of loses sight of their goal, or they start switching their goal a little bit too often and they diverge too much from what they're actually trying to do. So one particular project that I worked on that we were doing Scrum, we were trying to deliver an e-commerce package for a company that several months into the project, they decided the entire thing needed to be a peer-to-peer distributed network instead of the client-server thing that we had. And months worth of work were just flushed away because of that management decision to change how things were working, because they panicked about the state of the market they were in at that time. And we failed there, not because we were doing it wrong per se, but because management basically yanked the rug out from under us. And that is much of what you see in the state of Agile surveys and stuff like that. Nadim.
Well, I'm going to contrary on just what you just said, because in my experience, the problem with many Scrum and Agile is that it's always someone else's fault. It's always it's in the backlog. It's always we have to make a change and so on. Maybe saying that it went wrong.
Okay, so your concern is that, with Scrum and Agile, people are always blaming someone else and saying it's not their fault?
Yeah, but if you just look at the planning, everybody plans 20 activities, and sometimes just 2 activities are done. And the next sprint would be the same, and so on. And it's something that is very difficult to handle, especially in big companies that are not used to be agile, to think agile.
Okay, so there's a couple of things about that. One is, so with my POP training, I'm aligning the company to be a little bit more supportive of Agile to understand how it works. And part of that is sort of distributed responsibility and understanding better what different people need for their bits of responsibility. So I give this thing where I say, okay, here's a task that managers tend to do. Tell me what your managers do, and they tell me, and then I put up the white cards on the board, and then I say, okay, which can be shifted over to the team. And by the time we're done, they discover most of the tasks that managers do can be shifted over to the team, because the team can be self-organizing, and the managers are what we tend to call servant leaders, which is a term I feel a little awkward about. But the team has a huge amount of responsibility to actually deliver, and management is there to build the business decisions, and the team's there to build the technical decisions. At the end, if they're having problems actually delivering, that's part of their retrospective, and in their retrospectives, they should actually be creating story cards so they have something actionable to work on. If they can't do that, then the team is failing. If the Scrum Master is not removing the blocks for the team, that's the Scrum Master failing. Each person has very clear responsibilities, and if they fail down in that responsibility, you can't say, I didn't deliver this thing because you didn't let me, because that's not how it works. If they are not doing it that way, then they need to reassess what they're actually doing if they're just playing the blame game. That falls back into the people suck argument, which is nothing about Agile, that's people suck. Do we have examples of companies which have reevaluated Scrum and gone back to a more traditional approach? I can't think of that. I do know of one company I'm not going to say too much about their name, that had kind of a freewheeling approach to programming, a little bit more agile, but they had no control or discipline, and they brought in a waterfall style manager. He was very, very much command and control, the antithesis of agile, even though their industry practically begged for an agile manager. But in this case, they needed the discipline because they had no control over their software processes whatsoever. So they still had a lot of problems delivering software on time and doing it reliably, but they did have much better control over actually producing documented software and understanding where their projects were. And it's hard to explain because there's a lot of stuff I really can't say about that because they've been a client of mine and I don't want to make them mad, but they did implement waterfall style development and at least brought some discipline to the process. And now they're a lot more organized. It's killed their morale, but they're actually getting stuff done. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. But going from proper agile to more rigid structures, I don't know about that. Sorry. Anything else? Yes?
I'm not too sure about the exact differences between agile and lean, and if you search on the web, you'll get lots of words, so maybe you could just cut through everything and in your experience.
Okay, lean, it's just about controlling waste. Lean is, let me get back to that graph. Lean is the middle part when you have the stability commodity phase, when you know exactly what you want to deliver. This is the part where you have less change and uncertainty. It's out of these 23 features that this product could possibly have, we need 7, and we will deliver exactly that 7. That is what we're going to do. The rest we don't need right now. Maybe we'll never need it. You're cutting that away. That's waste because you do not need it right now. It does not solve your problem right now. And Agile doesn't think that way. Agile starts out with, well, we're not sure. Our business environment is shifting. Maybe we'll need that. Maybe we don't. This is more or less what we're doing. This is what we're going to try and explore. Agile is much more exploratory. Lean says, cut away the fat. Get rid of that. Do this thing. March towards that MVP. After that, we can see how the market responds, and then we can iterate and maybe add in those other features. Do not need them now. Do not develop them now. Agile is much more exploratory in that because it's less certain what the market actually needs, what the customer actually needs.
I understand that, but how do they?
How do they do that?
Yeah, how do they?
Conceptually, this is very similar. In this particular case, this is almost more of a mindset rather than a strict product management methodology. This is a way of controlling, for example, if you're going to use Scrum, it's controlling what goes into your product backlog. And when you have a new sprint and you're deciding what feature we're going to focus on for the sprint and what tasks we're taking off for that, is from a much more restricted set of stuff. And there's much more control over how that stuff is going to be implemented. So it starts crossing the line between the freewheeling nature of we're not exactly sure what we're going to build, but we'll know it when we see it, and the much more structured methodology of this is exactly what we need. So it's hard to explain. It's simply understanding which costs do I want to control, what I'm going to be optimizing for. Will I have a lot of change and uncertainty? Do I want to embrace that? Do I want to feel comfortable with that? Then that's Agile, if you can pull that off. Otherwise, Lean is a great approach, but oftentimes the project management system is the same. It's the goals of the system and the features that you're putting in there, which are different based upon how your focus is. Does that answer your question? Okay. Anything else? Yes.
You said that the company that you talked about before, you said that they put a waterfall structure because they were very undisciplined.
Yes.
And it killed morale.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, it's not only about the product and uncertainty, but also about the people that you have.
Yes.
The way they are. Is there any special skill or something that you feel that you need in your people to put agile in place?
So the question is there a particular skill or need that you have for your people for putting Agile in place? Is that correct? So in the POP talk that I give, it's people, organization, and process is what POP stands for. And the first part is people. And I talk about the intake procedure and how you actually hire people. And part of what we do is, you know, when we were doing a lot more work in that field, we would go in and we would interview the company. What do you actually need? What do you do? What are your top priorities? Do you need someone who can respond to, you know, an unclear specification? Do you need someone who can handle the fact that, you know, deadlines are fixed or that deadlines are very malleable? Do you need someone who can handle the fact that the underlying technology is going to shift repeatedly? You know, what sort of skills do you need in the people that you're going to be hiring? And then working with that, I like to develop a particular interview style. It's called a structured interview, actually, which comes out of sociology, which is a way of interviewing people, I don't have time to go into it right now, to pull out of them their past experience or at least their thoughts on the areas that a company actually needs for their hiring, and not these stupid how many M&Ms, you know, would sit on top of a manhole cover, because that's useless. It's what are the actual needs the company has. It takes more time to do that, and unfortunately most companies, our hiring processes are very, very bad. But if you understand what the company actually needs and what's actually required for the job, and part of that is just talking to the people who actually do the job on a daily basis, what are the challenges you actually have, then you can develop a proper interview strategy. But that gets involved in structured interviews and having a better intake process. And ironically, if you have a bad person, it's often hard to get rid of them, particularly in France. Oh my God. We don't have that, fortunately, because we're very careful about how we pull people in. If you have a bad person, they're taking up a slot that a good person has. And it's so important to get the right people in, but companies don't pay attention to that. And that's the entire foundation of all of that, but that's another talk entirely. If I ever give my 1-hour introduction to POP, then you'd want to sit in on that. Or you can actually go out to YouTube. Agile companies go POP. It's not complete, but it'll give you a rough flavor of how to set the foundation for that with your people. Do I have any time left? Any other questions? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
Okay, I'll get to the point. What are your thoughts on the fortified engineering model towards agile scaling?
The fortified engineering module towards agile scaling?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Some of my concerns about agile scaling, from what I've seen, is that people are beginning to miss the point of agile. When you're trying to scale agile up for bigger and bigger projects, there's a lot more risk of areas where you're going to have waste, or you're going to have areas where you cannot diverge from what you actually need to, such as this one particular machine, which was designed to deliver radiation for radiation therapy for cancer patients, where they removed some of the hardware checks for making sure people wouldn't die. And because they removed that, they thought their software was good enough for that, but they didn't have the quality control in place, or even software tests to verify that their stuff did what it was supposed to do, and people died as a result of that. So this obsessive idea that we need to push agile for everything kind of misses the point that agile is, when you talk to the original agile practitioners and you go back to what they were doing, it was lightweight. Crystal, one of the methods by Alistair Coburn, is one of the lightest weight agile methodologies ever, and it's throw a bunch of people into a room with a whiteboard, let them just get stuff done. You don't do that if you can't risk failure, but if you can, that's a great way for getting stuff done fast. So I get very concerned when people talk about scaling or trying to do this too large, because it's supposed to be simple, and we've kind of lost our way. And we've got an entire industry now about how to train people for this, train people for that, to do this, to do that, when it's supposed to be easy. And if it's not easy, maybe you need something a little bit different to focus your project management a little bit more on what you're actually trying to accomplish for the product, and understand better what costs you're trying to control. So that's kind of a hand-wavy answer, and I apologize for that. But that's what I'm seeing in the agile movement today. Anything else? I'm sorry? Where would I place what? Lean? Lean tends to be right here in the stability commodity. It's vague because it depends upon what you're comfortable with, how your mindset works, how well you understand the particular thing that you're doing. But yeah, lean is in the center. Agile's at the left, lean's in the center, structured over at the right, and it's a continuum. There's no rigidly defined barrier in any of that. I think we've got time for one more question. Mm-hmm. That's because it's hard to describe. Lean is understanding what your product is, where you're no longer asking what we can do. Will the public even accept this? It's, we know what we want, but this is exactly what we need to implement. So Pearl 6 could never have been implemented with Lean because you weren't sure. I didn't want to say that. But so Perl 6, excellent example of a project which couldn't be done with Lean, and it couldn't be done with structured programming, structured development, project management either, because you were still experimenting and iterating and pushing forward on that. Whereas if you're developing a nuclear reactor, you have extremely strong requirements necessary for safety to make sure that you do not diverge. Even if you have a cost overrun, even if it's taking you several months longer to build that, you must build it to exact specifications or else people die. So that's a case where you don't want to have the freewheeling nature of Agile. And Lean is about this only we know exactly what we want and we know what we do not need. So it's almost a symmetry there. Here's what we do need, here's what we do not need, and you only build exactly what you need and you focus on reducing the cost of waste. And then later you can decide if you want those other bells and whistles. So, thank you very much. If anyone else has any other questions or stuff, please stop me outside and I'd be happy to chat with you about that. Probably not my most exciting talk, but I enjoy the topic.
I used to do Agile and Scrum, and I'm not a developer.
Well, it's certainly the case that I prefer Agile stuff. I remember when Google was talking to me about coming in and doing some project management for them. It was all stuff for site reliability and very structured stuff, which it's like, that's not my background. I don't have the skills for that. And they're like, no, come in and interview. No, seriously, let me explain to you what this is and what you really need and why I'm a bad fit for it. And I had to really work to convince the recruiter that, he's looking for a different skill set. And he just didn't get it.
I tried using Agile and Scrum, together with Scrum, and Scrum pissed me off.
I know. Scrum, it's nice, but I do have some issues with it. That's why I actually have my own Agile project management technique that I use to make life a lot easier. Because Scrum is, it's turned into a profit-making industry now, as opposed to a simple way of developing software.
We got what 10 minutes? Can you set up laptops? Yeah. We know it works.
From what I remember, we have vastly shorter time boxes. Like review is between half an hour and 1 hour.
Cable is on, port's on this side. Port is on. Windows? Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm okay with that. Let me, allow me. I don't know which port it is. Allow me to open. Yeah.
That's why you almost never see a one-way screen.
In our case, it's just
Please
every
unlock it.
team doing its own thing, and if it doesn't work, we'll just change the time boxes or move meetings around.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to
Okay. Sorry. Okay. You need to use that. Okay, now you have
Go. Okay, here's our 8-hour meeting that we have. Yes. This is a middle thing.
How do I exit this? Because it keeps going back. Do you have VM? It's a VM.
Yeah. Yes. It's inside VMware.
Toolbox. Do you have a demo or a present or a PowerPoint?
Neither.
Neither?
No demos, and you're looking at the
seconds.
Just a short question while you do that. I'm going to have a lightning talk tonight.
Yeah.
If it's possible to try to see if it works.
Yeah, but not right now. I have
No,
to
not right
make
now,
it
but
so-
when?
yeah, later after the lunch break.
Just after lunch break?
Try
Okay.
protect again. See if. Aha. Okay, we got it.
Okay.
All right. And there we go. I need to nip out for 1 second. I'll be right back. 12:03. I think we're good here. So. Looks like we're good. So we got 4 minutes to the next one. 4 minutes? Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe. Who knows? Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I think we schedules moved. Yeah, push back, Phil. Yeah.
Dan, es que trebuie microfon.
Ce crezi?
Știi că trebuie microfon.
Este că trebuie microfon aici?
Nu, es că trebuie două.
Trebuie două. Să caut câte găsi aici. Dacă trebuie două, las aici. Stăm aici și stai.
Doi 10. 2 10.
Da, mute, da. Both work. I brought the second one so it can pass along.
Okay. All right, so hand it out, Carol. Keep this over here. All right.
You can use whichever.
Okay, either way. Okay. Okay.
And then like if it's turned on the display, then
Okay, so mute.
you know.
Okay, so mute's live. Mute live's live. All right.
So I'll just.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be using that because I'm going to walk around and. Hmm. Ah, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it works,
that's
but it's
fine.
not like loud enough.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. We'll watch stuff. Okay, it is 12:10. Let's get started here. I don't want to keep anyone from lunch. Okay, those of you that don't know, I am Jeff Goff, Dr. 4 on IRC and in many other venues, aside from Facebook where I use my real name. We're going to cover 10 Perl 6 features in 30 minutes. So things will move just a little bit faster than my normal pace. And just as a qualifier, these are the Perl features that I happen to like playing with, not necessarily the Perl features that everyone will be using in production. The big ones that I don't really cover in great depth are the hyperoperators and concurrency and the concurrency and process threading and the new gather and take syntax. I don't cover those because I don't know them well enough to be able to talk in a crowd about them yet. The zero thing that you should know is where to go to find more information. Starting out with, obviously, perl6.org, which is where you can find the downloads, find the binaries for Barracuda Star. You can find the Microsoft MSI package installs. Those are all available there, along with links to projects on GitHub, along with links to the full Perl 6 repository. docs.perl6.org is where we have our online documentation. There is support for Perl 6 documentation reading in the Perl 6 binary, but I don't think we've yet decided quite how to do what you used to be able to do in Perl 5, be able to say Perl doc X, be able to say Perl 6 doc X. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but I don't think that's quite there yet. Modules.perl6.org is where you're going to find the current ecosystem. CPAN will eventually be able to handle both Perl 5 and Perl 6 modules. According to what I understand, it can right now, but there is a switch to be thrown in order to make that work. That's not been done yet. Raku.org is where to get the binaries, where to get the packages, to get the DMG for Mac or Darwin, OS X Darwin as well. Rakota Brew is apparently is not now the real way to do development, but is what I generally choose, just because I started out that way and haven't gotten around to changing my own workflow. Panda is, along with Zeph and one new installer, the way to install Perl 6 modules. The big resource, though, of course, is on IRC on freenode.net, the second line from the bottom there. We are on pound Perl 6 and pound Perl 6 dev. There may also eventually be a pound Perl 6 tool chain, but hop on into pound Perl 6 and someone will be around. The last thing, if you want to get a overview of what Perl 6 can do in terms of code and all of the funky new operations that it provides, the best place to do that right now is to go out to rosettacode.org and search for Perl 6. To look at, I think right now we have several hundred, maybe, I don't know offhand, at least several hundred code samples for doing basic mathematics, for doing games, for doing ray tracing even, and stuff like that. But let's go over the list of let's go over the list that I feel are the important features to play with. The first thing is that Perl 6 grammar is a single pass grammar, so that you only have to ever read the file once. In Perl 5, with things like here docs and the m// operator, you have to backtrack quite a ways in the grammar in Perl 5 and then go back forwards. In Perl 6, it is one pass, and as a consequence, when the compiler has an error, it can stop right there at the error point and give you much better error documentation. I'll show you a brief example of that and how we are kind of a little bit ahead of the curve. I'll say there's been recent buzz about Swift and Rust error reporting, and Perl 6 is pretty close. Unicode, we are very much Unicode friendly. I can't go into any real detail as to how things are, because I could talk for hours about how we fix correlation errors, how everything is now internally UTF-8, how we have different ways to match graphemes properly, so that if you have, say, the word Aarhus, which is a town I think in Aarhus is either Sweden or Norway. Someone will correct me, I'm sure, but A with a ring, ARHUS, that will actually report 6 characters everywhere in Perl 6. Even with the fancy ring, even if you type the A with another ring character, it will combine those two and still report the right number of characters. I can't really get into depth on that. The other thing that will help beginners immensely, and for those of us that have spent time, many years in the trenches trying to explain why when you use one variable you have to change the sigil to use a portion of that variable. That has now gone away. And if you are worried for your code, there is, at the very least, Blue Tiger available on modules.perl.org or on Perl 5 CPAN. There is Perl 2, Perl 6 that will handle that conversion for you automatically. So you can go ahead, run that over your Perl 5 test suite, and get it to a quasi Perl 6 working state. It will take care of most of the common little things that will trip you up. We'll get into that later on in the talk. Floating point math actually works. And finally, in 2015, we have function signatures, proper function signatures, which have defaults and optional expressions. Functions that are typed. Functions that can be dispatched based on those signatures. The rail expressions, self-hosting is really not the proper term there. It's how Perl 6 is bootstrapped, is its grammar library. You're all in Perl 5 used to the PCRE style rail expressions, which we've all come to know and sort of love. In Perl 6, we now have parser expression grammars, which are vastly more powerful, but we have disguised them to look much like the Perl 5 grammars that we all know and love. Type classes, that's a term for mathematics. My background's in maths, which should be obvious over the next few slides. We now have support for proper classes, for proper attributes in those classes, type checking on those attributes. I believe the course has already talked a bit about roles. I'll show you a brief example of that. And I can go on about how I recently figured out one way they're really, really powerful, but I can't get into that in the slides, unfortunately. Come down later and we'll talk about them. If you're used to, say, Perl 5 and the overload function, trying to overload an operator, in Perl 6, that problem goes away. You can implement custom operators at any time. I'll show you a few examples. They can even be full Unicode, so you can use, if you so dare, you can even use the APL range in the Unicode to implement APL operators in Perl 6. I keep threatening to do that when I have some free time. The last thing, of course, is concurrency and hyperoperators and the new promise model for threading. Sort of like Go. But again, I don't know that much about that, so we won't cover that in great depth. I will show you one example of a hyperoperator that can be parallelized. Well, sort of. All right, the first part, single pass grammars. You'll notice, for one thing, the lack here of parentheses in general. Perl 6 can walk through the start of a string, look for a character, and know how to jump around inside the grammar and properly match text for you. So parentheses, they are one of the points where Perl 6 is splice-based sensitive, but you don't really need them, I found. And I'm also playing around down here at the very bottom of the file with the r/operator to show how you can actually remove more parentheses. Because if you were actually computing an average in the normal fashion, you will want to sum up the number of years in that string, divided by the number of elements in that array. The R modifier to the slash operator lets you turn around the statement and therefore get rid of the parentheses around sum that you would ordinarily need. And just a small trick there. If you're used to Perl 5 bare words, and everyone here is, I'm sure, a major change is that everything inside a brace to close brace block is code. So you can no longer say open brace, bare word, close brace, because that's no longer a valid construct in Perl 6. And if you're using Blue Tiger to do text translation or Perl 2 Perl 6 to do translation, this will be taken care of for you. Instead, the new syntax is to use over here the pointing brackets. Those surround bare words or lists of bare words everywhere in the language. It is consistent, so you no longer need to worry about whether you're looking at, say, a map method that does a block, or whether you're looking at a if expression that is an expression, or whether a parenthesis is the start of a list or an argument list. It's all now been made consistent. Error messages. You'll see here, first of all, function signatures. We have function signatures up here with the @a. Those actually work. They are valid. They are no longer prototypes. But there was a syntax error hiding here. At the second line, some parent at A, there should be semicolon there. And what happens now in Perl 6 is that instead of the typical terse one-line error that you get, let's see if I got, look at my slide. Well, let me, I'll worry about that later. You get this text now that describes exactly where the error is, and in fact, what it is, what the compiler thinks the error is, the missing semicolon. Again, this is line 2 of the test file. So just after the by sum line, it's pointing you exactly to the error. And it gives you a list of possible alternatives for that. This, you would probably need to know a little bit more about the internals of the compiler to know what those terms mean, but at least you're being guided to that point in the error. We are very much Unicode friendly, as you can see. We have down here the $A, $alpha variable. We can use either the old-fashioned ASCII slash or the newfangled division sign there for division. And we actually use all of the numbers in Unicode. So if you have a Bengali digit 2, that's just another number 2. If you use a fraction, you have the fraction 1/10 available to you. And again, $alpha, as long as your variable names start with an alphanumeric character, alphabetical character in Unicode, any alpha character, it's a valid variable name. No, you'll see no UTF-8 above. You just have to use UTF-8. Everything in Perl 6 is by definition UTF-8. Now, alpha Greek letters, they're kind of a bit old school. But you can even go really old school if you want. This is a module of mine that is on the modules Perl 6 repository that lets you use Roman numerals. In fact, it lets you use the old Unicode Roman numerals. When you go to Amsterdam next year for YAPC, sometime go down to the Westerkerk, down by Anne Frank's house. On the top of the cathedral there, you'll see the number 1666 written in very, very old school Roman numerals. This was before they had up there 0R, and then that thing that looks like a CD. That was before they had M. So really old school. And of course, math works with these. So you can say IV divided by M and get 0.004. I had a little, I took about 2 or 3 days debating whether I should use 1R or 0R because, well, Roman numerals don't have 0. But eventually I stuck with 0R to be the same as 0B and 0X, so a little bit boring. And in my spare time, I'm going to add 0 capital B for Babylonian cuneiform, just to round out things. These sigils, as I mentioned before, they now actually make sense. At least for new beginners. For those of us up here in the community that have been working with Perl 5 for longer than even I want to admit, this is the biggest change that you'll have working with the language. First of all, you'll notice the missing parentheses around the list there. Again, parentheses are kind of optional now in Perl 6, at least I find. And in my slides, I go to a little bit of trouble to get rid of them, just to prove that you can. You declare a variable at powers, and when you want to reference anything in that variable, you now say at powers brace. Sorry, at powers bracket, or %power, or %foo braced, or %foo pointing brackets for the bare word. But now the rule is simpler. When you declare a variable, you always use that variable name later on. There's no switching between contexts. There's no do I use the $ for a array slice? Because that can actually introduce bugs in Perl 5. Now, it's consistent. This notation over here, by the way, the colon name is now how you do a key value pair in Perl 6. That is now a default, that's now a basic type, which helps things. So that when Perl 6 reads the implicit list there of colon name, parent, whatever, and returns a list of pairs, you get back the compiler says, oh, you're returning a list of pairs. You must want a hash. Strict typing. Now, I mentioned before about math. Perl 6 is actually worse. I assume that everyone here knows what this statement will return in Perl without even thinking about it. It's quite obviously 0.000001, which actually is 2 to, I'm going to get corrected here, but I believe it's 2 to the minus 48th power, because of the way that floating point numbers actually work in binary, according to the IEEE standard. Because because obviously a floating point number only has so many digits of precision. So what happens is you add 0.1 to 0.2, and you get a number with a little bit of round off. It's invisible, it's down in the guard digits, you'll never see that, until you subtract the remainder. And then that little round off that accumulates down all the way at the 17th digit of your expression shows up. Happens in Ruby too, they make the same mistake. Python, same problem. Perl 6, you get the actual number. That's because what you're dealing with here, instead of 0.1 and 0.5, you're actually dealing with actual rational numbers. Numbers that have both a numerator and a denominator. So when Perl 6 takes a look at your numbers, it converts 0.1 to 1/10, 1 over 10. It converts 0.2 to 2 over 10. And when it subtracts 3 over 10 from 2 over 10 plus 1 over 10, 3 minus 1 plus 2 is 0. So it says 0 over 10, so your answer is 0. And you no longer have to use, if you're dealing with scientific notation or large numbers or large files, you no longer have to use big int, big float, big rat. Those are all built in for you. You can use as much memory as you want for your number. And finally, you can take a look down here and see what the actual value that Perl uses internally is. Everything in Perl 6 is an object. So what this does is, because obviously of the decimal here, 0.1 is internally a rational number, which is an object, and all objects can have methods called on them. So what the 0.1 parent here does is get you back the rational object, and the nude operator on that strips away the details, strips away the covering, so you now see the bare value, which is of course 1 over 10. We've already covered function signatures, and down here is a little bit more detail about how detailed Perl 6 errors can get. It will say, sorry, you have a problem here. It will do type checking on your variables. It will count the number of arguments. So plus parent 1, so plus invisible parent 1, 2 will call the plus operator up there. Down here, plus of 1, 2, 3 will not. That will fail like compile time. Regular expressions are what we all use on a day-to-day basis, and what Perl tends to get a little bit of flack for because they've changed so much. Well, they really haven't if you get down to it. For those of you that use name captures, that's all these pointing blocks are, really. hiding inside here, the integer with the pointing block, the stir with the pointing block. Those are just name captures. Nothing big, no drama. But what this does here, aside from a few frilly bits, the percent signs especially, this rail expression that you have is actually powerful enough in 6 lines to handle JSON. Something that is hard or impossible to do in Perl 5 without resorting to the parent quest brace construct and waiting for code blocks. This actually handles a full, almost a full JSON statement. The one thing that it needs to do is alternate between either a pair or a value when checking data. We finally have proper object orientation. We finally have proper classes, and as Curtis has alluded to beforehand, we also have roles, which can be thought of as a segment of a class that you can introduce into any other class. For instance, up here, I have a role called humanoid that you can add to any class, and it will give you a left hand and a right hand. Chirality is a fancy term for biology. That just means something has a left hand and a right hand. Like trivia bit, the molecule, the aroma molecule for oranges and the aroma molecule for lemons is the same molecule. It's just twisted one way for oranges, twisted the other way for lemons. No biology note there. We now have enumerated types. So you can have a so you have here a left hand and a right hand. You can have a setting for effort. If you're, say, doing a role-playing game, as I'm working on right now. Here's a little bit new notation. For those of you that started out, remember back to when you started out in C or Basic or whatever, and wrote down if A equal 1 or 2, and wonder why it didn't work? Because everyone knows that you need to write if A equal 1 or A equal 2. Well, Perl 6, you don't need to do that anymore. With Perl 6, you finally have expressions like whatever, in this case being the star variable, has to be greater than 0 and has to be less than 18, all in one statement, no parentheses. And you're not comparing the star variable, which is this right here, twice. And of course, since we're doing a role-playing game, we want to show how that actually all works internally. So you have a character here named Wade. You equip him with 2 swords, and you have him attack, say, another random character that you create called Francis. Just at random. We have down here actual attributes. Has is how you mark a class attribute. Attributes can be typed. They don't have to be. You don't have to go through and type it and create types for everything and make everything enforce those types, but you can if you want to. And I found that it is a really powerful method to go in and start just prototype your class with random variables, no typing whatsoever, and then go in and gradually in Perl code introduce a new type. Find the errors that new type catches, fix those, add a new type to a variable, fix the errors that catches, go on. This is all done at compile time, usually. And it gives you a way to gradually ease into prototyping and gradually make sure that you have more and more constraints on your code to make sure that it runs the way that you think it should rather than the way the compiler thinks that it should. Finally, I've been glossing over this a little bit. In Perl 6, I know a lot of you have used Perl 5, obviously, and one of the problems that you have with Perl 5 functions is, or at least the first thing that you learn is when you pass in two lists to a function, Perl 5 flattens those. If you have, say, sub foo parent, if you call, say, sub foo with at A comma at B, well, Perl 5 does the natural thing and just jams together at A and at B into one list and passes them along to your function. Natural, after you've had a few weeks to think about that, after you had this explained to you online, or after you've looked through the documentation and found out for yourself why this actually works. In Perl 6, that behavior is now more rational. In Perl 6, I found personally that I don't use references all that much anymore. I have a few modules in the modules Perl org that use references, and I'm slowly rewriting those to get rid of references now that I understand how they work. This here, despite the brace, is just a list of lists, not a list of list references, not a list of scalars that are blessed to something else. This is a list of lists, much like what you would get if you were, say, working with Lisp or Lisp fourth scheme, etc. An actual list. So you would be able to reference this now with at doctors, at line bracket zero to get the word Tyler out of the string. So you no longer need to worry about references. Lastly, at least for me, we have custom operators. Instead of the old way to do overloading and strings, you can now actually write sigma 0 ... infinity. And because infinity is, well, infinity, this actually, well, compiles. It will run. It might take a while. But this actually will work. If you have a laptop open, go ahead and replace infinity with 10, and it will actually compile and run. And this also shows as well how Perl 6 handles lists, because they can be of finite or infinite extent. So Perl 6 will go through your list and say, okay, the start is 0. You haven't specified any increment, so I'll assume 1. So it will add up 0 plus the next element 1 plus the next element 2 plus the next element 3, and try to do so until infinity or until your disk burns out. Ah. Of course. But, mic drop. Okay. And just to tease here as well, you'll see, as part of that statement, there's this weird bracket plus close bracket. That is borrowed from, I first knew about the actual reduce operator in Scheme, but there's also reduction operators in Haskell, in Scala, etc. What that does is takes the list here at values and reduces the list, much like a MapReduce would in, say, the Google architecture, parallelized as well. So this will actually, if you give it a finite list, it will parallelize across cores to do the reduce operation in certain situations. But what that does is reduces pairwise. So you have 0 plus 1, reduces that to 1, goes to the next operator, 1 plus 2, reduces that to 3, 3 plus 3 reduces that to 6. So it's doing pairwise reduction on your lists. I teased a little bit about how powerful the new operators are with the R modifier to expressions. Also, the core doesn't implement anything like plus equals or slash equals directly. Instead, equal sign is a modifier to the plus operator, which you can modify yourself. And when you create your own prefix operators or infix operators, you get the other modifiers for free. And finally, I don't have any actual content for the subroutines down here, for the postfix and prefix operators here, but the W plus and W minus statements will compile, and they're running on all of your hardware right now. In fact, they're running on your laptop. That's running right here in this little area of space because that is the gauge metric for the supersymmetric standard model for particle physics. So it is running everywhere right now in this room. In constant time, of course. A few people get that joke nowadays, that's good. And lastly, I will cover one more thing. Don't worry too much about the outside here. Focus here instead on the bit down below the given, the if method read or update or delete. This is the last bit. Because normally what you would write down is you would write this down as if method read or method update or method delete. What we've done here is taken the read or update or delete and combined them, much like Schrodinger's cat. They are now existing in a quantum superposition of states. So the text here for read, pipe update, pipe delete is now a multi-way match that you can abstract out and apply that as a function. So you could, if you choose, one moment. One of the dangers of live demos. We've now just refactored our expression, our quantum expression, our non-collapsed state of read slash update slash delete into a single variable, and applying that as a method. So we say if method equals a compound quantum state of read or update or delete. You can also use @ signs here, although I don't know how you make a string that simultaneously read and update and delete. You probably could do that with a reg expression. This is a very flexible method, and in fact you can actually use the same technique here on, say, array elements or on subroutines to create a quantum superposition of your read validation combined with your update validation, combined with your delete validation, all within one superposed subroutine. And I am winding up on time now. So thank you. Are there questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Namaste. And now lunch is upstairs. I believe I took.
have misunderstood what you said about Pearl 6 Golf, but that should work on the command line.
Oh, it might. I don't offhand know.
No, it should do. If it doesn't, that's a bug. I have fixed it in the past.
Oh, okay.
It is fragile code and it doesn't work very well, but it is usable.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize for misleading.
No, the main problem, of course, is that no one tends to embed pod within the Pearl 6 document.
Aha. Yeah,
But
and
all the
I
core
guess
stuff.
I sort of the odd man out there. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, one second. Yes. Okay. You use inline profile. Yeah. I should have mentioned. Yeah, there's an inline profile module that lets you use profile code, including access. Nina, who does a lot of development on the Pro 6 core modules, does a lot of work with that and has made that work with Pro 5 and Pro 6 modules. I've been lucky enough to use that technique.
What's wrong?
To rewrite the Pro 5 test suite for dancers.
No, after. I haven't tested in here before. Who's next?
At least test suite does.
This is actually got HDMI out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if you want to be between you can create a file.
I'm doing it tomorrow morning, but I'll need to test it some point.
And if you decide inline
now I can
Pro 5 code, call it inline Pro 6. If you want to be truly saying.
So I can do either HDMI or.
I don't offhand know how that works in the Pro 5 side. You're not talking for it? Oh, okay. There's a guy in gray green T-shirt that does the
Makes it all work. Oh, this guy. Yeah. It doesn't seem to work.
You're just testing?
Yeah. But at the moment, nothing.
So the settings you need to make is the displays need not to be mirrored.
Okay. That's fine. Uh-huh.
What operating system is this?
It's Arch with Mate. Just to be...
Never heard of it.
Of course. And then what resolution?
It has to be either 50 hertz or 25.
It doesn't let me do that.
Try 1080p, like full HD, the top end, and then apply. Just press keep this configuration, and then let's try here, like refresh rate.
For me, it doesn't want to change.
Do you know if it's mirrored or not?
It shouldn't be mirrored, no.
But we need to check.
Yeah. Keep this configuration. It comes up with a...
Oh yeah, so it's not mirrored.
No.
And the other one?
That's this
Okay,
one.
try this one. Try the refresh rate. 25.
25. So
then
I just
apply.
have to go off.
Yep, should work right now. It takes a while, but it
Two.
should work.
Let's keep that. Oh, there's nothing on that screen, which is probably the problem at the moment.
Yeah, can you put something on?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah. You sure? Oh, good to go.
Flickering. Can you just check the cables right down here?
I had this yesterday where I plugged it in next door, so I hope it's not new.
Is it working the same?
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah. Yeah. What'd you do?
I I just changed it to like a smaller resolution.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then wait. Let's see if I can.
You click on.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, wait just a second, because
Yeah.
I need to check something over there.
Okay.
You should press keep because it's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
revert. So let me see if I can find a solution to a different problem.
To a different problem.
Yeah. So where's the display thing again?
You just click on this one.
Yeah.
You have to apply it first.
No, because let's try this one.
Mhm.
Hope it doesn't flicker.
What's up? You may have killed it.
I think I did.
Piece of crap.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
So, because I don't know why, but like we need 25 hertz
Uh-huh.
in order for the
For the
live
streaming?
stream, yeah. We have a backup plan. If
Yeah.
it doesn't, we're
Cool.
filming with the smaller camera. We're filming actually the screen,
But it's not as much fun.
It doesn't like that good, as good.
Poor old machine, come on. I'll start a crowdfunder. Somebody give me a new laptop. Oh, now it thinks it's... Okay, that's interesting. So now, what do we got?
So the
this one,
second display, full HD.
is this?
So top one, and then 25, and then.
Nope, crashed again. Why is it? Oh, no, no, I'll keep this.
First I can see it here. So it's
1920 by 1080?
yeah, it should work.
Maybe I need to put something on that screen, might help.
Oh yeah. Try.
Poor old computer. No. That's not worked correctly.
So you're speaking later today?
Yeah, later. Killed it again.
Then we can either do the one that will put the screen, like I think it was 1280 by
Some-
1024
Yeah.
something, and then we'll not use the mixer thing,
Uh-huh.
and we can then record it.
Just, oh, okay.
That's the backup.
The crappy option.
working, but not.
Not beautifully. So what do we got? We got
Check something out. So the signal was okay.
and it's set to
Yeah, I set it to, yeah, like this, lower the resolution to, I don't know.
which one did we try?
Try the one with 720.
This one.
Yeah. And then see if you can select something else than 60. Try 50, and
Mhm.
then apply. Let's see if it goes. No, it doesn't. So, can you try putting a window on there?
Should be
Oh,
already on there.
There.
Yeah.
But it's not.
No.
So then try 60 hertz. The same thing, but 60 hertz. Okay, then the lower resolution.
This
that
one?
one, yeah. And that should work. This is right. Yeah. Just 60. And then
Still nothing. Really?
well, it worked before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
Oh,
It's good.
okay.
So I think there's nothing on there, is there? Let me check.
Come back. No, there was. Maybe we just try.
Yeah.
Come on, what? This is this.
Yeah.
So this is mirrored here. That's. So that should be mirror. but
Okay,
this
try
is-
mirroring. Try that. Try pressing apply and then let's see what happens.
And then we get nothing. Okay, so let's try this again. This is on.
Yeah,
No?
that's the one. 60. Okay. Okay. Apply.
Okay, let's do something radical. Pop it out.
Okay.
There we go.
Plug it back in.
Okay, there's something on it now.
Okay.
Weird. It knows it's there. But and what we tried this.
Yeah, and it was flickering.
What do we see?
Okay, so this one works, but it's not.
It's not nice.
proper, yeah. So then, try something even lower. Maybe try 800 by 600. Let's see.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
So click on here.
How if you set this one as primary?
How did we get it to work?
I don't know.
We want to try. No, wrong one. This one. So this works, but badly.
Yeah. Try 30. Yeah, try 30 here.
Horrible flickering, hellish.
The yeah. The signal isn't strong enough.
Maybe it's the adapter. I don't have HD. Like normally, I just do VGA. To be fair.
Yeah, but do you don't have VGA?
But I have like normal from this to VJ, because you know I'm old. 50 hertz at 1280 gives us nothing.
Well, so the other option is we wait,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's this guy Mihai Pizza. You know him?
No.
Okay, if he's got long hair, I'll find him. for
Okay.
you. But he's out for like half an hour.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not too late.
Yeah.
Also wing it.
Because he's more of an IT
Okay.
person
Yeah, no
than
worries.
I am. And
This is what I thought I'd try now.
yeah.
Why is this? That's crazy. How did we make it work before? How you doing, mate?
Good. I'm wondering if the Inet's screen can come down and then do it old school with the decal.
That would have been great.
Oops.
I've never seen it come down, so I don't know. But
So it's not been working today.
But it's difficult to find the right settings for it.
For every single person.
Like, because I don't know why. I'm not a person.
Yes.
But most, like Windows and Mac OS systems,
Yeah.
it's got issues with the other systems.
Yeah.
19, you go to 25, apply. Slightly better.
Slightly.
24? Should we try 24? And it's better because it's just black now. That's much better. I'm going for the dark look this year. Yeah, oop, oh, what have I done that? I want to do that. Go here and go 1280 by 720.
Nice. It helps you to check it's working on mine. Just as it says.
Yeah. Plug yours in.
This didn't work for me yesterday, so if it doesn't work today, we know that something's changed.
Well, we have this.
That's the problem. It's broken at night.
Try different resolutions. Try 1080.
Oh, you show off.
Okay, so I wonder what my hertz are. The
Yeah.
the frequency of them.
But if this works.
But it's interesting. It didn't work unless it was in 1920 by
Yeah.
1080.
You just don't unplug it yet.
Make sure nothing embarrassing is on the screen.
Huh?
Make sure nothing's embarrassing on the screen.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Oh, it just
I'll have to
changed.
wait for. Are you next?
One after next, or two after next, maybe. Okay.
Do you have something?
I'm afraid I don't know if that can help. on the spot. Old school. What connect you need this one?
Yeah. But I've got one of them as well. The other thing I might do, mine's online. Or I could do, if I had a friendly Australian, I can run it through one computer
Yeah.
and drive it from another, if you know what I mean?
But yeah, or you can just borrow my computer.
Yeah.
Put the,
Yeah, because it's all online. So it's,
do you want to do that as a backup?
yeah, if I can't get it to work, I might do that. That's right.
Yeah.
You're sitting in online anyway.
I should be.
Give a heckle from the back, I think. then you're invested in it, and then you won't be as mean.
No, no, I'm just looking at the connection.
I also wanted to try.
I don't think I have the right connection.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Find something.
guess just waking the monitors up, so you should do. Maybe I need to do a bit of the dance. We'll get into that one instead.
On Mac OS, okay?
Yeah, I mean we can plug the H. No.
Just leave it like that, and you need to go in the display settings.
Oh, okay. Not that one.
Displays, and now go to this. Yeah, this position, and then
Mirror, not mirror.
not mirror.
Okay.
It should be not mirror. Okay, and now select the
zone that is finished. So that's that one.
This is the window for
That's
that one.
yeah, that's
Okay. Can you change the resolution? Yeah. So yeah.
1080 Ti.
1080i, yeah.
Okay.
And then 25 hertz.
Oops. Oh, so that kind of maybe suggests that it's. Hang on, let me grab the windows again. Aha. Okay, good.
What did it say? It said, yeah, speak mode, so it's not good. Okay. And then try 50.
That's looking. Yep, I recognize that one.
It should work.
Just takes a. Okay.
So what settings are you, do you have right now? Can I just check?
It's. There we go. 1080 Ti and 50 hertz PAL. No. 1080. Oh, it's jumped back to 60 hertz. That's weird.
Does that sometimes?
Maybe it's because I. Okay. Okay, let's begin. We all good? Okay, so as the title says, this is mocking APIs for emulation-driven development, and you can get the slides and the example code on my website, which obviously isn't localhost, but if you go to lijo.github.io, or can you not? Yeah. How's that? Better? Okay. Okay, so if you go to lijo.github.io, you'll find the link to these slides and the example code that I'm going to show. So last year last year I gave a presentation on this module, which is a plugin to allow you to implement a OAuth2 server in Modulicious. And at the time I threatened to split it out from Modulicious into its own namespace, so it could be reusable for whatever you want to reuse it for. And actually ended up doing that last year. And the reason I did that is because I started writing this module, which uses OAuth2, but it doesn't use the authorization code grant, it uses a password grant. Now, if you're familiar with OAuth2, it has all these different grant types. So at the time, I thought I'd done the right thing, and then actually it turned out I needed to do another thing. And the reason I split this module out into its own namespace is to implement that functionality so I could test against this module. And what I've kind of learned as I've been writing these modules that interact with APIs is it's very, very useful to have a good local test suite, because test servers don't tend to have SLAs, so they break your tests and they break your continuous integration, which leads you, on a wild goose chase. REST, which is that thing, which I'm sure you all know of. So I was looking at the Mondo docs, which is the module I was writing, and they kind of looked familiar to me. They looked a lot like lots of other REST docs. This is Stripe and GoCardless, all payment service providers, basically. This one I think is PayPal, yeah, developed at PayPal, and we have Campaign Monitor, Facebook, Twitter. And you look at the docs and they're quite, you get the initial impression that they're all doing the same thing in terms of the way you implement it, but you dive a bit deeper and you see, as we've already heard about yesterday in a couple of talks, is they are often very subtly different, because REST it's not a clearly defined thing. Well, it is a clearly defined thing, but it's kind of, the horse is bolted, so everybody's doing their own implementations. So you delve into the docs and you'll see examples of responses. So this is Mondo, which is obviously quite a sensible thing to return. You look at, I think this is Stripe, which uses an epoch time, which is fair enough. You look at PayPal. This is GoCardless, which says, send as a reference if it's this payment type, but it needs to be this long in this particular type, or something else in this particular type. And they're not clear about what happens if you send the wrong reference. Do you get a 400 bad request, or I don't know. You look at PayPal, and it turns out you can kind of gather how they've implemented this in the back end, in that you can use their API, but only to get transactions sent using their API, so you can access stuff that's gone over the web, which, okay, fair enough. You look at Campaign Monitor, and they say all our endpoints return JSON, apart from one which returns XML, so we're kind of getting sidetracked a bit. And Facebook wants you to send the auth amount, the auth currency as a base 64 encoded string, which doesn't strike me as the best thing to do, but fair enough, that's the way they've implemented it. And Twitter say, oh, we use a GeoJSON standard, but actually the longitude and the latitude are reversed, so they don't really use the GeoJSON standard. And you get these all sorts of interesting implementations. So this is one I used recently. It's kind of a buzzword bingo for an API. They're using the REST API, but it wraps a spool blockchain protocol. So we're getting all these crossing of the streams. This is a conversation I was having with the developer of one of the APIs I was integrating with, and we were kind of arguing about, should I use, they don't want to use HTTP status codes to represent errors because it's the transport, it's not the application. And I thought, fair enough, but if you look at Uber, they actually do it very well. They're using a 403 here, but they have two different codes, and to represent actually quite sensible things, I think, in terms of use cases. And the RFC says, well, it doesn't really say much. It says, do what you want, basically. And you kind of end up in that situation, which is basically that situation. And you go to Wikipedia, which you think would be quite a good resource, but then you look at the talk page, and you get lots of arguments. So it's kind of the ultimate form of bike shedding. And you think, well, I'll grab a book on this, and the book will sort this out. and this is just from O'Reilly. This is 6 years, 5 books, 4 different authors. And I've only read the first 3, I haven't read the last 2, but I remember correctly the first 3 do contradict one another in quite key areas. So you do a bit of Googling and you find other books. And you kind of end up in this inevitable end state. I'm not making this up, this is actually a book that's recently come out, so I haven't read it yet, I've got it on order. But I'm not interested in bike shedding. And it seems that somebody's trademarked the term anyway, so I don't know if, oh well, maybe they've trademarked the term shed. It's not very clear from the graphic design of that, which is trademarked. So my approach is to write an emulator. And I try and keep it as simple as possible, so I'm just basically returning standard JSON. Doesn't store anything in a backend, it doesn't write to a database, it's literally return this JSON structure. And I find it's great for TDD because it's like TDD on steroids. You get this enormous amount of test coverage without having to monkey patch LWP or module user agent or whatever you're using to send this stuff over the wire. And you can improve your CI coverage without relying on that test server that doesn't have an SLA, which will break your CI server and kind of render your CI server not as useful as you would like it to be. So an example here of the emulator I wrote for this Mondo module, that's probably not very clear, so what I'll do is I'll bring up a bit better, I think. So what we have here is we have an OAuth 2 server, so I can do that password grant in a few lines of code. It uses JWTs, so you can stop the emulator and start it again, and it will remember your access token. It doesn't need to store that access token anywhere. And as I said, we are basically just returning JSON. I try and keep it as simple as possible. So I just I read the docs, and I have the emulator open here in another window. This endpoint returns this JSON. Okay, get accounts, copy paste the example from the API docs. And it's about, I think about 300 lines of code. Yeah, with all doing a bit of the massaging, because the way they've implemented the params is it's REST, so it's their own special way of doing it. Let's find my window. Here we go. So this is how I run it. This is a shell script which fires up the emulator, grabs an access token from the emulator, and then runs a set of end-to-end tests. So if we actually run that, I mean, first off, if I run the test, you'll see that we actually skip the end-to-end test because I have a comprehensive set of unit tests anyway. But running the end-to-end test, I see it fires through. It's quite quick. It's quite nice. I do print out all the debug there because obviously it's useful to have that. But this end-to-end test can also speak to the live server. So I've made an effort to make my test suite pass against the emulator and the live server. And obviously, one of the cons of using an emulator is obviously the live server is maybe a moving target. You would hope not. You would hope they would version their API and not break their clients using it. But that's not always the case. So if I actually run the same test suite, well, I'll just prove it first. I mean, if we cat end-to-end emulator.sh, we see it's running t end-to-end.t. If I cat that, it's running exactly the same test, but I have an access token that I grabbed from their live server. So if I run, what I've done is I have stored my access token, and hopefully that access token is still valid. It seems to be, so it's running a little bit slower, and hopefully if it is working, it will actually, yeah, I got a little alert on my phone, so it's definitely hit the Mondo live endpoint. So just from that emulator, I'm getting a good 80% test coverage. And then I add the unit tests, and I get close to, well, I'm getting 95%, almost 100% statement coverage. So just as a base set of tests, very little effort there, I've got what I hope is quite reasonable coverage. But my main suggestion is if you do build a RESTful API to give to provide a service, don't just release the docs, but try and release an emulator. And as I said, I don't mean a test server, I mean something people can actually download and run locally, because it's nice to run it locally and have it be consistent and quick, because we like our tests to be quick. And also dog food it, because I think we write our APIs and we write tests against our APIs, but perhaps we don't really use our APIs as clients would use our APIs. So we're kind of blinkered from the holes that might be there. And of course, update it when you update your API docs. Just to expand on that, there is, I think you probably heard it mentioned yesterday, there's this new push to use open standards for APIs. So we have Swagger and OpenAPI, well, they're the same thing basically. And what I have been trying to do is, I've not had time to do it yet, I'm trying to make the modulicious plugin OpenAPI module emulate given a flag, because the OpenAPI spec defines the JSON schema for your responses. So surely if we have what we're going to return in the configuration, we can just use that to return example JSON. So in theory, that Mondo emulator we saw, which was 300 lines, becomes 10 lines of code, which I think would be very powerful. And also OpenAPI, it generates your routes in your app, it generates your documentation, and now we can also have it generating your tests, essentially. So the laziness is kind of expanded, which I think is great. I've not quite got there yet. I've got the patch in OpenAPI, but I need to patch JSON validator to actually figure out how to read the JSON schema and generate the response JSON. So this is me developing the Mondo the business Mondo module, and one of the key reasons I wrote the emulator is because I didn't get access to the API up until I think the third commit from the top there. So I was actually developing against an API that I couldn't access, because you don't receive access until you get the debit card. And I wanted to kind of get this. I had some free time and I wanted to get this done and out there before I didn't have any time. And having written the emulator against their docs, when I received my card and ran my test suite against the live endpoint, I just needed to make a trivial fix because the docs were slightly out of sync with their API. But in the end, it turned out the reason I'd originally done this kind of disappeared. They were going to deprecate password grant, so my path down, splitting out the module and normalizing it, actually turned out to be for nothing. So that's basically my one-sentence suggestion. Write an emulator. I think if we can do this in a way it's trivial using OpenAPI and one line of code to do it, I think it would be very, very powerful. So that's it. Any questions? Sure.
Well, I'd like to add something because I also recently wrote an emulator. And the good thing about an emulator is that you can also emulate all the faults it can do.
Yeah, so the statement was that you can emulate all the errors you might get, the faults you might get from the live endpoint. And again, with OpenAPI, you do actually have to document, this is the 200 and the response example, then your 404, 401, 501. So again, we can emulate that if we have a full Swagger spec. Any more questions? Sure. It's compounded, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's down to down to writing. Well, the statement was that if you're implementing a client and a server, don't use modules from the same, well, maybe the same distribution or not the same author. But I think that's down to having, like I said, dog fooding your API and writing good tests. So I think you could apply that to not just APIs, but code in general, perhaps. Okay, any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Everything, pretty much. Yeah, yeah.
I usually just write, I override the user agent.
Yeah, monkey patch the user agent. I got so tired of doing that. Yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah.
Who's next?
I don't know.
Are you next? Are you next?
Oh, if you keep asking long enough, I am next.
Do you want to
2
be
hours.
next?
Yeah, and have never used the deep. No, I have this one.
The other side of course.
Computer.
So when you upload your documentation, it provides a dummy server endpoint. Yeah. You can just request and get all the responses back. I wrote one. Okay, that would be really useful. But it's like
I usually have nothing to do for it to work with HDMI. You need a console.
No,
it will call against your server implementation, so it then tests that your documentation is actually correct. So you get kind of both ends, that a client can call your spec and get back responses, but you can actually dog food your own spec and documentation into your implementation.
Settings, computer settings, or something like that.
So we now have Dread as part of our CI to make sure that we've actually updated our documentation whenever we make a change to the back end. The reason I wrote this
Here maybe.
Okay, HDMI, the resolution of the station.
Let's see. Something like this. Yeah, there it is. So that would work fine.
I really like these go different. I'm aware that the design of it can be a bit cumbersome to write manually if you're having so much implementation and
2018.
Allow me. Right, something.
Let's see. Yeah, if you change that to 1920, I think it will work.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll start a presentation here and move it to the other screen.
Okay, and
No?
this one?
F5, I think. Yeah. F5.
Mhm.
And on this screen should be.
Okay, great. Okay.
You know what? What? How long is the break?
I think it's due to start in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So. Hello, everyone. If you don't have one of these, you're welcome to come and get some, or there's probably some floating around nearby. So we'll be filling this out at some point during the talk. Okay, well, I think I might get started. Well, actually, that's the subject of the talk, starting up. Perl has got a long and rich history of supporting startups. In the first .com boom, Perl was one of the engine rooms powering that boom. And now with Perl 6, we've got another engine of growth that's potentially about to start up. So I want to talk about using Perl 6 in startups. I want to describe my own process of starting up, the lessons I've learned over 20 years of trying to do it. It's a difficult thing to do, and there's lots of pitfalls. And I'm hoping to show you some of the pitfalls that I've had so that you can avoid them, and we can build more successful Perl-based startups. So the talk is mostly about Perl 6. It's mostly about startups, there is some Perl 6 content, but there won't be Perl 6 source code. So if you like a talk where you see lots of source code, then I won't be offended if you want to move on. Yeah, so this talk is about the process of starting up and how you could potentially use Perl 6 in that process. So, 1997, I thought this would be a good idea for a startup. Autosig.com. So if anyone remembers 1997 here, the 96K baud modems that we had, the slow wait downloading anything from the internet, the last thing you'd want would be to receive an email with one of these graphic files in the base of the email. But despite the fact that I knew this, I still thought that this might be a good idea. So that you could come along here and buy an AutoSig for $5, and then you could inflict it upon all the people you knew. And then if you were really crazy, you might spend $20 for the limited edition signature. Just madness, really. But that was a learning experience for me. What did I learn? Well, actually, I learned, Perl could do a lot. Perl didn't say no at any point. Perl was the least of my problems. It helped me do that. I was able to speak easily to the GD library for rendering the text on top of the image. And yeah, so Perl was the least of the problems there. The problems actually rested with me. I could have had a bit more empathy. I could have thought about actually, what is the recipient of this message going to feel like when they get this big whack of bytes down their slow modem? But on the other hand, I also learned about basic e-commerce, dealing with credit cards, etc. And so this was the beginning of starting to get started. The next business was Zoom tickets. And using the experience that I'd had with generating the images in AutoSig, I thought, wouldn't it be good if you could sell tickets online, have the user be able to print out the tickets, and then have some sort of barcode which, when the person goes to the event, they could have the barcode scanned by a laser reader. So that was the idea behind Zoom tickets. So I spent about 3.5 months building this, doing the seat allocation system, etc. A lot of work. And then I went to see a promoter in the West End of London to say, here's my idea, Zoom tickets. What do you think? I was about to get out the Palm Pilot that I'd programmed to show how the barcode would work. And the guy had a cigar and he was saying, you don't need to show me that thing. Don't show me your thing. And all I wanted to do was get my thing out and show him. He's going, no, don't show me the thing. Don't show me the thing. And he's smoking away on his cigar. And he basically said I had a snowflake's chance of being able to sell tickets in this way, even though it would be good for the consumer to be able to get their tickets, print them out straight off the web, don't have to wait, could buy tickets at the last minute, etc. So it was a good idea, helpful to the customer, helpful to the user, but ultimately impossible, because the guy with the cigar said the venues won't have it. They control the way tickets are sold in those venues, and they won't let you do it. So he said, I don't need to see the device. I can tell you it won't work. I said, no, but it will work. He said, no, you don't get it. It won't work. And that was another moment of learning where I just thought, gee, I could have saved all this time. I could have called him up on the first day that I embarked on this and said, what do you think about this idea? And he would have said it wouldn't have worked. So I didn't actually have to do all that development. If only I'd got out of the building earlier and spoken to him, then I would have saved myself a lot of time. That's the next thing I learned. 12 years later, I enjoy watching rugby in Bath, and they had a new ticketing system announced. And I walked down into the stadium, and a guy gets out a SPT 1500 and scans the barcode on my season's ticket. And then I just had a flashback to that promoter, and just thinking, no! So every time I get scanned there, I think of that. But you've got to move on with startups. You just got to pick yourself up and go again. And so that's what I did. So I trained as a lawyer, and I thought, wouldn't it be good if all the lawyers could send documents securely to each other rather than emailing them in plain text as attached documents. So I learnt my lesson from the previous one. I got out of the building earlier. I tried to advertise this, and in doing that, I realized there was actually no demand, or very little demand, for encrypted email. People weren't even searching for it. I phoned around a lot of the CTOs in London of legal firms, and they were not interested. Thank you, but no thanks. So I moved on quickly from there as well. But in trying to advertise this startup, I came upon the pay-per-click search engine model, which I thought, now that is a good model. And I took a lot of the code that I'd written in E1 Mail, Zoom tickets, and before, and then started up this search engine, Turbo 10, which it's, so remember, this is like 1999, so Google has come out and is becoming more and more popular, but there's other engines around like Alta Vista and Lycos, they're still around. And its opening USP was the fact that it could load the results on the client side. So effectively a very early form of AJAX. And so that you could paginate through the results very quickly. So what happened then was I started actually getting some customers, advertisers signing up. But then I had another problem. How do I get more users to come and click on those advertisements? So I needed to improve the search engine. So next thing was, well, okay, let's search the deep net. Create a meta search engine that searches other search engines, but lots of them. Perl didn't say no to me here either. It just said, yep, no problem. That's a job for Perl. And it went through various iterations, extra features being added, etc. But in all honesty, I wasn't getting to the end user. So we weren't really growing the user base. Why? Because at this time, Google was really starting to take off. And people were just in the habit of using Google. And once people are in a habit, a loop, it's very hard to get into that loop. So then I did a pivot. I thought, well, okay, I'll partner with other search engines who do have users. And so that's what happened. I used the meta search technology that I'd created to talk to other search engines, but instead of talking to other search engines, talking to other ad feeds. So aggregated ads into the system and then sent the ads back out through the network. And this business ran for 9-10 years, and it was profitable and it worked well. So the pivoting got to a place of economic opportunity, and that window of opportunity lasted for about 9-10 years. So I learned some things on the way to pivot, to try and reuse the things that you've got, to think about taking the code that you've made and positioning it so that it actually sort of solves a problem, and you can build some wealth that way. But in the end, what happened was the recession came and my partners went out of business, and then actually the whole network then closed down. And then once that happened, then the core business also closed. So that's the end there. So what am I doing now? Well, I'm helping other founders with their businesses, with their startups, mainly Perl. And it's been really interesting to get to know other people in that startup process, and sometimes non-technical people, so non-technical founders, because actually they care about a different system. They're not really caring about the technical system. It's slightly interesting, but the main system they're interested in is the business system. And that's something that I wish I'd sort of focused on earlier. And it's something that I'd like to highlight today. And I hope that that's something that you can work with. The other interesting thing is most of the founders have got hot tubs. I don't know why. But I've never got into them. So I'm happy not to be in the founder's hot tub. So that's my really bad drawing of Elon Musk there, sitting in his hot tub, thinking about going to Mars, having a rocket taking off and going there. The flavour of startup that I'm interested in isn't the kind of Elon Musk out of this world startup. It's more down to earth, one that could be potentially started with little or no capital, that could be sweat capitalized. And you may have heard of the lean startup, which is a methodology for doing that. And that's really, when I read that book a number of years ago, that really sort of crystallized a lot of the things that I've been doing naturally, but it came up with a much more sort of rigorous methodology for doing it. And I strongly recommend that book if you're interested in doing a startup. Has anybody read The Lean Startup? Okay, great. Well, you'll probably see some ideas from that book in the rest of this talk. Okay, so Elon Musk is thinking about going to Mars, but actually startups can be really quite simple and quite small. They don't have to be big endeavors. And there are, for me, 3 levels of sort of financial points in the trajectory of a startup. The first is OBE, operational break-even, PBE, personal break-even, and DBE, dream break-even. And if you're Elon Musk, that involves Mars, but if you're not Elon Musk, that might involve having a nice retirement or something else, something less ambitious. Personal break-even is basically where your venture is paying enough for you to do it 100% of the time, for you to not have to work elsewhere. You're effectively free to work on your startup. So it's not bad being in that PBE state, because you get to be creative and make things. So when I was talking about the hot tub and the business system that other founders think about, that high-level thing, it really is this, that what is a business? Well, it's a value exchange system between customers and the thing. And what gets exchanged? Value things and dollars. But then the question is, what's in the question mark box? What do we put in there? What generates the value that then generates the revenue? And then ideally you want the customers to introduce new customers, that there's a kind of an internal engine of growth helping to grow the startup internally. It's like firing an engine and then having the engine tick over itself. So here is the startup process that I'm following, and it's a synthesis of the mistakes I've made in the past, the things I've learned from the lean startup, and it's an ongoing thing, so subject to change. But the first step is actually what happens before you have the idea for your startup. And in this phase, it's all about feeling the pain. So having kind of your antenna out for listening for things that need to be solved, problems that come up. And it's good to log those things so that you can, there's a kind of a fermenting period that goes on. And then if this pain sort of recurs, then it might be something that other people are feeling as well. And then it could be something that other people are willing to pay to go away, to fix. So this could be the beginnings of an idea. It's at that point that you might want to get out your lean canvas and think about how the idea could work in practice, to think about the business model that might protect the idea, that might kind of surround it. And we'll go through that in a second. But then once you've had your idea, then you can start to test the riskiest assumptions that you've uncovered in the model. And we'll talk about that in a bit. After that process, you might then be in a position where you think, actually, there is something to this. I'm going to build an MVP, a minimum viable product, where M stands for like the minimal product. And we'll see what I mean by that. And then the next step is to test your assumption. Is it actually true? And if it is, great. But if not, you either need to pivot or actually don't go any further. And if I had have done that for the previous businesses, I would have saved myself a lot of time, money, and effort had I done that. So here are the 4 things that are currently in my incubator, ideas that I'm cooking. 6Fix, Site Mapper, 123Do, and Jump to Pay It. I think 6Fix is probably, hopefully, more interesting to you, so we'll start with that. This is the lean canvas for 6Fix. 6Fix is a weekly email, a Perl 6 problem that gets emailed to you, and basically you have an answer. You have to answer it to get the next 6Fix. So unless you answer the 6Fix, you don't get another one. So this isn't a startup business in a monetary sense, but it's a venture. It's a startup venture. So it doesn't have a revenue stream. Well, the revenue, the thing that the benefit is that actually it's about learning Perl 6. So it's not the revenue isn't financial. And you see there the costs, very small. It runs in Amazon S3, Amazon EC2. And yeah, you can see the considerations of what the thing is trying to solve. So having done that, it was time to get out of the building. Now, people wanting to learn, I couldn't go out of the building, go around to my local store, speak to an old lady and go, would you like to learn Perl 6 once a week if I sent you an email? And she'd probably say, well, you're crazy. So instead, getting out of the building meant actually logging into the IRC channel and asking the people in Perl 6, what do you think of this? Getting their feedback. And generally they were positive. I started off with the idea that it would be a daily email question. And the feedback here immediately is, well, actually daily would be too much. And to be honest, daily would be too much to actually, as an author, it'd be too much work to do it per day. So I had my first pivot at that point. We weren't going to do daily anymore, it'd be weekly. So there was a real advantage in getting out of the building, talking to the customers or potential customers, seeing if there was any interest, and then seeing actually what they would like. And you can sign up for 6fix if you want to get a weekly dose of Perl 6. If you go to 6fix.nigelhamilton.com, you'll see this sign-on page, and just pop your email in there, and then you'll get your first Perl 6 question. And it runs for 7 weeks. Okay, so that's just a little example of a little venture and a little summary of the lean startup process. Now, I wonder if you've had ideas in the past where you've thought about things that you might start up. And they don't necessarily need to be businesses, they could be projects or open source endeavors. So I'd just like to take 5-10 minutes. I'd like you to fill out the lean canvas there with a startup idea that you may have had. And if you haven't had a startup idea, no problem. You could write it from the perspective of your own company or a company that you know. So it doesn't have to be an original idea. But yeah, can we just do that for the next 5-10 minutes? Oh. Has anyone got a spare pencil? 6fix.nigelhamilton.com. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. You got it? Good. Okay.
Things like unfair advantage and
Mm-hmm.
customer segment.
Yes. Okay. So. So what would be an example? So for customer segments, do you have an idea? Are you able to share what you're thinking?
Yeah, well, I'm just sort of, it's just an idea that I had a while at the top of my head that I wasn't, just an idea that I thought I would try and make it out here.
Yeah.
But basically, we moved into a hot testing environment
Yeah. Okay, so definitely one customer segment would be the tenants of the hot desk. So hot desk tenants would be one customer segment. Yeah. And then the unfair advantage in that situation might be that you've got a monopoly on the area, that the hot desk area or something, that you've got an agreement that it'll only be your mapping software that's used, or something like this. That would be an unfair advantage.
So if you already had some sort of agreement with the company,
Yeah.
and you said, and we build this software, you can't buy anywhere else. Agreement.
Yeah, an exclusive agreement, yeah. Okay, that's weird. So if you could just go through the different boxes there and put a number, if you could rank 1, 2, 3, the top sort of 3 assumptions you think are the riskiest. Of the assumptions you're making there, which ones are the riskiest? The ones that you're not really 100% sure will pan out. Okay, does anyone have any comments or questions about what they've just done? Did it help you sort of explore the model of your idea, how it would work in real life? Did you find that? No? Okay. Well, if you did have a risky assumption there, the first thing to do is actually to test it. So the MVP process, the lean startup process, is looking to test assumptions as soon as possible, and then either pivot or do something different. And here is an example of a test that I've been running recently. This is for a startup idea called Jump to Pay It, and it's for a sort of like a URL shortening scheme for sending someone a URL if they owe you any money. Here's a link, please click it and pay me some money. So I was able to test this idea by firstly going onto Google, seeing how much it costs to advertise for the search terms that people might use. Firstly, is anybody searching for your idea? That's actually one of the first things that you can test. And Google will tell you that for free. How many people are using the search terms that you think your customers might use? So that's a great first step to validate your idea. And I mean, this form is, it didn't start off like this, it was much simpler. It got more and more detailed as the test continued. I did over a number of days, and I had all sorts of figures going in here, up to $2,500. And I increased the commission rate as well to see if that had an effect on reducing the amount that people would put through. So I was able to learn quite a lot there about the prospective customer, their email address, contact details, how much they were looking to be paid, etc. And all of that before actually building the product. So in a way, this was the MVP before the MVP. So this is called a landing page test, and it's a really useful device to basically learn things as quickly as possible. So you might have had some assumptions on your form just there that you could potentially test with a landing page test. Are people searching for the pain that you're looking to solve, the problem that you're looking to solve? So it turns out that the Jump to Pay It landing test site, the SixFix site, behind the scenes they're all using the same engine. So now going down from the business model back down to the technical model, the technical world, what's going on there is that there's a business engine and a value engine. And within the business engine is the API that stores things like events, user details, charges, credit cards, etc. And I just want to share with you that API. It's the business engine API. It's about being happy. It's good for entrepreneurs. It enables them to create multiple businesses. It's a multi-tenanted API, so you can have multiple businesses sitting within the same API. And here are the routes. Oh, it's powered by Mojolicious. It's a Perl 5 service. It's sitting in EC2, and it has a Postgres SQL backend because it needs to have an effective JSON data store, and Postgres SQL provides that. So that's its high-level overview. There's a Perl 6 client for it. There's a Perl 5 client. It comes into that endpoint, and then we store events, user details, card details, etc. Not the credit card detail, but the card token. I'll explain that in a sec. And there is a worker queue for sending jobs, for sending emails and other things, powered by Rescue. So that's the back end for the business engine. Here are some of the routes. We have users, login, email, events. Events are important because they're a generic occurrence within the system. So if you're interested in particular metrics, then you need to fire an event because then it will report how many of those events have occurred. And then we have the cards and the charges for doing transactions. There's a deploy route which is hooked up to Bitbucket so that whenever you make a change on Bitbucket, a webhook fires and then the service redeploys. So there's a very fast turnaround time if I ever have to do that, but not very often. So here is another startup in the nursery. This has got past the initial testing phase, and this is now we're going to move into MVP. So it's not a fully ready MVP, but it's getting there soon. and it's powered partially by Perl 6. So Perl 6 serves the roots of the website that the user comes to. This is the integration with Stripe, the card provider, which the business engine talks to. And this is the overall architecture. Well, yeah, this is how the back end. I wouldn't call it an architecture really, but we have Sitemapper. Nginx is serving the static files. Bailador is doing the Perl 6 roots, and it's using a Perl 6 client to talk to the business engine to deal with users, transactions, events, etc. And then there's the VE client, which is the value engine. And that's because most businesses that I've worked on break down to these two simple subsystems. The business engine, which does the boring business of transactions and emails and all the stuff that's generic for 99% of businesses. And then the value engine is the thing that differentiates your business, which ultimately is solving the problem that your customer is paying for. Your customer doesn't pay you to whack their credit card. They're paying you for some service, which they then let you whack their credit card for. And this is working well. The Perl 6 web app, I translated it from Perl 5. In Perl 5, I had it in different modules. In Perl 6, because I could do it in less space, more succinctly, it then just sort of naturally came into one file. So I have the roots, and then each root gets dealt with within the one file. So it's very succinct and clear. The Bailador web app framework comes with two default template engines, Mustache and kind of a Mojo style engine. Excuse me. And I found that the Mustache one was a little slow. So I replaced that with a very tiny templating solution. And now it's quick enough to serve. It's fit for the purpose that I need it. I need it for. So that is the beginnings of a Perl 6 assisted startup. And I hope that there'll be many more Perl 6 startups. This just describes what's going on inside the business engine. Stripe is the credit card provider. But if you're here in Lee Johnson's talk, Go Cardless, etc., there's lots of other card providers that you could potentially slot into that position. So depending on the financial considerations. The value engine for Sitemapper, or I should explain what Sitemapper is. Sitemapper provides sitemaps for websites and sends them to Google. So at a number of places I've worked at, they've needed to update Google with new pages that have been created or generated. And there's sometimes a delay between Google's crawler coming and the page being picked up. So if you want the page picked up as soon as possible, you get it into your sitemap as soon as possible, and then you can ping Google to come and get your sitemap and then update their content. So the initial test showed that actually quite a lot of SMEs want this service because they don't want to go to the bother of generating this XML sitemap themselves. So that was enough evidence for me to then go to the next point in the process. And that's the value engine there. That's the thing that actually they're paying for. This ability to crawl their site, update their sitemap, and then submit it automatically to Google and have that running regularly in a hosted way behind the scenes. So generally, the process is about serving. That's the first point. You're serving a need. You're serving the customer. And actually then everything follows from that. The learning of what does the customer actually need, how can I do it better, and then from there, there's the earning. But the first point is to start with, how can I serve a need? How can I scratch an itch? That's the trick, I think. And I hope that I've inspired you to consider maybe doing your own Perl 6 powered startup. Does anyone have any questions or comments or? I accept updates. Yeah, you can send me an email and I'll make an update.
When you picked Modulicious Postgres, was that an Amazon? Was that just because you're familiar with those, or was that you saying people recommended?
All of the above. Yeah, I'm familiar with it, and it works well, and Postgres is fit for purpose for the JSON storage.
Your mock-up landing page, people actually come in there, but there's actually nothing behind it. Doesn't that make you feel a bit like you are,
Yeah, that's a fair question. Well, I'm not scamming anyone in that I'm not taking their money, and it was interesting that I did receive some people who were looking to scam me because they were saying, how much are you going to pay me, etc. But no, that's a fair point. And I think what happens is when you do fill out that form, it says, sorry, we're not open for business just yet. Thank you for your interest. We'll get back to you when we do open. So it slightly softens the effect there. Yeah, but that's a fair point. But the value in learning before you do it, it is a valuable thing to be able to do that.
but should be too successful, because then you get too many visitors on your mock site, and
Well,
all be disappointed.
Well, if you've got that, then that's a would like to have problem, because then you should be in business. Yeah, you should be in business at that point. In which case, turn your experiment off, turn your MVP on, and then, yeah.
Do you hire people to help out, or are you the whole? I mean, you're doing the JavaScript as well.
That's a good point. Actually, I do, and actually, someone who helps me is in the room. I'd like to quick shout out to RPAD. Thank you for your support, RPAD. So he helps me. I also have, I use some people through Elance, which has now become, I've lost track of the name, it changes name all the time. Upwork, yeah, Upwork, that's it. And for the Upwork for sort of the graphic design and some of the JavaScript stuff, yeah. So yeah. I use Design Crowd for logo generation, and they do sort of crowdsourced logos, so it's an easy way to get a logo created. And everything is in AWS, because you can start small, and of course you can grow if you need to.
A lot of my ideas are about things that probably would not occur to the Google searchers, because it's a kind of new thing. So you're testing stuff that people are actually already searching for problems that are. It's a problem, not a solution. A lot of time people don't know they have certain
Yes.
Actually, they turned out to have this problem and buy iPads.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So there can be other ways that you can test. Oh, sorry. The question was, there are some problems for which people don't search. They don't have a search for, before there were iPads, no one said, I want an iPad to search. And that's the thing. There are some problems for which people may not be searching for the solution. And I think that's a fair point. But then you need some way to be able to test that with your target market. So you need to find another way to get to your target market.
In my experience, that's actually what things like Kickstarter are mostly valuable for, is kind of proving the question of, is there enough demand once you introduce the idea to people? And I know a lot of folks that use things like that, or just the dummy websites that just say, here's our thing, here's a mock-up, if you're interested, let us know, and we'll let you know when it's coming to fruition. And then I know people will spend a few $100s on Google Ads just to get the idea out there and see how many people sign up.
Yeah, I think that's good. There's some good ideas there, definitely. Yeah, so your suggestion there was that Kickstarter and some of the other sites where you can basically put an idea out there, you can get a response back, some validation basically as to, is there some interest in this idea?
Yeah, or even putting up a mock-up of the site and just doing a very small spend on advertising and let people then go to the site and sign up and say, I want to know more when this is out.
Yes, and also having a mock-up where you can sign on and put an email in and basically get back to them when the site is up and running. So in a way that is kind of an MVP. That's minimal MVP, which is good. Basically anything that helps get you some learning, gets you closer to the solution that might be useful. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thanks for listening.
People in back don't hear it and want to get into the video. Interested in one of those filled in?
Wow. Okay.
I just did that.
Yeah.
I made a picture of it for myself, so you can have it if you want. If you're interested in how somebody else would fill in one. Nice idea.
All right. Cool. Good.
That stopped. In all due to like the whole thing and just hitting the point where I actually help. And I just because I don't have enough for an MVP, so I'm try to get interest. There are some interest, but they all say yeah, we see that work, we see that. What's the actual interest of the user of the customer? How do you? I mean, I'm totally just like I've even thought about sending an email for help.
Yeah. Okay.
My question is, what do you think? What do you think I should do to get people involved in this?
Yeah. So what is it that you sort of? What's the sticking point?
So the whole idea is around digital receipts, which I think is a market there for grabbing. There's a lot of big companies doing some stuff, not that many. Not that, in my opinion, they're not doing that great. But there are
Yeah.
But again, but all this needs a little bit of work.
Mm.
And again, I'm just the only technical person involved in this process.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when you need people to because I don't have the money to actually pay people, so
Yeah.
I need to like trade for the company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you ever have that sort of problem or?
I've always tried to do it in a lean startup way, but yeah, excellent. Did you enjoy that? Did you? Yeah. Good. Did you do something for your books or?
What?
Did you do something for your books or?
No, it wasn't for my books.
Right.
I'm an academic, so for me, creating a company is I mean, it's a basic idea. It's an anonymous thing. So it's all
Yeah.
expecting the people to
Yeah.
go with you in public transport or in your grocery store or whatever. Try to get a mapping of who's there and try also to predict when you're going to find someone you might have met in the past. So it's about someone moving to a new town, like people moving out of Britain because Brexit. Because
yeah.
somewhere else,
Yeah.
to meet new people who have more or less the same.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity there for sure. Do you want to keep it then?
No, for you, maybe.
Yeah?
Maybe
Okay.
you like the idea. Just send me an email.
All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so basically that kind of stuff that's what I'm saying.
Do you know what your minimum viable product is? Do you know what the minimum?
I think I do. I think I do. As soon as I got the full process working, from people actually be able to choose a digital receipt on the web page when they buy something, actually to see it on my web page. There's a receipt there. Once it's full, but I mean, the MVP, I think it's still big.
I think there is an opportunity there. My wife, she runs a jewelry business.
Oh, okay.
It's online, but she has a problem. She has lots of physical receipts.
Yeah.
She's sending them to a receipt scanning company, and she gets a stream of receipts back, which is great because all the paper receipts are in the one stream. But the problem is the electronic receipts, which she's getting from PayPal and blah 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 blah, are not in the same stream. So if she could nominate at the PayPal checkout for it to go to e-receipt or then yeah, that's good.
That's exactly the idea. But again, I'm stuck with development. I'm stuck as in I need to finish the MVP so I could show people that this actually is I think it's a great idea because no one wants receipts in their email inbox.
Yeah. They just want it actually they want it with the accountant, don't they? That's where it's got to end up.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm asking if you know of anyone or any place that I could actually reach out and say, well, I'm changing equity for help for manpower.
Yeah. Well, potentially. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it's possible. But I just need to think about what the minimum, because one problem would be there'd be a bit of a fight on for the checkout. And integrating with the checkout process is slightly tricky. Is that where you see it being done?
I think so, yeah. I think it's on the checkout. We would need to basically need to choose. I want my receipt to go to where all my receipts are, which is here in this address.
Yeah. It might be good because there'll be other. Let's say what's happening is there's lots of receipt providers, receipt bank, blah blah blah, and then you just basically have something which redirects to. Yeah.
There's also.
So you would need adapters for the different receipt systems. And you need some ability, because I suppose from the point of view of the checkout person, for people providing the checkout, they don't care which receipt place they go to, but they want the user to be able to use whatever they want. So if it needs to be like a universal receipt button. Yeah.
And I just need to get some help to get this finished.
Okay, well, we can exchange cards and things and discuss.
Well, I'll just send
I've got a crew of people that I can potentially call upon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I sent you an invite over on LinkedIn just
based in London?
I'm based in London, yeah. I work in a company called BMI, Central London. So, change emails and things, if needed.
Yeah, I work in Bath.
Yeah, which is a bit far more west than I am, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting idea.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I can definitely help one way or the other. So.
Thank you
Cool.
very much.
All right.
That's creepy scary. Is this the warmer or the cooler room? It's probably cooler because it's bigger. Yeah, it has vents, so the heat can go up.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you need assistance?
It's quite likely. Decided to come in nice and early.
You have to go to...
Let's get to the beginning.
Does it work? You have to go to settings and displays.
No, I just need to, I want to get it at the first slide first before we go. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
And now settings. Let's get the...
I'm not a programmer, so you can show me.
It's okay. I don't mind if you see anything.
Go to... okay. That's it. Displays. Allowing.
Feel free. Expert work. I think I should have it set up so that it doesn't ever go to sleep either. So I'll double check my energy settings so that it doesn't conk out after a minute.
Sorry.
This is clearly highly technical. I try putting this in full screen mode now? Since you have it up on the...
Yeah, it was just a second. I want to try something.
You made it go away again.
Yeah, I know. No problem. Don't be scared.
I'm not scared.
I'm from IT.
Because it basically, yeah, you and me both.
Do you work in IT department?
Of course I have.
No, you're a developer or you
Yeah.
work in IT? No,
Well, IT development.
I'm in the IT department.
Yeah, me too.
So if your computer doesn't work, you can.
I'll be calling for you.
You can call me and I'll tell you to
Where
turn it
are-
off and on again.
Yeah. Have you tried? Yes.
So you've seen. That's the problem.
All right, that's nice number one. We'll be doing a little of that. Hi.
I have a very short question. Are you from a southern state?
Sorry, what?
Are you from a southern state?
No.
No, you're
Not
not.
really. Why?
Because you have a hand fan, and very often it's them that have it.
No,
It's
it's just more like I'm
It's
hot.
really
It's got lines in it, but it's visible. It looks, one of the reasons why I've kind of stuck with Atom is it actually looks nicer than VI. And it uses the same controls as the browser to make the fonts go up and down and stuff like that. So, anyway. How do you go between apps? I always forget. That's what I tried. It's that one, yeah.
Yeah, but I'd shut some of them down.
Yeah, I will be. I might want to show it.
You're next to last today.
That's fine. That gives me plenty of time to actually read this.
There you go.
I've only just done this.
It seems sort of like a call to action, sort of.
Well, it kind of is. Most of the action's already been done. We just want people to make pull requests. So,
It works too.
yeah, that's good stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Every so often I'm going to hit a key so it doesn't go to sleep. Never, yes. I think that. I know never to talk IT and do it. Yep. No, it's okay. I'll just talk into this one. Just turn it on. Okay. I'll probably be too petrified to go anywhere away from my laptop. The only thing I haven't done is get on the speakers network. I haven't got on the speakers network. That's a very nice hat you have there. I don't know if she's here. She's probably not because I told her I didn't have any. Hello, everybody. I think we'll get started now. Right. This talk is Go for Perl Programmers, a 30-minute tour. Last chance to go to an actual Perl talk. First things very first, this is not an evangelical talk. I don't want to talk anybody into using Go or anything else, because this is a Perl conference. So we start from the standpoint that Perl is the best language in the world. Can we hear an amen?
So this is a no die enemy talk.
Computers are the enemy. When they rise up. I'm Sue Spence. That's my Twitter and GitHub ID, which are eerily the same. And my email address, I will publicize where I put these slides and what code I have after the talk, because I'll put them on GitHub. So anyway, let's get started. What is Go? Anybody here not know what Go is? Good, we actually have some people. That's a gopher, by the way, it's not Go. Go is this language, and I've got some trivia about it. So it's a general purpose programming language. It's really mostly used for system programming, except when it isn't. So it was invented at Google by those three people, two of whom you probably heard of before, especially if you've ever done any C programming. That's Robert Greisemer, who's the guy who actually started this project, and then Rob Pike and Ken Thompson horned in on it because they came over to Google from Bell Labs, I believe. So it's a reboot of C and C++, not any other language, even though I've occasionally heard Go advocates tell me that, yeah, it's really against Python or Java or somebody else, because they're too complicated and stuff, but it isn't. Well, that worked well. So, the 1.0 released in 2009, that's 2 years after they think they started the project. So 1.0, and now it's at 1.6. I call that the stable, even though 1.7 was released a week ago, and my Twitters and email were all full of that. And of course, the team adopted a gopher mascot for the 1.0 release. Why would you ask? Would you ask why? I didn't ask why, but somebody told me that it's actually Rob Pike's wife draws them. So that's why there's gophers everywhere. So, Perl, we know Perl's symbols, they're lovely. Camels, butterflies, onions. So Go has this one mascot, but lots of drawings of it. A lot of them done by the same person, Rene French, who is the originator of it. I actually asked the author, or the person who took this picture, for his permission to use it. It's Brad Fitzpatrick, some of you may have heard of him as well, who is still, I think, pines after the days when he was a happy Perl programmer, before he went to the enemy. So, Perl, loads of killer apps. Who remembers that page? I remember it. Oh, good old days. So, text processing, that was the first thing that everybody said Perl was great at, and it was, and still is. So the web, I don't know, that's just a little thing that some people use. And essentially an awful lot of apps, particularly in the 90s, a lot of them are still around, some of them have gone by the wayside, but it is still so ubiquitous that it's like water. People still don't realize just how much Perl there is in the world. So it's been around a good long time, as we know. I know technically the ladies, but let's just say 1990s to present, and used by pretty much everyone for some value of it. I've never worked anywhere that didn't have Perl. Go's only had its first killer app for 2 years. But if you talk to the Go people, it's all Docker, 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 Docker. So the client there is really the cloud, but it is such a major hype deal for the Go community that it's just, you see people wearing Docker scarves and Docker shirts, and it's just, they're really happy, and I'm happy for them because they have a killer app instead of just loving the language. So this language, just like all the languages, except Perl, because this is a Perl conference, there are no magic beans for sale. We're not doing anything here that you can't do in other ways, some better, some worse, in all other languages. And as I've said, you don't have to, Perl's everywhere. It's part of the base installation for pretty much every open source operating system that I can think of. But Go isn't. It's not, because it's still, even though it had its 1.0 6 years ago, nobody's packaging it yet that I'm aware of. And if they did, it would be 3 releases out of date. So Google does try to help you out there. That's their, many of you may have already looked at this because you had people telling you that Go was the best language in the world. So it has one of these sandboxed things you can try. If you see that where it says hello world in that corner there, they actually have a lot of different apps, small apps that you can look at. There's Game of Life and Fibonacci done concurrently and all sorts of things there, just for demo purposes. The tour actually takes you on just basically learn the basics of Go. When it's quite a good tutorial introduction to the language, and it's zero cost because as long as you have an internet connection. Could we get more out of Google? I suppose. Underneath the sandboxed try the Go stuff is this playground, which showcases one of the Go community's hang-ups, which is formatting. They're a bit like Python that way. More about that later. So you can press the button. You can mess up the formatting of whatever program you've cut and pasted in there, and then press the format button. It'll clean it up for you. You get a shareable URL there too. So runnable paste bin. They claim that they're going to save those URLs that they give you forever, but who here misses Google Reader? However, that's been for several years now, they've said that. And I actually gave a patch to somebody with a package, and I was just giving them some cleaned up tutorial information, and the guy said, "Oh, that's great." He says, "I'll just put it on the Go Playground, and I'll put a link in the code to that." And I was like, okay. But anyway, there is a third-party open source alternative to the Go Playground. It is glot.io. Has anybody seen that? That's really cool. It does Perl 5, Perl 6, Python, everything. It's really cool. Also, installing Go is extremely easy. So all the major operating systems are covered. You get source because it is an open source language. You don't need to set Go root unless you decide to install outside the default location. Put the default location in your path when you're set. It really is that easy because they have binaries available for probably most purposes, and it builds on an awful lot of other platforms. They have a concept of a workspace so that you can organize your code. So, apologies for the lovely graphic, but basically, the only one they really need to care about making yourself is need to make a Go path, which is whatever you want your base development area to be, and then make a source, and then in my case it's GitHub, but if you use something like GitLab or something like that, I think a lot of the public repository systems are covered, but definitely GitHub. So, and then your GitHub ID, and then the name of your application or repo. Go toolchain. Go toolchain's different from the Perl toolchain in the sense that, actually I'm getting ahead of myself, but anyway, you just use Go. They have the Go command is overused, but it does make sense. So running a Perl program, one of the basic baby ways to do it. Most of us probably don't do this, but Perl program.pl. For Go, you type go run py.go, and then Go looks just like an interpreted language. Only I'm sorry to say it's faster. If we wanted something akin to CPAN, getting a CPAN module, because the Go community does not have a CPAN. I don't actually know of any other community that really does. Node sort of does, but I mean, I still say CPAN is preeminent in the world for collection of modules for a language. But in this case, they just assume you're going to go get it, and it understands how to get things from whichever. Assuming you've got your access to, say, GitHub already set up as a developer, then if you type go get and then a package name with, github.com user ID, name of the package, it will just go get it for you and stick it in your workspace. And I'll show you that in a minute. So it's go this, go that. So go build will create an executable for you and put it in your current directory. Go install will put it in the bin directory that I showed there. It'll stick it in there for you. Go version tells you what version you're on. And back to their obsession, they have a go format, because they're very picky about the way code looks. Which is actually fine to me, because as long as I can look at it the way I want to look at it in my own editor, and then just run it as part of a workflow that goes through the formatting program, so that I don't hear an earful of abuse from other people, either my colleagues or other people that look at it, then you don't have to worry about it. So, okay, as we know, in the Perl world, toolchain means how to install modules. In Go, that's how to make the executable program. Because this is the other thing that has people, at least in DevOps, really thrilled, is the fact that you get to deploy static binaries. They were actually really loath to even add the capability of creating shared objects to the Go compiler. Because when you make static binaries, it's just going to work when you give it to somebody, as long as they put it on the right platform, which you're probably going to do. And so the burden is on developers for taking care of dependencies, whereas I think with Perl, and not just Perl, Python and other languages of this type, which is most of them, we have to share the burden of installation with whoever takes our code, which is quite often some sort of DevOps person who has to make sure that all the dependencies are right. And this is another reason why it's difficult to give Perl, Python, and whatever programs to just random people to run, because they will have to maintain all sorts of dependencies. Another thing about Go, they love to tout the fact that it's extremely minimal. The number of keywords is very similar to that of C, which is around 24, I think, is C. And that's all of them. There are number 37, actually, pre-declared names, which are names that are not reserved by the compiler. You can use them as long as they don't conflict with sensible use of, and I think it would be silly to use them any other way, but you can. So these are the type names, the 4 constants that are pre-declared, and a handful of functions that are pre-declared for you because they're part of the language. It does have a strong standard library. It's maintained basically by the might of Google. People outside Google can make pull requests against it, but you'll have to go, you'll have to abide by Google's rules for that. You probably have to sign something in blood, but if anybody's ever tried to make a change to a code base, like say something under OpenBSD, they'll know that Google isn't the only one that can be difficult. In fact, I've met people who have made changes to the Google packages, whereas I had to have something against OpenSSH, and it's never going to get applied. Very strongly typed, C, C++, Java. That's all. These languages are like that, but they tried to make it easier. So there is some syntactic sugar that makes it slightly easier to deal with the fact that you have to dot your I's and cross your T's with types. It's international by nature, as is Perl 6. Perl 6 is actually a little better that way, but it is true that Pike and Thompson were I think, the originators of the UTF-8 spec, so it would be kind of bad if the language didn't follow it. It's garbage collected. Lightweight object orientation with no inheritance. Actually, I'm even going to say something stronger in a minute about that. But another thing, dead code cannot happen. This is very different from Perl, say. And when I say dead code, I mean you can't even have a package that you're including that you don't use. It will just refuse to compile it. That's actually quite annoying until you get used to it. You will have to get really good at commenting things out. But they just don't allow it because they just think it's too big of a code smell, and they were too tired of dealing with code in Google's own code bases that they just think it's too messy. So, as I've mentioned, they're bossy about formatting, and tabs won. So, all right, tabs. Who's tabs here? Yeah, you're in a minority. Spaces. Sorry. But again, you can do whatever you want in your own editor. Just run it through Go Format. So. Maps and slices, not quite what you're used to. Slices are fairly similar. They are pieces of an array, but it's a little bit more difficult. It's like falling off a log to refer to a slice of a Perl array. You hardly even notice you're doing it. They're a little more picky, but at least they know about slices. I can't think of it in many languages. Maybe Python. I don't really know Python that well. Maps are what we call hashes or associative arrays, but they've made it to the modern world. They've got closures. How long has Perl 5 had them? Long time. And it has concurrent programming support, which if you talk to Go people will tell you is the best thing ever. I still think concurrent programming is hard, but at least it makes it easier to get started with it, as does Perl 6. I still think Perl 6 is pretty cool. I know I said lightweight object orientation. I'm actually going to say it's not an object-oriented language at all. Does anybody find that weird in 2016, that there would be a major language that people would use that isn't OO, really? Pascal. Pascal. No, okay. Yeah, but C's old. Come on, C's really old. C++ was supposed to be taking care of all that, right? So anyway, they deliberately, it's got no objects or classes. Oops, double. There's no inheritance whatsoever. It's all, it's done by composition, which is, again, I think, Perl 6 is like that. Moose is a bit like that, but Perl, I think, again, the Perl churches do what you want to do. Want to have inheritance that's, you know, in a diamond or any other gemstone, feel free, but they just don't have it because, again, that's been a minefield for C++ for years, at least in their eyes. So methods are defined on types, and they look just like function calls, except there's a pointer to a type that prefaces it, so that you can put together your non-objects and your non-classes. Because if you look at those reserved words again, you don't see class or object there anywhere. Certainly not class. And that's pretty much what you get. Well, that's pretty much what Go's doing, so I guess that's not surprising. Okay, so if I were going to rely on the network, and which I'm not going to, because I saw too many people fail to do that today, but you can run that, works perfectly well. Okay, I said code, but the only two things you kind of have to learn to get started is that Go code, all of it starts with a package statement, not just modules like Perl 5. So if you say package main, standalone program, otherwise it's in a namespace. And it's got an import statement just like Perl 5. Use this. And yes, if you don't put them in alphabetical order, which Go format now does, then people whine about it. There's actually an import list button on the Go playground so that you can tick that so that it will reorder them for you. Okay. All right, a few weeks ago, Steve Mionat was working on his Perl 6 talk, and he said, I want to do some simple benchmarking And I don't want to do it in Perl because I don't want any accusations that something's bent in either Perl 6 or Perl 5, basically. So he said, why don't you write me one? And I said, yeah, okay. So. Sorry. So I wrote one. This actually didn't take me very long. It takes a varying number of arguments, but essentially it's just the number of times you want to run the program and the name of the program, and optionally any arguments. So it's not real benchmarking, but I called it bench anyway. So package OS has a lot of useful things like command line arguments. That's where it sticks them. So check for that. Do we have those? Iterations error. Convert, you have to, here's one of the things where you see that it's more annoying than Perl 5 and any other Perl, is I have to actually convert the first argument, which is a number of iterations, which I want to be an integer, so I have to, because the arguments, you're past them as strings, so I have to convert them, but it's not too difficult. And you can find lots of boilerplate out there, so anyway, in less than 50 lines, I've got something that will do what I want it to do, so. So let's say 10 times. Unix 101 here. People keep telling me that Perl 5 is slow, but that program does 5 million iterations on this little error. It's a Taylor series to compute pi, I believe, and it does it in less than 2 seconds. I think that's not too bad, really. So anyway, that was the work of a couple of hours to do. At most. To me, it was like writing a script. I didn't have to do anything really special that I wouldn't do if I were writing a Perl 5 script or even a Bash script or anything else. It's just, and I can run it without compiling it or installing it anywhere, so that's just a thing. So again, even for a compiled language, this is really a compiled language because behind the scenes it does compile, it creates objects and puts them somewhere, calls a linker, links it, does all the things that compiled languages do, which is why I got sick of doing them a long time ago and wanted to do things like Perl. Hello. So anyway, I did that with Perl as well. So I've showed you just the output of the Perl one there, but what I did was I first wrote this program in Go because I was learning Go. I already knew how to do Perl, more or less. Great. Sorry. So I wrote this program in Go first that does, as I said, 5 million iterations of a Taylor series to compute a basic value of pi. And it seems to be, it's good to about 9 decimal places, which I think is close enough for government work. And so there it is. Despite the fact that this is a strongly typed language, there are only 2 mentions, it's less than 20 lines long. There are only 2 mentions of of types in this program. Because you can use what they call their short form of a variable declaration to let it guess what the type is, which most of the time, let's face it, is fairly obvious. If I set n to 5 million and there's no decimal point, then it's an integer. I had to, because I wanted the delta value here to be a floating point number, I had to cast the integer to float, but all that changing a value is very much like, it's a lot like C, only it's kind of more obvious in a way. If I surround the variable name with the type I want it to be, I think that's fairly obvious. Sum it up, do the final calculation, and then you're done. So it didn't really pick my nits about type very much, which was one of the things I was worried about when I first started looking at Go. So when I wanted to compare this with a Perl program written in Perl 5, all I did was translate it by putting $signs in front of it and getting rid of anything that mentioned any type, which was 2 things. It's the exact same logic, and just for fun, see if I can find it. There's the golf version. Which runs about the same speed as the non-golf version, so I did find that funny. When I went looking for, because I knew there's golf versions of everything because people have been playing Perl golf for as long as I can remember. And the first one I found was somebody on a Stack Overflow had put this exact program on there and said, "What does this do? How does it work?" And I will refer you to Stack Overflow for the rest of that. But anyway, so if I run the benchmark on this, and I can do this, so nobody, not that anybody's going to accuse me of cheating, but so that's how fast it runs ungolfed. It's actually running quite a bit slower than I expected. I'm surprised, but let's just do. I seem to remember checking this, and it was roughly the same. So this is not the case. So don't play golf, kids. "89 milliseconds for the Go version, but they cheat, it's compiled. Which is quite a bit faster, on the order of, it's about the same, let's do that. Oh, that's right, thank you, I was gonna do that. I think it does. It's a bit slower, as you can imagine, but it's still a third the time it takes to run in Perl 5. So. But then again, if I were doing something like that, I could probably wait a second. You know, this is why I think it's great that people work on performance improvements, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that actually Perl 5 on modern hardware is still pretty fast. And I don't remember really ever having a problem that I couldn't solve with software architecture or other scaling measures like adding message queues and things like that. So anyway. I have some naughty concurrency demos. Does anybody want to see those? Naughty means simple. Naughty is a little puppet. It's for little kids, so, and that works for my brain. Yeah, pretty much. But Naughty's really cute, so. having demoitis. Wake up. Go routines. Yet another overload of the word go. So this is about as simple as it get to show the this Go routines are lightweight threads managed by Go's runtime, and that's all I'm going to say about that. So where it says Go message, it will spin off a thread to run the function message there, and all that does is print what I'm going to show you now. Yay. And I had to cheat to do that. I put in a sleep so that it shows you this. If I don't put the sleep in there, then the main function message at the top there gets displayed, and the program terminates before the Go routines finish. So it is kind of sort of low bar to entry for concurrency. So I think that's a fair statement. But on the other hand, don't believe any of them who say, oh, it's really simple and it's really easy, you don't need locks or anything like that, because they're lying. That's not true. And not here. I watched a really great talk a week ago. See if I can find it. Yeah. Can't type. By this chap, Nicholas Ng. Because in fact, concurrency is a hard problem. Okay, we're done. Thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Sorry? I wouldn't say so, because they have very bossy ideas about how things should be done, and it's very minimalist. They've tried to take away some of the pitfalls when I say they, Google has a big team or teams that basically do research on problems that they face at runtime, on their massive infrastructure, and they have made some sort of a good faith effort to make it harder to fall into traps. So it's not as expressive. If you want a loop, there's one type of loop. There's no postfix this and that, postfix conditionals. There's if else, and there's for loops. So I mean, they've sort of nailed it down a bit. Anything else? Sorry. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. I had stopped I did go over it. Sorry about that if I bumped you out a bit.
No problem. There's a breaks, which is for the so you
I suppose.
Everything okay with the recording and stuff? I thought I used the same settings yesterday.
Yeah, no, this is a different thing.
Oh, okay. Do you need other? Should I try something? Or?
It's not from the laptop.
It's from here to.
You always present barefoot?
No.
It's just easier.
It's just nice and I don't like those shoes.
Oh.
I usually I'm barefoot a lot.
Okay.
And the shoes are like, I prefer the walk.
Yeah.
But not always. Okay, I'm going to start now. This talk is called 9 Postgres Features I Wish I Learned Earlier. Oh, shit. One moment. No, the problem is that if you use Firefox and increase the font size on files, it doesn't remember the font size setting when you switch to the next file. So I have to switch from using the files to using an Nginx server to actually have the stupid browser remember the font size settings. Is that big enough? Or? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, that's the boring stuff anyway. Alpine Perl workshop next week. If you drop by in Innsbruck for some Perl stuff, or bicycling PM. Okay, anyway, so introduction. In this talk, I'm going to show you some real-life examples of stupid things I did, and how to do them less stupid using some nifty Postgres features. Yeah. I really hate this screen. I originally wrote this talk for the PostgreSQL Conference Europe. What a nice name. So it contains some baby Perl, which I'm going to mostly skip, also because the talk was originally 50 minutes and I've got a 30-minute slot here. So, connecting to Postgres. Postgres supports a lot of different ways to connect to your database cluster. It also provides very fine-grained access control methods. You can grant different privileges to different users, different schemas, different tables. It's quite nice, even columns. So, but recently I inherited a project using Postgres, and when I tried to set it up on my laptop, I looked through a code to figure out how to connect to the database. So I did that. and my screen blurred with output like this. Hard-coded username, hard-coded password in 101 files. It's like, fucker, yes. Okay, horrible programming. So the following pattern is a little bit less horrible. It's just you have a class, and in the class you define a method or function which connects to your database using the database name, the username, the password. Okay, boring. And then you use it. That's standard Perl stuff. Blah blah blah. I use a variation of that thing for ages. It allows me to use different users, different passwords, database names in different environments. Yeah, that's nice. But it still only has one global connection. Every script uses the same database user. It's not very fine-grained. That's bad. And then I learned about something called pgservice.conf, or the connection service file. It's a file you drop somewhere, most likely in your home directory. It looks like an ini file, so you define a name of a service, and then some parameters you want to use to connect with the database, like the name of the database, the host name, the user. And then instead of that stuff in your source code, you just tell Postgres which service you want to use. You still can choose different services depending on the environment you're running in. So if I'm running the tests, I want to use a test database. If I'm running the original code, I want to use the proper database with the same users. On another server, for example, on the staging server, I use the same names of the services, but use completely different connection parameters. Like another database name, another host, another username, passwords here. So we now have a clean separation of what we want to connect and how to connect it. And in the app code, we just specify the service. It's very nice. And in the PG service file, we specify how each service connects to the database on the machine where this file is located. Yeah, so we can now use the file named action access control methods. So here's a method to calculate the service name from the currently running program. We have a base, we have some postfix thingy, and then we use $0, which contains the name of the currently running program, like that. Then we do some regular expression stuff to then that stuff into that. And then we append this base thing, and now we have 3 service names. And we can define different services which use different database users with different grants to connect to the database. So the web app has all, okay, that's stupid, but for example. And the generate report thing needs less privileges, so I grant this user only select and only insert an update on those tables. So PG Service Conf makes connecting your apps to your database very easy and very clean, and I like it a lot. And it's like, yeah, it's a cool thing. Correcting ownership, another thing. So going back to this old app, everything belonged to this user called Hans. Well, that's not the real name, but whatever. Which sucks because I don't have a user Hans on my database, and that's stupid in so many ways. So I wanted to change it. Now I could create a lot of statements like alter table foo owner to blah. For each table, for each sequence, it's like, no. I could inspect Postgres to do that. No, I hit Google luckily, and there's a thing called modified owner. So you can reassign own. Sorry, you can say reassign owned by some role to some other role. So all I had to do was reassign owned by Hans to start. Done. Nice. It would have saved me from some hassle if I have known that earlier. Oh, I suck at typing, by the way. So I hit backspace a lot when I'm typing my queries, which works for short queries, but it's a little bit annoying for longer queries. So if you have stuff like that, with the various obvious typo here, accounts with 3 C's, it's like, okay, now I have to hit backspace a lot, or I can use \E. \E lets you edit the last statement with your favorite editor, Vim, of course. So instead of hitting my arrow keys a lot to navigate to this account typo, I can just do \E, substitute CCC with CC, white quit, done. Much nicer. From 2 dates, okay? I quite often have to limit the validity of some data to a given time range. Here's an example of a table where we store some terms. So the user agrees to, yes, I sell my soul to you. So the table is an ID, some information, and valid from, valid until. Usually we know from when a term is valid. It's when the customer says, I want you to force your users this term if they want to use the service. So that defaults to now, but we don't know when it will end, because we don't know when it is. So we could use null to indicate an unknown end date, which makes the queries very annoying, because then you have to, is it bigger than now, or is it null? We could use a date in the far future, something like that, 2100. Then now the query is simple again, but of course, what happens if I happen to live until 2100? I don't want to get a call from an angry customer and then during my New Year party when I'm 124 years old. So. No. There's this thing called infinity. It's a nice philosophical concept, and it's also very handy in the database. There's plus and minus infinity. So the timestamp defaults to plus infinity. So now we can use the simple query. Is it bigger than now? Infinity is bigger than now, so it works. And it will work forever. Querying this from two dates. So the real query is something like that. I want to get all the terms that are valid from now, bigger than, and valid until smaller than. I constantly mix up the bigger and smaller signs or move the stuff around. I'm not smart enough to understand those queries. So the Postgres is something called between. A between X and Y is equivalent to A smaller and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So now I can say select the ID from terms where now between valid from and valid until. That's like plain sentence, everybody understands that, very nice. CSV exports. Sometimes a customer asks me for a one-off CSV export of some data. I usually write a short script, get the data, format it as CSV and dump it in a file. Because Postgres has something called copy as CSV. You just have copy, select some stuff from some table to some file, format as CSV, done. And you can even specify if you want headers or special delimiters or whatever. Very nice. So a lot of less code to write with less bugs. Now a little bit more complex stuff. Job queues, event notification. Sooner or later your app will need to do stuff that takes longer than the user wants to wait. So you want to upload it somewhere, tell the user wait a little bit, start the job, wait a little bit, ask are we there yet all the time. And in the end you want to present the result to the user. So now we live in the future, so we have a lot of tools and frameworks. We have MQP, RabbitMQ, Redis, Kafka, or yesterday we learned about REST, and 10,000 other different products. But sometimes you do not want to add another piece to your Jenga tower of software, and you just want to use the database that you already have. So you implement a job queue in your Postgres database, with just a job table with an ID, some name and arguments, some flags if it's running or if it's finished or if it has an error and stuff like that. You insert a job there, and then you have a worker which gets the jobs that are not running and are not finished and does walk through them and does stuff with them. It's disgusting. There's a lot of stuff wrong in this code. It should use transactions, for example. It should fork off the job runner, which is then again hard with the transactions, because if you start a transaction to set the job to is running and the job runner uses maybe a different database connection. Anyway, especially because Postgres has this nice thing called notify. It's a simple notification system that you can use to implement some very low-level job queues. Just instead of select, you say notify, some name and some string. And to receive these notifications, you can listen. So you say listen jobs, and then when the notification happens, you get some sort of event, basically. So a worker only has to listen to the jobs, and when he gets those notifications, there are an array ref of those things, the name, the PID, and the payload, and then you can start something to work on it. So you don't have to probably store the jobs in a database. Of course, this very simple solution does not keep track of past jobs, so it's totally ephemeral. It doesn't report errors, blah, blah, blah. There's a module on cPanel called Job Machine, which adds all of this and some more. It's quite nice. So if you have Postgres and want to have some asynchronous stuff, take a look at that. Another example, so for a recent microservice-based project, we had to implement some cross-database notifications. So a field is changed in one database, and we need to notify another database that this thing happened. So here's the table where the things are stored. It has an ID, a modification timestamp, the type, and some data. And now we have a function thing notify, which returns a trigger. So that's just standard Postgres function. So if the op was delete, then call notify on the queue thing notify with the op, which is delete, the type of the thing that was deleted, the ID and the modification time. If it was an update, again call notify with update and the new type, the new ID and the new modification, and the same for the insert. Then we install this trigger after insert, update or delete on this table for each row, do this thing. And then I just have to listen on this queue. And if I insert something into the table, I get back an event. Same for update. And here's some Perl code that handles those notifications in a worker process. So yeah, I listen to the channel, which is the name of the queue, basically. For some reasons, I'm using any event in here. Probably wouldn't use it anymore. So I set up a timer every second, go to the database and say, do we have something to do? Unpack these notifications and then do something with it. What that thing does is it takes the data and posts it via HTTP to another database, basically. Blah, blah, blah. Stupid queries. Maybe you've seen that before. It's, is it getting bigger? No. Yeah, I know. I just need to. So now it's too big. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So it's some database we're doing with a lot of things. And these things have some sort of status, which you probably cannot read in here. But it's like, I can read it here. It has some points, a chance of winning, some prize. Maybe you already have participated if you're logged in or not. And so there's a big set of things that we want to get. And when we first did it, we already had a method that returned the status for one thing. And so for this list, we just went through all the IDs and called this endpoint a lot, which was very dumb because we had a lot of things on the list. So it was a lot of HTTP requests, which were very slow. So we packed all of the status requests into one HTTP request and used the old per thing code. It turned out that the performance problem was not caused by the HTTP overhead or the user initiation. It was caused by the checks taking half a second each because they were implemented very stupid. So it took ages and timed out not so good. So we replaced this with a little bit smarter query. So we can issue one HTTP request with a set of IDs and then get something back. And this query uses something called common table expressions, which is a very nice feature. It's like, what helps me understand it is like a temporary helper table that are only valid for this one SQL statement. So this is the thing, the main thing we have, which is a campaign, which is a name or an ID, a title, a type, and some data, which uses JSON-B. It's also a nice thing of Postgres. I mean, I already knew it when it came out, so it's not a thing that I wish I learned earlier. But it's very nice. So in Postgres, you can just store JSON in the database and then actually query it and do cool stuff with it. It's very nice. So you can use, you don't need to use MongoDB or something if you want to, if you need a JSON object store. And again, those things. And then we have a table where we store if a user participated at one campaign. That's basically user to campaign. So just a linking table. The questions I wanted answered are which campaigns are currently active, expired, or pending, so or going to be online soon. Has the user already participated? If it's a sweepstake, how many tickets does the user own? How many tickets have been issued in total? So each of these questions is a simple query. So which campaigns are currently active, expired, or pending? It's just one stupid SQL thing. Select something. That's quite nice. Where I can convert this if now smaller than valid from as pending. So now I have a Boolean flag basically with the name of pending. The same for expired. And here you can see how you grab into this JSON object to get the value of the points, whatever that is, back out from the JSON. Yeah, so I'm grabbing directly into the JSON and get some stuff. And you can also use it in queries, like in select queries. It's very nice. How many tickets have been issued in total? That's just a group by and count on this user campaign participation thingy. And how many tickets have been issued to the user is basically the same of which campaigns has the user participated in. So that's that. Select user campaign participation and campaign joined by user, where this is the one user, group by one, and pulling it all together using common table expressions. So this is the generic common table expression example. You say with something as select statement. So the first part is basically a temporary table that appears out of nothing, out of nowhere. And then you have a regular select statement where you can use this common table expression in your queries. That's the generic thing. In that example, it's a little bit more complicated. We have those two queries I showed you earlier. So participation of the user and the participation total as some SQL. And then I can select from those tables the respective counts and values. I use left join here, so that if the user has not participated, I get back undef values, or 0, or nulls actually. And in the end, I get something like that, which is a very simple table, which contains all the information I want in one go into the database. And it's also quite obvious, I think. And that was the result on the load. So, yeah. Okay, there's trees. That's yeah. Sometimes you have to work with trees. That's from another example, from another application, where those are, what do you call it, Volkshochschulen? I don't know, some sort of adult schooling things. They're organized by countries and cities and blah. So it's a tree of things. Generating trees is sort of hard. It's a little bit easier when you use recursion, and Postgres supports recursive queries, which are very cool. It has something called with recursive. Now, I cannot say that I really, really understand them. To me, it feels more like I'm trying a magic spell after seeking a glance into the instructions from a master's spell book. So I might summon a demon instead of getting the result, but most of the time it works. So this is the generic syntax of that thing. Maybe I'll make that bigger again. So you say with recursive, you want a tree back, and the tree has an ID, a parent, an internal name, some level, and a path. So this is what you want in the end. And then you have, in this as thing, you have a union of two queries. Do I have some? No. The first one is basically the root node, so where you select the root node, and then you say select with the recursion where you join the root node on the respective parent field, and that the second part then goes down and recurses through all the data. And then in the end, when all of that is done, so the first part is a common table expression, and the last line just says, now select me everything from this tree, ordered by path, for example. So select root node, union, select recursion, and join. Looks like that. So that's getting the root node. So I have two tables, a source and the source to source. The source to source defines the tree between the different sources. So I select some fields from the source. I cannot show. So here's 0, that's the starting level. Yeah, because it's the root node. From source, left join source to sources, as that, for this thing, because apparently I want to get the tree starting with that node. So that's plain SQL. Then I do the union, and that's the recursion. Where now here I get the child, that's the parent ID, the internal name. I increment the level for by 1. Oops. And here I concatenate the path of the previous, of the parent with my current name. And that again is the regular thing. And so basically that's some sort of the magic, because here we have this tree, which we defined outside actually of this union statement, which somehow manages to pick it together. And then in the end, I just select everything. So that's the whole query. I mean, it's very nice that you can hit \C to fix typos in there. And then that's the result. So you see the IDs and then the levels go up and down, and you have the tree, and then you can just dump it into some nice output. Any questions in between? Okay, everybody's good asleep, yes? The range types. Yeah. Okay. 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 Cool. Learned yet another thing. Thank you. There is a data type called range, and it also supports infinity, I assume. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have two columns from and to, but just a range where you can store two dates into the range data type, basically, which then is even easier to query because you just have one thing. Yeah, correct. Okay. Yeah, so we're already here. Not, or I mean, there's some time left. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can also use you can basically use Perl, which is Perl embedded in Postgres, and then have a transaction or a function directly connect to another database. There's also something called foreign data wrappers in Postgres, which makes that even easier, where you can actually, in your database, say, oh, I also want to connect to that other database, which is Postgres or some other data store. And then you can do some weird stuff. Yes? Well, some things, I didn't show it here, but in the other talk, I had a common table expression that uses window functions. So that would be very hard to do in the main query. You can use, for most of the common table expressions, you can also do via subqueries, subselects. I haven't benchmarked it, but what I've read is that the common tables expressions are more performant, because basically it has to do the query once, stores it in some temporary table once for the whole data set. Whereas if you have a subselect and you iterate through the rows, it sometimes has to do the subselect again and again and again for each row.
Yeah, just I haven't used Postgres that much, but I know on the MySQL side, usually the optimizer will figure out those cases and just do the simple query.
Maybe.
So subqueries, Postgres can optimize across, like, push things in and out of the subqueries, whereas the common table expressions are optimization barriers. So it doesn't go through there, and it materializes that results at not necessarily upfront, but like in parallel with the rest of the query. So it's something you should benchmark whenever you use one, especially if your CT returns large amounts of data. But for some things you also need a CT, because you can have writable CTs. You can have an update returning, like with foo as update returning or delete returning. You can't have those as a subquery.
Yeah, those were some of the comments I got from the Postgres conference. Notify, for example, has a character limit of 8,000 bytes. So you have to keep your messages short. Somebody else suggested I could use something called toJSON, where you can, if you select something, foo, or foo, blah, blah, and then do toJSON, then Postgres converts it into JSON. But again, that might be problematic given the 8,000 byte limits, but still this toJSON can be interesting for other stuff. Postgres 9.5 has this thing called skipped locked, which you can use to implement, which works around all of the problems I sort of glanced on in this job queue thingy. So you can lock one row and say this row is locked, and if you have this new skipped locked and you select again from the same table, it will work, basically. That's a new feature in Postgres 9.5. There's another thing I learned at the Postgres conference. Sometimes you begin a transaction and you type something and then you have a stupid typo, because I can't type. And then you fix the typo, and then Postgres says, fuck off, the current transaction is aborted. Yeah, that's very annoying. It happens all the time. Of course, if you don't do transactions and then you forget you know, oh, I want to delete this one row, and you delete from table, enter. Shit. Because you forgot where. So, by the way, if the SQL syntax is ever modified, I suggest it should be, at least the delete statement should be delete, not delete from table where blah blah blah, but delete where blah 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 from table. Something like that. Anyway, so there's on-error rollback. You can set that, and then a typo doesn't roll back automatically. It's quite nice. Yeah. Some other things I used recently, or after the \x, which toggles the expanded mode. So instead of one big line per row, which can be very hard to read, you get back some nicer output. So if you select something like that, then you get back this crap, which is impossible to read. And if you do that same with \x, you get back that, which is much nicer to read.
There's also a \x auto, which automatically uses that.
Oh, okay. If it's, okay.
And I think in 9.6, it will never do it.
You do it automatically. Oh.
It's clever about not doing expanded code if there's many rows.
Okay.
Or if there's only one column, it will never do expanded.
Okay, yeah, because that's ugly. Yeah, if you're in expanded mode, then you.
Expanded mode really breaks the output of, for example, explain analyze.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fix that.
Okay. \o, that's very old and simple. It's just output to a file. So you say \o some file, and select from blah, and then it ends up in the file, which I use sometimes to just dump some IDs or something, but it's not perfect because there's also \t, which means tuples only. This turns off the header and the footer. So if you usually do a select, you get back ID, blah, 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 so and so many rows, which is nice if you're in the interactive mode, but if you want to dump it into a file to get the IDs to push them somewhere else, then maybe it's annoying. So if you do \t, you just get back that.
Also use \copy instead of plain copy.
Yeah.
That it copies it to the
Yeah.
file, which normal copy copies it on the server.
Yeah.
\copy is to install the connection.
Yes, yeah, and then, I mean, if all of those copy and \o sometimes have only work for super users. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I already did that. I'm going the wrong direction? No. Okay, but thank you. Or any more comments or Postgres war stories? I think time's up, so. Upsert, yeah, okay. Well, that's something I learned. That's about stuff that was cool that I didn't know about. Yeah, upsert is also a new cool feature in Postgres 9.5, I think. Yeah, so you can have a proper upsert, which is an insert or an update, depending on if the thing is already there or not. So if you have upsert and JSONB, yeah, there's no need for MongoDB. It's just like, we don't need you anymore, sorry, go away. There's some nice blog posts on the Postgres thing explaining all of that in detail and also benchmarks and stuff like that. Because the nice thing about using JSONB, upserts, and Postgres is that you can easily amend your data with relational stuff. And then do fast queries on some other stuff that's not in the JSON, but use the JSON for the documents when you don't want to define a schema for everything. Okay, so Postgres, very cool database, use it much better than other databases. Okay, thank you. Oh, coffee break, apparently.
I think you have something, that's mine. That clicker you got from Amalia,
yes.
that's mine.
Thank you very much. If you have needed in the meantime? Or?
No,
okay.
I need it now.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Do you know Vault?
No, because it has a plugin thing for Postgres. You have the thing with username and password, and there's a bit tags, and it
don't like this. But I haven't tried it before because they're using Oracle, so we can't use Vault. But the Vault thing seems to be pretty cool. It's like a secure key value store. But for Postgres, it has a plugin that generates credentials dynamically with a lease. So you can have different clients saying, okay, this client, it needs to get a username password every time. This client, we can keep it for a long time. And it seems to be, I just began reading about it, seems to be...
Log that down.
Okay. It seems to be just really transparent. Especially for something like that.
Yeah, fine.
How do we...
Actually, my part of the guy using Angular, and there's something similar. So there's not a username and password for the production
somewhere,
system.
and then they
some encrypted thing puts it on the server, and then it ends up to the But it's not in the repository.
No. It's always a problem.
I mean,
It has to be stored somewhere. But the whole thing has a great thing that it generates passwords on the fly. So you know, even though someone might grab them, it doesn't matter because there will be
not for the database but applications.
Yeah.
We use OAuth. So the applications have to get tokens from our central OAuth server.
But nice problem. Yeah.
They're like
Hintergrund
that with XML databases that they can have XML schemas where they link all the data. It's query. Query is very nice language. It's a very good role. Oh, you can do it with Postgres.
Yeah, you can do it, but sometimes it's good if you get
yeah. They don't because they have additional database.
If you upgrade to 9.5, at least I had a problem on Google, it's the same package. If you upgrade, then you might have to remove the extensions installed, and if you do that, then you can't use PD upgrade. The whole thing is based on Postgres.
Oh, now I hear what you're saying. Oh, yes. Of course, I have a module for that. For to translate into well-known
all the coordinate systems. Yeah.
So you did something to show some examples of APIs contribution and APIs not mentioned. Some service say, yeah, we're using this key standards for returning but we're reversing some.
Oh, yeah. That's not only
yeah. So there's an array of stack and wrong and everything wrong.
Yeah, that stuff.
That depends on the projection. So some projections they do first order. Can't help that.
No, but if you write back in API, then you first spec, you have to see this switch. Then so the match specification.
But I have the module called Geo Watch 4. My module, which is a wrap around this library, which is about 700 projections.
But it's just a wrap.
It's a wrap, it's an access wrap. New, probably Postgres is using the same library. Each standard.
Now we don't never use arrays for API, but always name parameters because then it's not the problem with exit.
Because especially for new code, I like talk, very good knowledge, look and read. A lot of different outlets, different ways. So it's not like everybody says nothing wrong.
But then it's still simple.
Yeah, I mean,
DTS 84.
You can figure it out.
But here you still have only DTS 84. But for instance, if you want to geocoded Dutch measure system, you use the RD system, the Rijksdriehoeks everything is measured at RD. Exactly what you want. For weather, it's not WGS, but it's in RD system. So
the map looks a little bit different.
yeah, it's more square. The globe
just do you want to connect to the projector because it's no.
See how it does with
Nothing to see yet. Did you do example or something? Or? What's that? It's recording the stuff, or?
Yeah, but there was some failure with it.
Yeah, seems to work.
It's chopped off. That's not good. That is very not good. I turn it off. And turn it back on. Maybe I should stop the show and start. Okay, resize that.
It's also chopped off on the slide, no?
Yeah, what's going on here? It's just mirror displays.
That, no, I think the actual slide is chopped off. Because that fits on the screen.
It's supposed to fit on the screen.
But I think that go back to the editor. I think it's chopped off here.
Oh, good grief. It didn't resize it.
I think, yeah, it just move those up or down. Something.
That's not good. Well, that's okay.
I think all of those, because what we see here is the same on the projector. Just this one slide, you need to move the title up and down.
Let me make sure that this actually has the whole picture here. Yeah, so
Yes, it looks okay, yeah.
okay. So yeah, just that one slide.
Okay. That's not as horrible as.
Yeah. These look good. Okay.
One second, turning everything off. Could you?
I'm done.
If you want to, could you keep it on?
Sure.
Just want to try this thing. And it's not behaving nicely. I think they're matrix. Oh, it's not. it's related to this. I think this is the. This says it prefers 1080i. Is that a problem? Well, I don't know what it's currently. The stars is preferred one. What is it actually connected as? I would assume it's 1084. Yeah, it's in there. Probably want to sit up here.
Sorry?
Yeah, you're next. I was just trying my laptop, which does fine up there, but it's not getting the recording on the video. Whether it's an interleaving problem. Are you done with this, or? Yeah, you can disconnect.
Does that mean it's thinking about it, or?
So what I did was replace the.
No.
Really? Because when I tried it. Oh.
Have you tried before?
What did you do to get it working?
Got the SD card out.
Yeah.
I turned it off.
Yeah.
I got the SD card back in because when I got shot, it was protection was a little bit lower.
That would explain it. But the thing is that when I looked at it, it just kept flashing all the time. It just kept flashing all the time.
But
So I was like, okay, I see that problem. That explains it. It should be seeing it. Now I see why it was flashing.
Oh,
So now it's flashing.
And the switch has to be up.
Up? It was up. It was up. Let's try it.
Try it in a few seconds,
Wait. Sound a little bit? It should be down. Or the other up. Okay, there we go.
Why is this not showing on the screen?
Okay, so basically it is transmitting though. This thing means that it sees your computer.
Yep.
And it's working. Okay, I'm turning off the recording.
Yes, and it's already in duplicate screen.
Do you want duplicate screen?
Yes.
Does your laptop display support something else other than basic resolution?
It should auto set to whatever the thing wants.
No, because our display doesn't support.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it your display fault for me why sometimes it doesn't work?
Yeah. What resolution does it have? Sorry?
Try and extend the display to see if it works.
back. Fancy. Right, I'm going to take it out. Let's unplug this. And plug it back in. You don't have any signal yet. Yep. HDMI is connected. Oh, no. Still haven't yet applied. That's second display. Aha! Just a second. That's not good. It started working. Just a minute. All the displays will start. And yeah. Okay. But it's in extended mode. There we go. But Right. So now let's try switching back to
better off using one of these, given I don't tend to stay entirely still. I'm aware I need to move not too far to avoid going out of the camera.
Well, the camera can move after you, so just turn it on. You have to press it, keep pressing it till it turns on.
Yeah, it's lit up.
No, let me see. Let me see.
Yeah. I've done this once before.
What did you talk about?
Mostly getting dragged into the build community sideways by accident about 10 years. Hence the title.
So, I'll be back.
Yep.
We have more time.
Well, given I have a 15-minute slot, and probably about 40 minutes worth of slides, I'm going to wait 5 minutes while people finish drifting in. Will the gentleman at the back please pick a seat? Right, I think anybody who's any later than that can sneak in after. Ah, here we go. Just going to wait for everybody to get seated, because if you miss a slide, this is going to make even less sense. So, this talk is called A Decade of Dubious Decisions. And for once, most of them aren't my dubious decisions. Because this is kind of a talk about, oh, hang on. Right, go on, find yourself a seat. I'm only on the third slide, it's fine. So, this is basically about, I've now been kicking around the Perl community for about 10 years, or at least according to some people, you might rather regard it as 10 years of me inflicting myself on the Perl community. For better and for worse and for various other things, most of which aren't printable. So maybe you could argue it's an origin story sort of talk, or you could argue it's a slow descent into madness. That assumes, of course, I had any sanity when I first arrived, which is a matter for debate. So I am kind of talking about myself for most of this, which is, you know, Something I'm generally perfectly happy to do, but not for quite this long at once. Not without a beer, anyway. You know, normally talking about yourself is something that's probably best reserved for, well, you know, as many things involving yourself in a quiet, darkened room where nobody else has to see. But this time, this is everybody else's fault. And I'm about to explain why. So, back in the year 2000, my first ever proper programming job, I mean, I had what was effectively an IT job previously, but it was search engine optimization, which in the year 2000, of course, meant keyword stuffing, which was so utterly unexciting that I automated it in QBasic. And then my boss, in his infinite wisdom, when I said, I've automated most of my job, can I have something else to do, went, sure, here, have all the paperwork for the department because you can type as fast as the secretaries can. Yes, thank you. That was not quite what I had in mind. So I jumped ship a couple of weeks later to a different company and was working at an ISP. Now, I was originally hired to recreate my QBasic scripts in Visual Basic 6 for their search engine optimization department, which I spent all of 4 days on, because then there was a backup accident which wiped out most of a website statistics system that their then sole Unix developer had been working on. By backup accident, I basically mean the backup guy was stoned off his face. Seriously, that company was fascinating. Second line support, which was basically backups and the Windows admins and whatever. Those of you who understand this, every Friday, half a 9-bar would come through that department and get distributed out across customer support. Yeah, 2000 ISPs were an interesting beast. Basically, there were the ones that were insane and massively underpaid their staff and did everything on a shoestring, and the ones who went bust because they were outcompeted by the insanity. So, backup accident. Boss calls me into the office, goes, hey, you said you knew Perl. Well, I'd kind of looked at a Perl script once and tried to fix it, but the guy wasn't allowed to give me a login to the Unix box, so I was trying to fix it by tweaking the logic in Notepad and sending the result back. This worked about as well as you might have thought. So I sort of went, well, I'll give it a go. So I got a 30-minute course in here's how to telnet into the main server. Here's how to use C Shell. Here's how to use Pico. 2000, BSDI. The best part of which was nobody had actually figured out that you could configure Pico to not line break. So anytime you had a line that was over 80 characters, Pico would break it, and you just got used to finishing typing your line of code out, going back up and hitting the unbreak line key combination. And got dumped with the Perl Bible in 3 parts on the desk next to me and told to build a stat system. So of course I needed a database backend. That was okay. But before we get there, so yes, CPAN. They had heard of CPAN. You could tell this by the fact that they were using DBI. They weren't using any other CPAN libraries. We didn't even use CGI.pm. No. What we had was a small for loop with a regex that was a copy-paste query parser that worked on the environment variable directly. We also, for the best thing, we had a little script that would take HTML and escape the right characters to turn it into print statements. The thing is, nobody had actually worked out that Perl allowed alternative quote characters than double quotes, or that Perl allowed multi-line strings. So it turned it into one \heavy print statement per line of HTML. Yes. The guy who wrote that script had long left the company by the time I discovered that Perl had multi-line strings and started cursing his name at some length. Yes, and database backend, oh well, they had Microsoft SQL Server 7 running on the Office intranet primary domain controller. It was okay. It was nice. It was nice because mostly what that did was run the ERP system, which was an SQL Server migration of an MDB file. Happily, the Microsoft Access stuff was not my problem. Although later I discovered, funny thing, there was a COM component called GenderX that wrapped the entire Perl 5 VM up for the sole purpose of exposing the regex engine. And I got the entire Windows team using that because that was my condition for being willing to debug their regex for them. However, I did somehow make it work, complete with reinventing the single pixel transparent GIF web bug. But it was an interesting value of work because, of course, I was trying to teach myself Perl, HTML, JavaScript, and SQL. And Perl was the only thing I had books on. And the SQL tutorials, because the Windows guys were Access guys, they weren't actually that good at SQL either. So the system went live, and when it first got a large customer on it, it completely fell over. And that was when I went and dug around for a better SQL tutorial and discovered that what my colleagues had never discovered, because Microsoft Access, was the existence of group by. So I'd been doing that with hashes. Funnily enough, once I started actually using group by, it scaled rather better. But anyway, skipping forwards over several other fascinating train wrecks. Oh, and somewhere along the lines of here, I learned VI because I spent a while sysadmining dev servers for a software house. So we had 4 versions of Solaris, 2 of AIX, an Irix box, a SCO open server box, 3 Linux systems, all 3 BSDs. And all of the developers were Windows people, and they all had root. And I had absolutely no authority to kick them off these systems. So if you're wondering where my chainsaw-style approach to things came from, it's because I realized that my manager didn't actually mind if I solved this problem by making the developers too terrified to use root without permission. So in 2004, I landed at Netcraft, running the well-known web server survey and the less well-known and also insane SSL survey. The SSL survey produced possibly my second favorite complaint I have ever had about me from an outside entity during my career, which was the guy who went, "You're trying to exploit my SSH servers. Why are you trying to exploit my SSH servers?" I sent him a very polite email back going, "This is the SSL survey. I'm afraid until I connect, I can't tell that you decided to run an SSHD on port 443. My favorite complaint was Company's House going, "Excuse me, you've taken out our entire website." It turned out that they returned a 500 instead of a 404 for missing records, and my code duly retried and denial of service their entire web front-end system. Anyway, so yeah, the SSL survey was about 200 scripts, a makefile that didn't work because nobody had maintained it, so you could use that as a rough guide, but you had to run all 200 scripts by hand over the course of a month, and they were a random mixture of Perl, Shell, and C Shell. Yeah. I have never forgiven C Shell. So I kind of needed a distraction in order to retain what shreds of sanity I had left. So I started playing with inline guile. Because, well, the thing is, right, I've been playing with Poe for stuff, and I've gone, okay, async is really fun, but, you know, this is 2004, you could already get as far as giving yourself callback hell, right? But nobody had really come up with the future concept yet. But hang on a minute. What if, instead of trying to deal with that, I wrote the top-level code in a system with first-class continuations? Enter guile.pm. And of course, in the spirit of terrible puns, guile is a scheme. So it had first-class continuations and dynamic wind. And I managed to write a system where my top-level logic was Lisp code, and then any time it needed to do I.O., it delegated down to Poe code that re-invoked the continuation with the result once the async part was done. That actually worked really well. But the thing is, guile.pm, okay, so, you know the whole, works on my machine problem? This was actually even better, because it only installed on the developer's machine because he'd managed to not notice that at some point the makefile.pl only completed if an older version was already installed. Once I got over the concussion from how hard I head desked, I wrote a patch, sent the patch in. As is traditional, got no response for a week or so. So I emailed the author with, hey, dude, I actually kind of want to use this. Is there any chance you could cut a release? And Sam Traeger, in his infinite wisdom, replied back with, I'm sorry, I don't really care about this module anymore. But here's the link to sign up for a pause ID. And I'll give you co-mount. So if anybody's wondering why I'm so ready to say well volunteered to people, he did it to me first. So I duly signed up. So the reason my pause ID is MS Trout is that this was actually before I'd adopted MST as a moniker. So yeah, that's why that's the one thing that's inconsistent. Well, also my Unix username is still Matthew T, because that's what I had on that very first BSDI system. And once you've got a username burned into your fingers, it's just easier to keep it. Anyway, so in 2005, we were just starting Shadowcat, and at that point, we were still doing custom web development rather than our current CPAN consultancy and commercial support stuff. So we were using Maypole under Mod Perl. But of course, Mod Perl, this was Apache 1, you could only have one copy of a particular set namespace within the Mod Perl install. So what do you do to deal with that? Well, obviously, what you do is you generate out a separate namespace for each running copy of the app. And if it's 2005 and you got really excited about the new and exciting stuff, you might do it with XML and XSLT and Template Toolkit, generating class DBI and Maypole code. And it was better than that. I also managed to discover myself the hard way why it's a really bad idea to use XML as an executable scripting language. Basically, you had an XML file that went through XSLT that generated out a bunch of XML directives with embedded template toolkit that then generated out the tree of Perl modules for the Mod Perl install. It was definitely a spider baby, and to be entirely honest, it was a spider baby made entirely out of crack. Later on, when we were working with a particular customer on an app made with that system, he thought, I know what I'll do. I could do with an extra contractor working on this. I'll get the guy who wrote Maypole in, who took one look at my code generation system and ran screaming from the project. So in a spirit of, I know this is horrible, but I'm not sure how to replace it with something that's less horrible, I started Googling around and went, hey, what's this catalyst thing? So, as is the tradition of my people, I cracked it open and started reading the source code. because that's always a more fun way of learning something than documentation. And then I realized I wasn't sure about a couple of things. So I went, I remember this IRC thing. So I connected to irc.perl.org and joined Hash Catalyst. Kept reading through the source code and found a bug in the regex dispatcher. Pointed this out on channel, and SRI went, well, write a patch for it then. I'm like, wait, hang on. I've not even written a single, I've not even installed this yet. What? So I actually got my first patch into Catalyst within 24 hours of discovering it existed, and without having got as far as writing a line of Catalyst code yet. This seems to be a repeating pattern for me. I actually fixed a bug in the Perl 6 Rakudo build and install system before I got round to installing it. And then I thought, this is fun, so I stayed on IRC. In hindsight, this may have been a terrible mistake, but also in hindsight, I regret many things, but this is not one of them. Other people may, however. So a little later on, hang on a second, I need something that will tell me what time it is. That's not too bad. Sorry? Yep. So, Marcus Ramberg, Subversion repository admin, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll have a go at that. And then he went, cool, here's root on the server, I'm out, have fun. That was definitely a mistake. I learned many things, including how to do a server-side rebase on an SVN repository. Basically, you dump it, perl-pi-e the dump files, and load them back into Subversion. It does work. I'm very glad Git made it not necessary. So, Catalyst 5.5. Hang on, 12 minutes? I thought I was on a 40 or 50 slot here. Did somebody allocate it as 30? Oh, cool. I'll have to speed up slightly then. Okay, so, I had an idea. Basically, let's refactor the dispatcher. So Sebastian, in his infinite wisdom, said, hey, make a branch. I'm like, but I don't have a commit bit, because I was the repository admin. I've been giving other people permissions, but I didn't give mine anything. He's like, well, give yourself a commit bit for fuck's sake. Oh, bollocks. Seriously, I miss those days. Sebastian as project leader, me doing architecture. Sebastian has always been, always will be a better API designer than me. And I was the resident back-compat loon, so we could produce nicer APIs and I could keep the old ones working. And also, he loved doing evangelism, and I loved staying in the background doing infrastructure. Seriously, I did not want to be publicly visible. This may come as a surprise. Meanwhile, Class DBI. So Class DBI Suite was a set of extensions that I contributed to. I added join and prefetch support to it. But Class DBI itself was creaking at the seams. So I talked to Tony Bowden, the Class DBI maintainer, said, I don't think we can extend this without breaking stuff. Maybe we should research how we do a version 2? He goes, sure, go and do that. So I was talking to people about this, talked to CL Cow, and he went, hey, Class DBI was the wrong namespace anyway. You should call it DBIX Class. So it was a research project at this point. Tony burns out due to basically epic pressure and lawyers being arseholes while he was selling his company. And suddenly I had users using it in production from random cuts of some version trunk when it still said experimental mate your data. That was not what was supposed to happen. So that's how DBIX Class got a stable release cycle and a serious emphasis on back-compat just because of how scared I was that it was going to eat somebody's production data. So, going further back, an odd set of chances. There was a Discworld convention in, I think, Liverpool when I was a teenager, which I went to with my parents. And then I went on a trip from theatre studies in college to Lancaster and made friends during the interval with a couple of Discworld fans because I was wearing the T-shirt. That resulted in me moving to Lancaster, which resulted in me joining Mark Keating's D&D group, and thereon everything else. So yeah, the rest is history and the rest of this talk. So yeah, Terry Pratchett and Gary Gygax. It might be slightly their fault as well. Rest in peace, you brilliant beardy bastards. So moving on. All good things come to an end. Sebastian leaves the Catalyst project while we're prepping for 5.70. We had lots of people with lots of ideas, but nobody actually starting on them. So I'm like, what are you waiting for? Seriously. Fuck it, look, go! Start doing this, these are cool ideas. And suddenly people started developing stuff. We got chained in, which is, you know, it's probably my best addition to Catalyst, amazingly powerful, complete pain in the arse to learn. This is because it was the first thing I designed without Sebastian writing the APIs for me. He could have made it pretty as well as that powerful. But yeah, so we suddenly had development happening. And suddenly people were looking at me as being in charge. I'm like, wait, hang on, I wasn't trying to be in charge. All I did was shout go, but apparently that counts. So yeah, irc.perl.org. We had channels run by opbots, so you have to keep them opt for them to op everybody else. So if a channel screws up and forgets, you need an OPA to fix it. So I kept bugging the OPAs when that was a problem, because I did the care and feeding of the opbots for a lot of channels. And Pete Sargent, in his infinite lack of wisdom, went, here, have an O-line, you can do it yourself now stop fucking bugging me. That then moved me on to ending up helping to run IRC servers, and is how Shadowcat ended up running like half the servers for irc.perl.org now, because it was easier for me to provision systems than to deal with the problems of having it broken. Because we need irc.perl.org, because we need to be able to get in touch with the community while we're working on stuff for customers. And also it's a backup if our internal IRC goes down. We're far from the only company that does that. On a couple of occasions, I've had the CEOs of other Perl companies come and grab me privately and go, by the way, thanks very much. Our internal IRC server died and we reformed on irc.perl.org until we could fix it. Always nice. Similar story with Pause as well. Because I used to do help with module adoptions. Because, you know, you've got a big ecosystem. People come and go for whatever reasons. Real life happens to them. They change jobs. So you need to either prove the old author is gone or get them to give permission before they disappear. And I spent a lot of time chasing around to do that. And then you need a Pause admin to actually hand out the permissions. So I used to talk to Adam Kennedy and get him to do it. And eventually he went, you know what, I'm just clicking buttons for you here. I'm just going to get you a Pause admin bit, then you can click them. Which is why these days when we're trying to get permission stuff, I'm fucked. I am generally the first person that people grab because I'm usually happy to do that. But it's fun. So in 2010, Jesse Vincent went, hey, do you want to do a bleed release? I'm sorry, I am going as fast as I can, but it was, nobody told me they cut 25% off my slot. I only looked at the start time on the schedule, I'm stupid. Anyway, so, YAPC, because I ended up swapping with somebody because he had kid stuff to do. Only afterwards did I realize that meant I was doing a release during the conference. So I'm trying to get this release cut. I'm also trying to write my slides, because I always do that at the last minute. I just about got it right, which resulted in Rafael Garcia Suarez making a little bit of fun of me, because at the time I was on the Iron Man forfeit. So my hair looks like that. So he tweets, releasing Perl 5, now so easy a blonde can do it. To which my only response is that. Few other dubious decisions, mostly involving other people not running away fast enough. Mark Keating, I said to him, maybe we should start a consultancy. After all, how hard can it be? And he still said yes. I have no idea why. But, you know, we have been selling CPAN commercial support since, which is why I'm here. He's now Pearl Foundation Marketing Chair. I have no idea how this happened. If he was here, he'd be telling you, please buy a support contract. Anyway, so the YAPCs. State of the Velociraptor was basically created as a state of Perl 5. The idea of the community talking to itself, but also mostly people were complaining that Larry was talking about Perl 6 in all of his keynotes. Well, yes, that's what he'd spent the last 10 years on. What do you think he's going to talk about? But no, people complained. So fine, let's have a Perl 5 keynote as well. And Larry's comment afterwards, I think, showed that it was taken in the spirit it was meant. The thing about that is, it was always meant to be an institution more than just a person. So I started getting stale. Fortunately, Sawyer X was too stupid to run away fast enough. The X is for extra gullible, but also for extra awesome. So yeah, to Sawyer, thanks for giving me a break, and apparently also now RJBS. Last one, Mark Keating again. So Greg McCarroll, I don't know if any of you remember him, used to do the YAPC EU auctions. 1 year they auctioned a book of mine that had the leave page covered in swearing. He said, hey, people went, read it out. He went, okay, €100 to the Pearl Foundation for that. 5 people volunteered €20 each instantly. So he goes, okay, right, I will read it out, I will read it out. But for those of you watching on YouTube, I'm Dave Cross. So he was London PM leader. And basically, we taught Mark into helping with London Pearl Workshop, then ran away and left him to it. And that's worked out well. Mark ran London Pearl Workshop for 10 years, and I believe he's hoping this year is going to be his last year, because he has a couple of people helping him, and next year he's going to run away and leave them to it. So congratulations to Neil Bowers and Rick Della, and whoever else got roped in, because there's probably more people. But to finish off, if there's a moral to this story, the first one is, don't wait for people to shout go. If you think your idea is going to be cool, try building it and see what people think. If you spot somebody waffling about that, tell them it's a good idea and shout go at them. You don't have to be a name to shout go at people. People started treating me as a name because I was shouting go at people, right? And also, you're probably the wrong person to do this. See also Devil Declare. She's, well, it did achieve its goal, which was when somebody actually competent to write something like that first looked at the C code, they screamed and added the keyword API to Perl core and obsoleted it, which was basically the point. But it does mean you're 100% better than nobody at all. And the basic lesson is, important things aren't done by the best person to do the job, because I've pretty much never been that for any of these things. They're done by whoever turns up. So, you know, turn up. It's fun. Honest. And finally, everything is usually my fault. Well, I'm Sam Traeger's fault, and he's not here to argue. So, you know, blame him, please. Thank you very much. That puts me 5 minutes into the break, I guess. I got through all my slides. It's kind of a weird one, but I'm kind of like, all of this was a giant accident. I'm not special. I'm too stupid to say no to things, and it turns out to be fun, which is kind of how open source communities work, right?
You here now or?
No.
Run away with you. Run.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Because maybe other speakers would have the same issue as this.
So I tried this before and I had lots of problems.
Where did you guys before?
Lunchtime. Yep, this is true. So we have a plan B if my friend is here.
There's no plan B.
There's always a plan B.
Okay.
Because you want a MacBook Pro running with weird OS, right?
Okay, shout out for your girlfriend. Let's pray.
Where is he?
Okay. What's up?
He loves the Linux.
I'm not lost, but regarding the display settings, it's shit. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is what happened before. We don't know. Where is it?
Does it do anything?
I think we managed at one point to get it to spark, but it was shit. See if this guy's... Because it's online, I can use somebody else's laptop here and drive it from mine.
I have a line that you can type into the control into the terminal that didn't work.
Yeah, but it doesn't work because it's a Mac. Almost sure.
Do you want to give it a try?
It didn't work once.
Did you try the Instagram?
No, but the issue is mostly because of
Can I?
This was
just a second.
Something? No, it's still flashing.
Do you want to type that?
Yeah, we can use this one. We can use this one. It's going to be easier. You're welcome for a start.
We'll just take this bit out. And I'll need to run another command as well, so I'll just do that.
Okay. Is that
alright?
I'll need both.
Did it work?
No, you need to give me 1 minute. I'll tell you in 1 minute. Oh, okay, we need to use that one, yeah? Have you only used the projectors upstairs? Okay. It's not mirrored though, Lance.
That's fine.
So what I'm going to need, are you happy for me to just whack this on the other window?
Deck line.
Yeah. How do I do this?
In the URL.
Yeah.
That's to take the hash out.
Oh, yeah. That I'll let you type. You know what you're doing. Thank you.
Minus mode.
Right, yeah. So we've got. But I think you can do live display on this and then maybe.
How do I do it?
Do you want me to
Yeah, it's not
That's my one, yeah. Is this good enough for you?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Tell me when we're good to go. Which microphone?
Yeah, that's it. It's on.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. You can hear me okay? Obviously. Okay, so sorry for the slow start. Just before I start, my name's Lance Wicks. I'm a New Zealander trapped in the UK. I work for a company called CV Library. We're a job board. We have about, for a bit of context, we have about 100,000 jobs from about 10,000 companies, about 10 million users, and we get about 2 million job applications a month. And we're a Perl 5 shop, and we have been since the year 2000, when the founder and his buddy started the company. And so it was one developer, and it's all in Perl 5. Point of note, this is my first YAPC, so I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. And I hope you'll take that as a reason to be nice. Okay, I have my mandatory we're hiring slide. I gather that's something you have to do. Thank you.
And my talk today is about refactoring, and specifically about these modules here, NetStatsD, Toggle, and Scientist. Obviously with a Perl 5 code base that's 16 years old, we do a lot of trying to fix stuff up as we go along. Some of the people in this room know this firsthand. So this talk is really, I don't know how you describe it. It's a bit of a story of our history from the time I started with the company, at least. So our situation, like I say, we had a 16-year-old code base, all Perl 5, companies growing and growing and growing. Lots of new features getting knocked out really fast, as quick as we can, as fast as the boss wants them. And we ended up with 400,000 lines worth of Perl 5 code written by a bunch of different developers with a bunch of different ideas over a bunch of years. Which makes life really fun for us. Especially that bottom bit there, the boss, really nice lady, but doesn't really like it when we break the site. Or when it gets really, really slow, doesn't like that either. So it made my life quite tricky. So what I wanted to show you is just sort of the informal rules we started about when you're allowed to refactor stuff. Because in my team, people ask me all the time, oh, Lance, is it all right if I refactor this? Can I refactor it for a while? And it's like, sure. When you're refactoring it, are you going to be able to test it for us? So as you can imagine, some of our stuff has tests around it. Some of it doesn't, or didn't. Can you measure it? So if you're going to make this massive change to this database query, do you know if it's going to be quicker? Do you really? And can you tell me that? And the other one is, okay, that's cool, you do that. What happens if it goes bang? Can we turn it off real quick so all those people don't get upset with us? So we made up these rules, and then we found some ways to implement these rules. So we use testmore and all the test family pretty much to test that what we're doing doesn't break stuff. We use NetStatsD to do the measuring, and we'll talk about that a bit in a second. And we use Toggle. Some of you have been to LPW, I presume, or I know, and we'll talk about that. Some of you may have heard of Toggle already because of that. So those are the three modules we sort of cover, we use a lot. And this may be, teaching you how to suck eggs, as my gran would say. But, testmore is sort of an example of the sort of stuff our guys do. Just, you've got this, get all the candidate transactions. You want to write a new one, cool, there's transactions new. And then just use isDeeply, make sure they come up with the same answer. If they do, life is good, carry on. We use a whole bunch of the different test ones in different places. NetStatsD, I'm not sure, does anybody struck this before? Yeah? You're cheating, you know. So NetStatsD is really nice for us. It lets us fire a UDP packet off to a server, tracks it. And you can see from the example up there that we can do timing. So we have a timer, and we have an increment counter and a decrement counter. So we're able to do something and then just fire and forget from our production servers or from dev or wherever and say, hey, yeah, that happened, and it took this long. And it doesn't block, which is kind of the important thing for us. So we use it to count how many things happen and how long it takes to do stuff. The third one we have is Toggle, and you can see this is a library. It's a CPAN module from our company. We have our own CPAN account. And Toggle is a feature toggle. It's stolen, it was mainly written by my colleague Tim, and it lets us turn things on and off. We give it a storage, so in this case Redis. And in this example, you can see what we do is we set up a group, and then in the toggle we can say, is this toggle active for this test the new query? And if it is, we get the transactions for the user. And we can use that to turn things on and off. And we use another one called Scientist, which I wrote. We'll talk about that in a minute. So we'll just go in a little bit more depth about how we use them. Again, this is a bit of me purging my sins on you and confessing what went wrong in our life. So in the beginning, we decided we should test stuff. So we do automated testing on everything. Anything that hits master in our Git repo gets tested via Jenkins. We have a fairly good test suite now. We have unit tests, we have integration/service tests where we talk to a real database and everything's hooked up right, and we have end-to-end tests as well. So we'll go click on some buttons on our dev web page, click, fill in a form, click, does it do what we think, that sort of stuff. And we do that on every single commit. And I worked really hard to get somebody to break the end-to-end test, honest. And this actual board sits in our office on the wall above, well, not above my desk, but in our dev area, and it's there all the time. And whenever it turns red, people, you know, they don't panic, but it's really visual, and it's made a huge difference to us just having it on the wall saying, does anybody notice the test failing? And we generally do. This is kind of cheap because this is the measuring thing and the testing thing in one slide. So we measure the number of tests we have, or the lines of test as it is. We also measure lines of code, and we look for the lines of code to go that way and the lines of test to go that way. And you can see here, this isn't a fake chart, this is straight out of our system, that the number of lines of code we have goes up and down depending on somebody will come along some tests and go, wow, those are bad, and just delete them. Or rewrite them. And you can see that there in some of those bumps of people adding in a bunch of new tests. That one in the middle there, somebody added in a whole bunch of tests we found, and then went, oh, these are really bad, let's get rid of them again. And then re-added them over a period of, I forget what the scale on this is, but then added them back in. But the important thing for us is it's trending that way. Okay, again, you've probably all seen this. This is taken straight out of our code base. Nice, simple test. We're a job board. We talk about salaries a lot. People give us salaries in per year, per month, per day, all these things. So we wrote a bunch of tests. They look a bit like that. Most of you have used test more or whatever. Hopefully that's pretty clear. And then sometimes you come along something like this. That's already in the code base, and you want to go, oh, that's not real helpful. I'll just write a test for that. At which point we point out that, you know, it was a winner of a contest, but it's not really from our code base, that one. The point being that legacy code is really, really hard to test. To retrofit tests, and is so painful, we really don't like it very much. So it's really, really hard to test, makes life difficult. There's also this horrible thing, I don't know if any of you have come across this. The British people will have heard it, because Clive Woodward used this all the time. He's the England rugby coach, and he said, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy. It's actually from a German guy. We could probably twist it a bit and say no software. Oh, thanks. So we can probably say that no software survives contact with the users. And that's what we found. We would write stuff, we'd refactor stuff, it'd go out onto production, 10 million users would hit it, and it would stop working. Or 500s would pop up randomly, or horrible things would happen, or our database guys would come screaming, going, what have you just done? What's just been deployed? Oh my bleep. So it is this real problem that you have when we're the work's on dev, get it out onto live, the code is right, the tests are passing, but when it hits live, things go horribly, horribly wrong because you've got 10 million people hitting that page and you didn't realize the query was a little bit bad. That one extra join, should be fine, right? It wasn't. So if I go on to step 2, this is the slides that my colleague Tim did for the London Perl workshop. And in that, he talked about how we use graphite. So this is a real simple example. The one at the top there, we can send a little packet every time somebody logs in. So we can say, oh yeah, nice little chart like you saw before of all the people that logged in. The second example in the middle there is slightly hypothetical of we get all the candidate applications, we time it to the millisecond, and then at the end we push a little timer stat through, and that gets pushed to the, we use graphite, and then we can average that out and say, oh, we know roughly how long this takes to happen, or we can average it out. and we can look at the top 90, top 10%, top, bottom, all that sort of good stuff. And the last one that we don't use very much is you can do a gauge, sort of a 1 to 100 thing. We don't use it very much. So this is a chart. This is real data. It shows, or data, I forget which way you do it here. This shows the homepage response time. It's bouncing along quite nicely. Not very nice. You can see we deleted the cron script that restarts the memcache every two hours, so suddenly the performance gets a little more stable. And then vastly speed up template processing. So somebody refactored how we handle templates, drops down nicely, and we can prove it, which comes back to this thing that we can prove we made it better. And we can prove we didn't make it worse, which is kind of the important thing for my boss. And here's another one. This is just the job view page on our site. See it ticking along there. There's a whole bunch of stuff you probably can't read. But as Tim put on this slide, something really bad happened. You can tell there's a big spiky thing. Yeah, we don't know what it was, but we know it happened. But again, we can tell, and that's one of the important things. Okay, and then this is Tim, by the way. Some of you probably know Tim. The second half of this, or the third half, as the case may be, is we want to be able to turn it on and off again. And Tim and the couple of guys in the company wrote Toggle, which is a direct rip-off of something from Ruby. And it lets you do this. We've got this, as Tim called it, the cool new chat feature for the site. We stick it in a if block, which just says, if it's enabled, go for it. Show that. And we can also do it for things like users. We can do it by a percentage. We can do it for groups. So we throw in a user and say, yep, turn on for these users. So we use that quite a bit for accounts we trust, our own personal accounts on the system. We can push it out there and just go, yeah, it looks okay to me. It's working for us. And then somebody in the company says, yeah, why is it purple? Or why is it upside down or whatever? And we can fix that up without pushing out to everybody. And now that we are bigger, we use it a lot to go, okay, we'll push it 10%. Was that all right? Did it break the servers? No, okay. Push it up to 20%, 30, 40, 50. Hopefully we get to 100 before the ops get serious. So yeah, that's us. That's how you can do it in code. You can go activate the percentage, chat, set it to 100. We're all good. Give it to everybody. And there's an example of how we can set it up for a group. We can define a group, just like that, nice and easy. And for that group of admins, it turns on. The way we actually do that most of the time is through a web UI on our admins area. This isn't it, because I wrote the one in the admin area. It's hideous. It was written by a Perl developer. It's white text, white background, black text. No styling. This is the rollout one from Rubyland. But you can see the first column is percentage, second one is groups, third one is actual user IDs. And we use the same sort of thing in-house to turn things on like I described, just to roll them up, roll them back. Okay? So those are the tools we use. And what I want to do now, if that's all right with you, is I'm going to bring it all together to sort of show you how we actually do some refactoring with yet another great picture from the Practical Dev. I love those guys. They're hilarious. Okay, so here's the example that we're going to go with, is we've got this new thing to get job applications for our candidates. And we have a new, it's a bit hypothetical, but we've got this thing, we're going to get their applications, and we're going to get it from the database. Massively scary thing to do, so we've got this new method that'll do it. Should be okay, right? So we stick it in a toggle, and we say, if the new candidate application thing's turned on, we'll use that. Else, we'll use the old one. That's the simplest sort of use of it we've got. We can turn it on, site doesn't fall over, we can leave it turned on. That's okay, it protects us, it gets us that on-off switch, that if it does go horribly wrong, 3 seconds later I can turn it back off. Yes, we wish we had had that rule at the beginning, so we didn't have to go through and get rid of them afterwards. But we do now, yeah. Okay, so then, obviously, I said we do these 3 things with it. So the other thing we want to do is we want to be able to measure it. So, yeah, we'll put a netstats_d timer around it. So now I can tell you if they're in that block, how long the new process took, or if the toggle's turned off, how long that one took. And what we'd do there is we'd push this out onto production with it turned off, and we'd get some stats on how long the old one took. It took us a while to learn that we should do that first, so that we could prove it was better or worse. And then we turn the toggle on, and we know how long it takes afterwards, and we can track those against each other and say, yep, it's better, or it's worse, let's turn it back off. So then we go, we probably want to run both at the same time with the same parameters and see how much time it takes. So in this example, you can see we actually run it twice. We run both queries, both methods, we check it, we do a timer, and we keep track of that, and we know what the timer is for both, using the same parameters. So, you know, Mr. Candidate A has one application in the system, like that. Candidate B's been on the system for 10 years, he's got one or two more, he's got a couple of hundred, and the database query takes a lot longer. We want to know that we get what the timings are with the actual real data. And then you'll see here, I have this warn is deeply in here. That's not a joke, we actually did that. Because we just had we had one thing we were refactoring, and we had no clue if we were producing the right content. It was a really horrible, horrible part of my life, which I'm in therapy for probably. I'm not kidding, we really did it. And then one of my colleagues pointed out that there was this test deep no test, which does EQ deeply, but it doesn't give you all that tappy output, it just gives you a yes or no. So we're like, yes, win. So we use that, and that was all good. The other thing you can see in this one is we put in an increment off it to say, yep, it was fine. It matched up, they were both the same. Let's push that out to stats.d and to graphite so we know they matched. That's what we did. And then at about this point, GitHub in their infinite wisdom published a thing called Scientist. Nice big blog post, Hacker News, good stuff. And it does everything I wanted. It compared results, did timings, you could turn it on and off. Brilliant. Except it was in Ruby. We're a Perl shop. Lame. So I wrote a module of my own, probably the best, only good thing I've written. And it compares the results just the same, does timing, toggle, all that good stuff, but it's in Perl now. Yay. Made me happy. I put it onto sort of my GitHub. That's why it's not under the CV library banner, because it was really bad. It didn't do much at all to start with. And then a couple of my colleagues helped me make it look half decent. Very nice chap called Joshua Crows. Really, really helped just recently, pushed a whole bunch of, sort of made it more feature rich up to what GitHub have in theirs, moved it to test 2, all these nice things. So really, really nice for me. I'm not sure I understand it anymore, of course, but you know, that's fine. And that's what it looks like. So we just use Scientist. We created an experiment, which is really horrible, because apparently I can't type the word experiment without getting it wrong. I don't know why. We give it a name, we give the experiment a name, we send it the old code, we send it the new code. They use, it's really annoying, they use and try. They can call it, I think you can call it candidate and control as well. But it's really annoying. And then you go, my answer is run the experiment, and it gives you the return value of the use block, or the code you set in through use. And then you could check the experiment result if it's a mismatch. And this is the terminology they use in the Ruby one, so I just copied it. We can just warn that it didn't match. So you can tell it's a little bit tidier. And we can do a couple other things. So it's got timings built in, and you can just get that out of the experiment result. It's nice and easy. And it tells you if it matched. I told you that already. Nice and simple. It pretty much gives me everything I wanted. The really nice thing about Scientist is that when you run the experiment, at the end, it calls this thing called publish. And publish is extendable, so you can write your own one. So this is straight from the pod, but this is kind of what we did. So we added a netstats.d into that. So at the end of every time we run an experiment, when that experiment gets called, we push all the timings for both code paths. gets pushed straight to graphite, pops up, says experiment, XYZ, timing, blah, blah, blah. And we also do this crazy, if it matches, we push a increment counter for matches. If it doesn't match, we push an increment counter if it doesn't match. Shimples. This is a weird graphite timer thing, which you might be right about, but I think that's the right way around. Okay, so then, if we bring it back together again, this is, you saw this one before. This is sort of where we got to in-house. This was sort of how kludgy what we were doing was to try and test this stuff, get it out, make sure it works. And we could replace that really quickly with something like this, and just say, yep, check the candidate applications and get applications and get application new, calls both of them, tells me it's okay. I can push it. I can't just push it to production, don't be silly, but I can push it out to production, and it'll just tell me the toggle's off, which is the bit I haven't shown you. We normally do that. So we stick enabled, and we use a toggle on there, so we can turn the experiment on and off as well through our nice little web interface. And that will give us all these stats. They show up in graphite with those charts you saw earlier. Really, really tidy compared to that horrible, horrible, horrible page you saw before. So getting into here, so you can see a couple of things about scientists that are really interesting. It only ever returns the use result, the control code. It won't return the good one. So for some of the things we do, it's not ideal because I want to show people the new feature. But for a lot of this sort of, we want to be careful about it, it's really helpful. We wrap the try code, the test code inside an eval in case it goes bang. So it should never break our scripts. It shouldn't break our site, even if the new thing is horribly, horribly broken. The other thing that it does, it uses the try and the use code randomly. It'll choose one that it'll run first, which for us is really helpful because that gets us around lots of problems with database caching. So if you've got a slow query, the first time you run it, it's really, really slow. We don't have queries that take seconds, honest. First time you run it, it takes seconds. Second time you run it, it's done. So this helps us with that it chooses one at random. So you never know which one you're going to get. So sometimes your stats are not, it helps protect you from those caching elements. The publisher's called by run. It gives me all my timings, all my mismatches. The way GitHub sort of describe it, they describe it as being something you put into production. What we've found is actually the developers are using it a lot in dev. So we have our own dev environments. Every developer's got their own dev environment. We've got a full mock-up of the entire stack. And what we found is a lot of guys and girls are using it just to test. They'll stick a little experiment bit of code in there like you've got there on the right-hand side and just use it. And we have a slightly different one in development that pings it out to the error log so we can see, oh yeah, didn't match, uh-oh. And a lot of people have sort of started using it as step one to refactoring, is they'll turn this on and just make sure everything's right as they go along. Which was a bit weird. I didn't really see it going that way. And the last one is really important. It's the big hidden secret that nobody's raised their hand to ask. Works really well for getters, doesn't work at all for setters. Anything with side effects is horrible because you run it twice. So add new user would be a bad one. Really, really bad. Okay, so if I go sort of, I am wrapping to the end, so this is working okay. So that's kind of how we do it in-house at CV Library, is we try and obey this idea that if you can't test it, you don't get to play with it. And whether that's, hopefully that includes writing some unit tests, some service or integration tests, and some end-to-end tests, you're a good person. If you can't measure it, you can't refactor it either. If we can't prove how bad it is now, how do you know you need to refactor it? And if you do refactor it, how do we know it's even better, or if it's not just horribly bad and worse? And the last one is, if you can't turn it on and off really quick, we don't want to wait for another deployment. We need to turn it on and off now, because if you break it, it's broken for a long time, and we're quite conscious of the fact we have 10 million people potentially going, that's weird, CV Library's not working. And we don't like that, and my boss doesn't like it a lot. And then with Scientist, the nice thing with Scientist is for us as a dev team, it really helped. Just sort of, you saw that example, it's really ugly, and it just made it really tidy. It's not perfect, pull request, welcome. But it's really, really much better, okay? And then I thought I'd be really cunning and say, there's one more thing that I forgot to mention. It's also available in Perl 6 land. Yay! It was the first thing I wrote in Perl 6. It's probably written like Perl 5. I apologize. It's the first and only thing I've written in Perl 6. It was really easy. It needs more attention than the other one, but it's there if anybody wants to play with it. Okay, has anybody got any questions? That's right, yeah. Yeah, we use it to turn on new features. When we deploy something, our typical workflow would be we would, once we've written our stuff, it's gone through all the end-to-end tests and the unit tests and everything else, we deploy it with Jenkins. Jenkins deploys it out to the servers. Then we'll go into the web UI, and depending on what it is, we'll push it up to 1%, whatever it is, on, off, and say, right, and then watch. Check our stats, check the server logs, just be really cautious about it. But yeah, we can turn it on and off on the fly.
Do you use the sort of toggle code there permanently, or do you eventually go back and remove all the if enabled
Somebody else asked this earlier. We go back and take the toggle code out. We didn't do that very well to start with. We went, that's cool, it works, move on. And then we came back and went, what's this toggle? And our list of toggles in the web UI got really big. So now we're a bit more disciplined about what we do with it, that we will go back and then take the code out once we're confident that the feature's been out for a while and it's okay. We're not using it like some companies use feature toggles where they stay there forever. And these set of people get this one toggled on and this one, you can toggle it on and off, that sort of stuff. We really are just using it as a test tool for us that we can turn things on and off. Yeah? How big is the typical chunk of code behind a toggle? It varies. The reality is it depends. How long is a piece of string? We try and keep things as small as we can. We're believers in lots of small commits, but it really depends on what we're doing, to be honest. So I can't really give you a good answer on sort of how much we try and keep in a toggle. Typically, we'll try and wrap a method call inside the toggle so it's really clear, almost like the examples where there's a one-liner for each sort of path. Another one.
If you could change the database structure.
Sorry?
If you could change the database,
That's a different and uglier problem that I'm not going to cover. But when we do have to change the database, that's a bit of a collaboration with everybody in the office. We have a ops team and database guys, and we work with them. We haven't really got a nice automated way for it. Doesn't fit. Can I go back? Uh-oh, this is a bad sign. I hope Tom's machine does that. That was almost on cue. This one? No. One more? Yep. Ah, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That's bad. Okay. Any other? Oh, there's more. Yeah? Sorry, say again? The way we control all our toggle settings is from a web UI. You can set your own storage. So you could potentially set it to a config file if you wanted to, I guess. We don't, but you could. So the typical example that we use is that you can push it into Redis. So can we deal with two branches? You mean actual Git branches, or? 2 times the same request. I can probably, might be better if I talk to you afterwards about that. I'm not quite sure I follow the question. Any other questions before I wrap it up? No? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Tom.
Sorry about the screen.
Oh, that's good. I like the fact the last one was right on cue.
Quite scary. I just assumed that you would
thank
be
you very much.
that sort of name.
For us, we call it, yeah, we have a little dancer, like we have a dance round. Yep. Oh, yeah, so what happens? Yeah. So what happens with Toggle, it creates it itself. So the first time it's called, it creates it in the database itself. And then we can just turn it on. It'll recreate it at 0. Yeah. Oh, if we delete the Toggle, it stays in the database. It's really annoying. We have a list of like 20. There is no magic. No, unfortunately. Most of the database, not every weekend we basically just try out database. And what we have is but we don't have the load. That's really what burned us. It doesn't work. Oh, that was right.
Your computer is going to be first now. We have another customer for you in front of you. So let someone else get their computer all set, and then you will just plug in and we'll use it for 4. You try yours. Everyone consult the list, and then I'll be right back.
Someone wants to use my computer before me.
Bring my laptop, so yeah, can I use yours? My talk is linked to the talk, to the abstract.
I still have to try it on my computer. Chrome will work?
Sorry?
Chrome will work?
Yeah, Chrome is great.
Because I've put all the other talks here. They were here already.
Oh, oh yeah, sorry. I was looking at that list instead of this list.
Are you?
There I am. Can I try to get the connection working on the screen?
In the hope that this keeps working, this works, so yes. Do you need HDMI or DisplayPort? I don't have that. VJ. I don't have that.
And I'll minimize it. There's a VGA input there, but just making sure it works.
Is it not working?
It looks like it was working, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Is it behind? There it is. Hey. So it's listed there. It's not showing it. You see that right there? Oh no, that's just the name of this page. Okay, so I don't know where the PowerPoint was. It looked like it was opening it, and then I don't see see it. You know? I have an open office copy as well.
Ah, PPT.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to...
But I also have an open office copy.
I
if
think
that
so,
one doesn't work.
yes, I hope so. So, you want a LibreOffice presentation?
Either way, yeah. Yeah.
You're open to tries.
Yeah. Download twice.
This works?
Brilliant.
And you're first?
I think I'm second, but the first person doesn't have slides.
So now just hope that plugging it in again will work. You're not doing anything illegal or evil with this presentation?
Not that I know of. Unless you think agent-based modeling is evil. Advocating it. So how do I plug in when it's time?
This can move. This would go in here.
Okay.
And then it should work, I hope.
There's something like that plug in there. Oh, no.
Hi.
Happy so far?
If you are happy, I am happy. So, are you happy?
I'm tired.
6 straight up, and then 7 will be plugging in while an actual lightning talk's happening, and then we go back to ads.
Okay, so you'll find out.
I'll put this over there for you.
Yes.
Okay, so the trick is going this way.
Are we in a hurry? Are we in a hurry?
I think other people want to try too.
Not right this game. So you're first?
No.
First. It was.
So you guys are almost done, and I can start the 5-minute lightning talk in front of you?
I'm done.
Okay.
Next, someone wants to talk.
You should please ask all the people who give a lightning talk to sit over there, and people that have a commercial.
Yes, I'm going to.
There. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to, because I already moved some people around.
Okay. Actually, I need you. Never mind. Welcome to day 2 of the lightning talks. Today we're going to do things just slightly different. The first speaker has no slides. Speakers 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all using the same machine. Speaker 6 has no slides. And later we have 2 people sharing a machine again. So we should actually be able to get through this with fewer technical interruptions. Remember, bell at 4 minutes, gong at 5 minutes. All the lightning speakers are either along the front row or up the side here. If you want to do an advertisement in between, just wander down, sit over there. She'll have the microphone. And otherwise, we are ready to go.
Hi, my name is René Schickbauer, but I'm known as Kevek. A few of you were in my talk yesterday about the web framework I wrote. A few months ago, or I should start, for a few years now I've been running my blog at kevek.at. Don't bother if you haven't heard of it because nobody reads it. But a couple of months ago I was sitting at home drinking a few beers, and then a mail came from my domain provider and said, oh, we have this new top-level domains you can buy. And I said, okay, well, let's look through it. And I said, okay, there is .ac domain, so, well, I decided after a few more beers that I buy cav.ac, so it's Kevek. Slight problem, I don't have any content for it, and having a domain and nothing, that's even a waste for me. So I decided, well, what can you do? It's very short. I write and we'll shorten. How hard can it be? So I did the math how much characters I need for, you know, handling big stuff. Then I did the math how much memory or hard disk space I actually have. So, well, I shortened it even more, that the random characters that create a unique ID. And, well, I don't have any business plan. I don't have, you know, money coming in. I don't even have a good design for the website. It looks very ugly, but it only has 378 bytes. And then I started writing a blog post because, hey, well, it's content I can write about, which is rare enough. And then I looked up, you know, companies who also did it, and I found out, well, my UL is 1 byte shorter than bit.ly, so, well, am I gonna get rich with this? No. Does it cost me money? Yes. Did I just up one of the most important sites for Twitter users? Yes. And of course, I'm always willing to, if I just took away your business, I'm always willing to sell you the domain for, what was it, $1 million. So, well, there's not much technical stuff behind it, but you can put in a surprising amount of unique IDs in a few characters. If you just look through the RFC, what legal characters you can put in an URL, it's quite amazing actually. But yeah, I need a complete server room to use the one. So I can probably make it even shorter, just looking into it. Thank you.
Hi. Some of you might know me from the old days on IRC as Dollar Bar. My name is Guinevere. And I'm going to talk today about agent-based modeling, which is something I got into Perl in the dot-com era, but then I went back to university and I ended up getting into economics. And at that time, I thought it would be fun to write an agent-based model in Perl to represent the market and market interactions and everything, and see if I could look at policy and economics with it. So that's kind of how I know about this topic. I created a model and I ended up presenting at agent-based conferences for a few years, and I wrote a paper, but I never got it published. So what is agent-based modeling? Well, basically, it's just like a video game that plays itself. It's a simulation of a bunch of individual agents who each do their own thing and interact with each other. And then you get an outcome, an emergent system if you use complex systems terminology. So it can be used to model any kind of complex system, such as, you know, ecology, neurology, other kinds of biochemistry and so on, or social sciences, so like markets and policies that interfere with markets, because markets are a complex system or a spontaneous order. Planned economies, not so much, but you know, maybe they are. So if you want to get into it and prove me wrong, then go for it. And that's really what I want to talk about. Is I have not met anyone in the Perl community really that has worked in agent-based modeling, and that's a real shame. Most of the libraries for agent-based modeling are written in Java, and sometimes other languages, sort of mathematical statistical language tool systems. But so they're basically black boxes to the social scientists and others who use them. And this is not really a good thing because our economists are very good at making terrible assumptions and never looking at them. And this only encourages that because they don't really understand how the agent-based libraries work. Or so they kind of think that they know how the model is working, but they don't really understand how what it's made out of, what all of the assumptions are that go into it. Perl is a great language for writing this kind of thing, I think. And it could make the models more flexible, easier to understand, easier to use, and they're fun to write. So this code, I wrote it 10, 15 years ago. I updated it a bunch of times since, but it's still pretty, not beautiful code. But this is the very beginning of the kind of wrapper script called agent.perl that runs the thing, and it's got some other modules in there, pulled out that I use, one for public firm, private firm, individual. And then basically I just loop through them. And I know there's a lot of better ways of doing this, but this is just how I wrote it, and I never felt the need to redo it. So I am hopefully maybe going to rewrite this in such a way that I can pull pieces out and put them on CPAN, but I might not get around to it. I want to encourage everyone else to jump in and think about doing some agent-based modeling, understand it, write a library for it, beat Java at, in this field, because a lot of people are using it. It's becoming bigger and bigger in economics and other social sciences. So I use things like math, random, normal to create a normal distribution. And then basically I create my firms and my individuals, and then I think this was supposed to have more code on it. But I wanted to mention stabilization. You're dealing with a complex system when you have a lot of instability at the beginning, and then after a while it finds a way to stabilize itself. Then you kind of know that you've hit pay dirt. And what else? So then you can pull out things like poverty and so on at the end by seeing how many people, and by looking at their incomes and how many people are unemployed, and you can get all of your good, nice policy results out of it. So I might work on stuff for CPAN, but then again I might not, and I would love for more Perl developers to get into this. It's fun. It's like being a games programmer, except you can actually change the world.
Who's next? Am I? I am? Ah. To all the people who went to my CSV talk yesterday, I showed you that you can open multiple different CSV files with different separators, like the bottom one has semicolons and the top one has colons, and the middle one has a other encoding. And I thought, well, as I also maintain DBD CSV, why not make that work in DBD CSV. This is not the right one. So if I write a DBD CSV file for it, you connect to a directory with different files in there. That's a new attribute I wrote yesterday. Then we open every file in there and we select them and we dump them. If we run this, you see that it fails. Did I? No. It fails because it cannot open the second file because it has different separators, so it sees it as a single line instead of fields. If I now change the new option and I run it again,
then you see that it all works. It automatically detects the BOM encoding, it automatically detects the semicolon instead of the colon, and you can open different files, you can use joins as you saw in the last one. So this will be released soon after I write tests. Thank you.
You want this one, or did you have the PDF?
The other one.
This one?
No ads over there? You told me no time for ads because they would switch like this.
This is true, I did. F5 on that people did.
Hmm?
F5.
This is PDF. I don't know if it's
Okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
So, okay, my name is Laurent Rosenfeld. I'm from the Paris Perlmonger. I'm Laurent R on Perlmonks for those. Oh, sorry. I'm a member of the Paris Perlmongers, and I'm Laurent R on the Perlmonks for those who go on this site. And I participate to a French developer site called developer.com, and I've written for them a number of tutorials, facts, and other. And over the last 2 or 3 years, I've been publishing tutorials on Perl 6. So it was first translations of tutorials written by Moritz Lenz and by others, and then tutorials which I wrote myself. How do I get done? Okay, now in an interview with Linux Voice in 2015, Larry Wall said, "We do think that Perl 6 will be learnable as a first language." I'm sure he said it many other times, but I just picked up that one. Sorry. No, it's okay. So I thought I was, I wanted to write something, a French tutorial along those lines, something for somebody who has never developed, who would learn development with Perl 6. So I was thinking of a tutorial, maybe 50, 70 pages or something like that. And then I looked whether there was something in English on the subject that could help me, whether I could translate something or use something existing, but I didn't find anything along that line. So I thought I might as well do it. And I might as well do it in English so that we will have larger audience. Then something changed my plan. When I say there's more than one way to do it, it might well be to do it in another language than Perl also. And so back in December 2015, friends of mine on this site, which I just mentioned, were contemplating translating into French the book Think Python, How to Think Like a Computer Scientist by Alan Downey. And at the time, I encouraged very much the idea because I had read the book a couple of years ago. Well, I had read an earlier edition of the book a couple of years ago, and I thought it was a very good book. So it's not a book about Python, it's a book about learning programming and using Python. As I said, I encouraged very much the translation, and that was a mistake for me because I ended up to be one of the co-translator and to be the technical editor of the translation. And that actually changed my life over the recent period. Well, anyway, in the process of working on this translation into French, sorry about the typo, I wrote that yesterday evening after the party. The idea came to me that rather than a 50-page tutorial on Perl 6, I would actually translate that book into Perl 6, translate the Python part into Perl 6. And I discussed it with Alan Downey, with whom I was in contact for the translation into French of his book, and he warmly supported the idea. So I started to work on that by the end of January this year. And Now it looks like I can't get to the next page. How do I get to the next page? Oh. That's the book. It's almost completed. There are about 13 or 14 chapters. Only one chapter is missing at this point. So the point of my talk was 330 pages at this point. The point was to announce that this book is coming out very soon on the internet, probably within a month or two, hopefully. And I would like to thank Moritz, Lance, and Liz for their very useful comment on the early draft of the book. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, sorry. So this is a lightning talk that occurred to me yesterday. It was motivated by Leon's talk, and I was very moved by what he said. In particular, I thought that his point about how some technical discussions are actually discussions of value. I completely agreed with that point. And I think the reason why, or one of the reasons why I was so moved by what he was saying was that, in a way, I see myself in the decision that Leon was making 3 years ago when he decided to leave sort of academia and decide to work on what he's doing now. Because I'm very much in that same place. So a primer on me, because this is the first time I come to YAPC, so nobody knows me. But I recently finished a PhD in speech sciences where nobody uses Perl. And the best thing I learned while I was doing my PhD was that I did not want to be a researcher. But I wanted to be a programmer. I did a lot of programming for my PhD. I started committing upstream. I realized that I liked it. But I was stuck, particularly recently, when thinking what kind of developer, what sort of things I should be working on. And then it came back to the matter of values. So when I was listening to Leon talk yesterday, he was saying how it was the values that he had got from open source that drove him away from academia in a way. Because he wanted to develop good tools and he wanted to work with good tools, and none of those things were happening in universities. But what I find interesting about that is that if you think about it, a lot of the values that power sort of open source and the free software movement in the back, they're deep down values that are shared by science. They're shared by scientists, or they should be shared by scientists. So what of these values are ignored by academia? What is lacking? I can't remember all the points all 3 points that Leon mentioned, but it works for me and PhD abandonware. They're very much lacking in the software that is written in academia for research. And I'm sure that lots of you have horror stories coming from other places, but the worst code that I've ever seen comes from academics. But some of these values are not lacking. Some of the values from open source are not lacking in academia. Particularly openness and reproducibility and modularity, which is connected to these points. At least they shouldn't be missing. And they're not missing because they're key to the scientific endeavor, but they're often, even though they're not missing from scientific work, they are missing from the software that is written for research, or a lot of it. And I imagine that is because the software is not considered to be a part of the academic work. And oftentimes academics who spend a lot of time coding and developing, they are chastised by their colleagues saying, why are you wasting your time on this and not publishing or teaching or whatever. And this is a real problem. And this is a problem that is not lost to everyone in academia. So there are people in academia who care about this and who worry about this. And I know this just by giving you one little example, the one example that I know is the RSC community in the UK, the Research Software Engineer community in the UK. They have this Software Sustainability Institute, and they offer grants. They have communication tools. They teach people. They sort of promote the idea that in universities there is room for developers that assist in research, that are part of the academic community, but not necessarily researchers. They have a journal that is specialized in publishing research tools and data sets. They call it the Journal of Open Research Software, and it has a very interesting Twitter handle. And they are actually meeting very soon in Manchester on the 15th and 16th of September. It's going to be the first ever RSC conference. And yeah, this is basically just an excuse to let people here know about this and to tell everyone why the same values that, in a way, drove Leon away from academia maybe convinced me that I want to stay. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm your sponsored talk while I change laptops. Hi everyone, this is my first YAPC. My name's Robert Masick. I'm a co-founder of a company here in Cluj called Evozon. So I'm here to pitch our services to guys that are finding it, I don't know, troublesome to finish things on time, or projects that are left behind that you need a company's help for, like what we do. So Evozon is primarily a company that does project-based work, you know, sort of outsourcing sort of environment. But we're involved a lot in the Perl community because 12 years ago when the company started, Perl was pretty much the first language that we went to and started using here because of my background. I'm from Australia. I did my degree in '86 or whatever back there, and my best friend, Perl developer, we've been doing Perl businesses since the 90s. Everything's been done that way, but not everybody wants Perl. So out of the 500 guys that we have, not all of them, of course, are doing Perl. You know, we're doing Java, .NET, and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm really proud to be sponsoring the event, of course. We've been sort of building up to this, hoping to grab it for a little while. To show the guys here, that, you know, the reason why my company's been sponsoring Cluj PM in the background. It's not a really sort of commercial activity. You know, we started a Perl community so that guys could get to know each other and share ideas and not sort of sponsorize it a lot. So this is the first time I've pitched Evozon in front of a bunch of Perl guys. But anyway, so yeah, look, that's basically it. So I'm really happy to have been along with you guys for the last 12 years. And more to come. Cheers.
Oh, that's all right, don't worry. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm sure that some of you are probably sick and tired of me because I've just been talking for half an hour before in the other room, and if you haven't been there, then hey, how you doing? I'm Andy. Nice to meet everyone. I'm from the UK, obviously, from my accent. So what I'm going to talk about very quickly is a processing pipeline toolkit that we've developed in-house at EMBL EBI, because we have to do a crap ton of data processing. Pretty much every single year we send through 400 CPU years worth of compute through our cluster farms. And so we needed a tool that could actually handle that particular processing load. And what we've come up with is something called eHive. It's short for Ensemble Hive. It works with the traditional data schedulers, so like LSF. It's pretty much the only one that we actually do support because that's the one that we have in-house. Otherwise, You know, I'm not writing code, and my developers aren't writing code for some kind of scheduler that they don't actually have. But we do welcome contributions, as which was Matt's theme earlier on today. And basically, what we do is we create DAGs in the background, and the DAGs basically control the flow of the data processing going on. Okay. All this is based on a database Blackboard engine. So what we do is we spawn little worker bees out. They get submitted to a farm. We do this using batch submission as well, so we play really nice with farms. Processes die after about an hour or so we don't clog up the queues with long-running processes, unless, of course, the process has to run for a long amount of time, in which case it can do what it wants to do. Once those workers are spawned, they then kick back to the database and say, hey, what work have you got for me to do? And the database says, yeah, we've got this. And then it goes off, merrily does it. And then once it's finished that amount of work, it goes, oh, okay, have you got anything else I can do? And so on and so forth. And basically, you can have repeats of these jobs happening as well in case they fail, and also you can have some kind of recovery in there as well. What do the modules look like when you run them? They have 3 phases. They have a fetch input phase, they have a run phase, and they have a write phase. This particular example is a very basic example from my industry. It's counting the numbers of G's and C's and A's and T's, which are the nucleic acids in DNA, to come up with some kind of overall idea of composition of the genome. I should say I work in bioinformatics as well, which is kind of obvious from the previous title that I did as well. But basically, you get one of these jobs spawned for each piece of sequence. It goes through, it loads that sequence, it counts through the number of A's and T's and C's and G's, and that's it. And then it writes that data back. The cool thing is, at the very end, is that we have this thing called data flow, where you just send out the data, and you don't care what the next process in your DAG does. It's just going to respond to those messages. And so long as you can send through pure Perl hashes and arrays through that, everything's absolutely fine. The other thing we have, because nothing's good without a GUI, is we have a GUI, and it shows all the different types of stage that the pipeline's in as well, and you can edit the pipeline as well in case it's going a bit wrong. There's also bindings available for Java and Python as well. Now, obviously, we'd accept a Perl 6 set of bindings if anyone would like to do that, or kind of show me how that might be done. Anyway, that's it. There is a tutorial up on this website as well that I just quickly wrote as well. So if you want to have a look at how it works, then just go there. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
Hey, you gotta help me. I need a patch. You guys are good at patches, aren't you? Oh, no, not that sort of patch. Let me stop and explain. You see, I'm a time traveler from an alternate universe, and I had this great idea. I'll go back to 2000, and I'll stop John Allman throwing the mugs, and then Larry won't do anything about Perl 6, and everything will be brilliant. One mistake. You see, I forgot in 1999, Chip Salzenberg started this project called Topaz, a rewrite of Perl in C++. And he stopped when Larry announced Perl 6. Didn't do that. I've now got this zombie C++ code running around my universe, causing problems. I need to fix it. Anyway, so come to my talk tomorrow, and I will give you an alternate history of Perl where the mugs were never thrown. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, this is a talk about going from Perl to Rust. We all are familiar with Perl, I think at least most of us, and we know our way around Perl, but you might have heard about this cool thing called Rust. And you might want to take a look at Rust, explore it, but that poses the question, how do I get from Perl to Rust? And this talk answers that question, along with how long it might take you, and also what are some cool things you can do in Rust. Now, without further ado, you start at the top in Perl, Germany, near the French and Luxembourg border. Basically, you drive onto the B407, then down on the merge onto the A8, drive down into France, then take the A4 straight across that corner of France, then back into Germany and the A5 down. The A stands for Autobahn, by the way, down until Ringsburg, I think, and then just follow the signs to Rust, And there you are. It's really easy, and if all goes well, it will take you about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Now, about what you can do in Rust, the obvious answer is the Europa Park, which is basically a big theme park and resort. It consists of many European country-styled areas with many shows and events and rides and hotels. And that's it, pretty much.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. I am really excited to announce that we now do have a date for this year's Barcelona Pearl Workshop. Thank you. And it's going to be held on the 5th of November. So remember, the 5th of November, Barcelona Pearl Workshop. And one last very, I think, nice note that I wanted to make is most of the talks are actually going to be in English, which has two really nice implications. Number one being, any one of you can come to Barcelona, visit our nice city, and attend the talks. And number two, any one of you can come to Barcelona, visit our sunny city, and actually present something. So remember, 5th of November, Barcelona Pearl Workshop. Thank you.
Do you want me to disable for a streaming, or do you want me to record it for the...
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Let me plug in the video.
All right, screw it. I can't talk as fast as Nick. That was impressive. I can probably swear faster. So there is a conference that some of you might be interested in. I'm wearing a T-shirt of a dancer conference, and we're running another one, which will be on the 20th till the 22nd of September, which is very soon. And it's a really nice community. It's a nice, a lot of nice, friendly people. And we talk about a wide variety of stuff that we do in Dancer or in web in general. And if you're interested in coming, just go to pearl.dance. That is the actual website for the conference. So go ahead, register, come see us. Oh, you're probably wondering where it is. Vienna. So it's actually close by to Nick. So come see us and come to the conference, hang out with us, give a talk, attend a talk, and that's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the Mac has crashed. And now it's decrypting the drive. So
in that case, I will take over. Status update on the Perl Core Development Funds. At the moment, we've got 4 hours of Perl 5 Core Development Fund paid for and 8 hours of Perl 6 Core Development Fund. Thank you very much.
I'll stop if that gets fixed. We are talking about going out tonight to the Enigma Steampunk Cafe at 8 p.m. How many people here would go if we do that? So we can get a quick show of hands because Amalia is talking about making reservations. Okay, good. Here's another sweetener. I ran a sherry tasting last year in Granada and made over 100 euros because so many people gave me lots of money to pay the bill. It was way more than what we owed. So the first 100 euros worth of drinks are free for everybody who comes. Hands up again, one more time.
Keep it applied.
there we go.
It works.
Hey, there we go. So yeah, can I? So yeah, my machine is just rebooted, so all sorts of things might pop up. So just bear that in mind. Okay, so this is a heavily abridged version of a talk I gave in Béziers-Esperon about 6 weeks ago. And if you're wondering what the hell happens in Béziers-Esperon, the answer is it's a photography retreat. And this little comic kind of sums up my feelings about photography over the last few years. I've kind of changed my approach significantly, and I've started working on longer term work. I kind of had this reaction several years ago to the amount of increasingly ephemeral photography we are taking, which is great. We share lots and we discover lots, but it's the next day, 5-10 minutes, it's gone, and I find that frustrating. So I talked about this in the retreat, but they said to me, you should actually get out of the echo chamber. Well, they didn't literally say that. I'm paraphrasing. They said you should share more of your work. So here I am sharing a bit of that work. So this is a project about Formula One, but it's not really about Formula One. It's about obsession and about loss and about the absurdity. This is a project about ski resorts in Switzerland, but actually it's about climate change and the future of these ski resorts. This is a project that's kind of related to that. I'm following the local ski club around, so this is very much a project about community and their relation to the mountain. And this is another one which is about, this is my reaction to landscape photography, which I really, really dislike. So I'm shooting a series of landscapes from my hotel rooms. And then there's this one, which unfortunately one of the monitors isn't working, but I guess this is also a project about community. And it's about communities within communities. So this was at the Swiss Pearl Workshop last year. And yeah, I guess it's about community, but I've only been working on this for about a year now. And I don't really figure out what I want to say until after 2 or 3 years of shooting a project. So what I would like to do over the next 2 or 3 years is come along to one of your workshops or your tech meetings to shoot photos. As you've probably seen me at recent YAPCs, YAPC NA, YAPC EU last year, here obviously. And I'm continuing to shoot these photos, and hopefully, I hope that we can do something with them relating to what's been said yesterday. I would like to show these photos outside of the Pearl community eventually. I think there would be interest in this. I've spoken to other photographers and they are interested in this because it's something they haven't really seen before. There are 1 or 2 photo projects about tech conferences, but they tend to be a bit cliche, a bit stereotypical, and that's not what really interests me. So if you do see me along shooting photos, just ignore me, because that results in the best kind of photography, I think. So thank you very much.
As some of you might have read today and heard today, there's a winner of the Dutch Camel Award and somebody who worked a lot on Pearl 6, and the creator of Perks is now minister in the Taiwanese government. I'm talking about Audrey Tang, a woman from the Pearl community, minister. And I think we should toast on that. Sawyer says, I'm looking for excuses to drink. Well, yeah. What's the problem with that? Cheers on Audrey. Cheers. Cheers. And anyone who wants to have some more, there's the bottle, some more cups. Enjoy yourself.
Hello, just a couple of minutes to talk about London PM's infrastructure, because we seem to have a lot of it. And also an invitation for something in a minute. Okay, so we have this website, londonpm.org. We have a Google Calendar, which has to be kept updated. We have a meetup group, because London in particular seems to use that a lot, so we have actually managed to get a lot of new members in the last couple of years because they find us on Meetup, because they don't otherwise know that the group exists, even though it's been around for 16 plus years. We have a server. That's a BSD jail that one of our members that runs an ISP donates to us. So luckily we have a handful of members who are BSD experts, nuts, whatever. People who understand how to deal with that. We have email lists, which are running on Sampa currently because we got really tired of maintaining our own mailman installation that was like 10 years old and falling apart. And the site is on GitHub. So please change the website. It's too stable. It's really boring. Clone the repo, make a feature branch if you want to be really fancy. Give us a pull request, and it'll go live automatically if it's accepted, which it might do. I set up the cron job myself, and it actually sort of works. Do it. Break my website. The end.
These aren't right.
Yep. This one here.
Show as the
No, you don't have to stress. That's okay, they can wait a minute. And then please. One, it's really twitchy.
Just a second.
Did it come? Oh, it came. On its own. Very good. Ooh, look. I don't really see where I'm putting it there, so... Oh, no. I have to go around so I can see myself here. Okay, nice. This has disappeared. We take another one. It's an interesting thing because I had the 3 videos here on my computer on this screen I wanted to show, and the 3 of them are black. Now we have HDMI, which means that I'm going to do it. Sorry? Open again. Let's open again. Let's see here. Oh, open again this one, you mean? Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, there. There. They like to. Yeah, it's interesting because it comes back to where it was before. Oh, and now it's like full screen. Yes, here. Please stay. Yeah. So I'm going to try to be here. Hello, my name is Nadim. I haven't been to YAPC for 6 years or something like that. During that time, I was working on my career. Worked quite fine and quite bad. It depends. Just took some holidays, looked sunburned, and I thought, yeah, let's come back because there's a lot of nice people here and things to learn. Things have changed during the last 6 years, Pearl 6, and so on. And I wanted to hear a little bit about it. Yesterday, I had a good time with Tina, which is there. We sat together, and she asked me to make a little lightning talk about tools because we discussed a lot about tools. So I'm going to start with Tmux. I noticed yesterday that maybe 25% were using Tmux, 25% screen, and the rest was using nothing. So I think it's a good idea to use something, whatever you use. And I wanted to say one of the things about Tmux very quickly. There is a project that is called Teammate Slave that you want to have a look at. It allows you to share a session with someone somewhere on the internet. So it's very easy setup, Teammate Slave, a few things, and then give you an IP. You go there, and suddenly you're on a terminal with someone else, and you get some control over that. I really like it. The other thing also that Tina didn't have time to show you yesterday is if you are intimate and you have a little screen like this, you can say zoom out and then you're zoomed out. So, and then you can come back. It's very practical when you have 4 or 5 small screens and you don't want to work with a very, very little font. You see something is happening, you just get there and you open it. Otherwise, you just fire a new one, and then it's very easy to go from one to the other. Another tool that I really like is called Ranger. I have a shortcut, R, which is a cursor text-based file management tool. This one is written in Python. Most of them are written in Python, actually. They're very practical. They allow you to go around, go up and up. I don't see very much here. For example, here are my repositories. The one thing that I like about it is if you get into this one, you get also a preview of it. So if you're going around in your directories, it goes very fast. I also use it. There is a command called rcd, which allows you to do cd via this. So instead for saying cd point, blah, 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 a lot of things, tabbing back with point is like hell. I just fire rcd, and then I just go down, they say quit, and then I'm there. And it's quite practical. You get a good overview of your system like that. The last tool I'm going to talk about is called ASCII. I know that a few of you use it. I wrote it. I went to a QA hackathon, and I started working on it. And someone said, "Hey, don't work on QA. It's okay. We have it covered. Just go and do that." And this is what I'm going to show you a little bit. I think I have around 3 minutes. So I'm going to cheat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do, I have some screencasts here. Let's see where it opens them. It might open in another window. You never know. Do I have here? Yeah, well, you can install it in different ways. Probably if you say install from your packaging system, ASCII, it's going to work. Hey, I'm the last one. I'll fight you for that. It's going to work. It has been installed on Linux, Mac, and Windows. People send me screenshots. Yeah, it works here. Sometimes it's difficult. If you want help with that, I will help you. I'm going to well, let's show you something first, and then let's talk. It's an AVI there. So, yes. So. Maybe put it like this. There's no music. I'll go faster a little bit just to show you what you can do. It's a graphical application, GTK, but the object looks like text. And well, it's not text, but you can export, you can save to text, and so on. There's grouping and whatever you want. It's called ASCII, like Visio. Someone coined the name. It's not me. It's not professional at all. I hacked this because it was fun. I'm going to go a little bit further and show you what you can do. It's things like this, where you can move around boxes and so on. And of course, at the end, you get text that you can put in your text file, in your Perl file, and so on. I use it quite often where I have an ID and I have some kind of flow. I draw something, and then I take it, I put it in the code, and then I work from there. Unfortunately, it doesn't parse back from just that. It saves in some kind of format, which is very simple. If you're interested, I'll make you a demo. The good thing with this, it's written in Perl, of course. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go back here. The setup is very easy. There are files here. For example, you have some hooks like saving things, different actions. For example, you have alignment of the boxes, things with the clipboard, colors, context menus for the arrows, and a lot of things. It's all in Perl. Most of it is 5 to 10 lines, so you can hack on it as much as you want. I think I'm going to rewrite it in Perl 6 because I just fell in love and I really like it. I love Perl 5, but Perl 6 is really nice too. So if some of you are interested in working with me on this, so it gets a little bit more open and people can make their plugins and so on, just come and see me. So, thank you.
And that is the end of day 2 of the Lightning Talks. We have an almost full set for tomorrow, so there are a few spots left. I will not make the final selection till close to lunch, so you have time to get them in. But remember, there's only a spot or two left, and you're competing with everyone else who procrastinated. You shouldn't have waited so long. Before we leave, though, does anybody else in the room already have a suggestion for where you are going for dinner and you would like to stand up and announce it so someone might join you?
I am. Liz and I are going tonight to Samsara Food House, vegetarian restaurant. Anybody who wants to have excellent vegetarian and vegan food, join Liz and me. Thank you.
Anyone else have a place you want to go? Stand up and say it if you do. If not, remember, don't eat alone. Find a group, make some friends, and we'll see you all in the morning.